Chapter 831. The Refinement Hall elder spent a lot of effort in nurturing them. These three standards are above average even in Central Continent. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great disciples. An elder praised. You flatter me. These three children have talent, but more importantly, they have the dean's support, otherwise, they would not have such proficiency. The Refinement Hall elder had a humble attitude. The dean was silent. The Refinement Hall elder changed the topic, talking about Hong Yi. Speaking of which, the dean's son Hong Yi also has such talent. He has entered the finals. Most importantly, he is not a Refinement Hall disciple. He does not practice much. To be able to obtain such results, it is truly impressive. The elders looked at each other. They were secretly disdainful of the Refinement Hall elder's blatant flattery, but they also agreed. That's right, that's right. With the dean's bloodline flowing in his veins, how weak can he be? When he first entered the academy, he was insignificant. But now, Hong Yi is already the leader of a group of disciples. He will definitely become a leader in the future. The dean snorted. Can't I see that my son is trying to please the crowd? He was extremely lucky to be able to enter the finals. He dabbles in a wide range of things. He does not know his limits. He is proficient in many things, but he is lacking in many things. After this competition ends, let him go into seclusion for 7 days to reflect on himself. All the elders were silent. The dean had many sons. Hong Yi was the best one, but he was born from a concubine. He did not have a good relationship with his father. He had a rebellious personality, thus he was often bullied by the dean. This time, Hong Yi was participating in the refinement path competition behind his father's back. At this moment, Hong Yi was sweating profusely. He stared at the lump of flame in his hand. Within the flame, the goo worm was gradually taking shape. Finally, I have reached the final step. It is a pity that I wasted too much time. Hong Yi observed others while he was busy. When he saw that Chao Yu, Xielan, and Lu Wen's flames had shrunk to the size of a wick, Hong Yi knew that he had no hope of winning. As a matter of fact, he did have some talent in the path of refinement, even more so than Chao Yu and the other two. However, he rarely practiced. First of all, this was not his main focus. His energy was scattered and his time was limited. Secondly, he had no financial support. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, his father had not supported him and had only allowed him to focus on his main Tao. Damn it! Father had already sensed my intentions. I wanted to put Mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Father abided by the rules of the ancestors. How could he agree? He hoped that I would be like my other brothers and sisters, obedient and not offend His Majesty. But the Hong family is really unfair to my mother. Unfair. If I don't avenge my mother, then I'm not worthy of being a son. Fine. Now I can only take a risk and take a gamble. This was the final step of refining the red beauty goo, and it could be done in one step by a refinement master. However, the flames were difficult to control, so they deliberately slowed down. Of course, I can't do it in one go, but if I'm faster than them, I still have a chance to win. Hong Yi made up his mind and immediately acted. Whether it was the spectating disciples or the elders on the stage, they quickly noticed Hong Yi's actions. Everyone shook their heads. So naive. Hong Yi wants to take a risk, but how can he turn the situation around? Unless he is a refinement path master. Of course he is not a refinement path master. He is courting death. Quickly look, his flames are out of control. Oh no! Hong Yi shouted in his heart. The flames in his hands were flickering, crackling as they burned, as if they were going to explode at any moment. The explosion was not terrifying after all. The academy had set a test. They had to consider the safety of the disciples. Failed. Hong Yi's heart sank. The flames in his hands had completely left his control. They even flew out of his hands. At once, Hong Yi felt bitter. I still failed in the end. Achoo! He had been practicing goo refinement at night recently. He had been cramming at the last minute, but now that he was relaxed, he was covered in sweat and sneezed. As he sneezed at the flames in front of him, they were extinguished. A fully refined red beauty goo fell on the floor of the square with a bang. Refined. Hong Yi was stunned. Everyone was petrified. Puff. An elder who was drinking tea spat out the tea in his mouth. Even the academy's headmaster, Hong Yi's father, subconsciously stood up. He had a strange expression. He was extremely shocked. This sneeze, it was like a refinement pathmaster's technique. It actually passed the final hurdle in one go and refined the red beauty goose successfully. Hung, this kid. What kind of dogshit luck does he have? Who immortal blessed land? Feng Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan and the land spirit, little Hu immortal, stood together in the sky, silently waiting for the arrival of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity will it be this time? Little Hu immortal looked at her master. Feng Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, this tribulation is different from the previous one. We have 3 Gu immortals and moved away Danghun Mountain. We have taken away many resources, greatly reducing the blessed land's foundation. Furthermore, I have also increased my luck. My chance of passing the tribulation has increased to 80%. The heavenly Tao takes away excess and makes up for deficiency. It is about balance. The deeper the blessed land's foundation, the stronger the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. Thus Feng Yuan moved Danghun Mountain and the rest of the precious resources into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. This way, he reduced his luck and lowered the difficulty of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. In the trip to Imperial Court Blessed Land, he once again experienced the wonders of luck path. He knew that the stronger his master's luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. It could be said that Feng Yuan had already made all the necessary preparations. But even so, there was still a 20% chance that Feng Yuan would fail to resist the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were many types of earthly calamities. Normally no one would know what an earthly calamity was. Earthly calamities came in all kinds of strange forms. When encountering a rare one or even one that had never been seen before, the difficulty of resisting it would be very high. While waiting silently, the earth chi surged. The earthly calamity had finally begun. Flower buds after flower buds drilled out of the ground of Hu immortal blessed land, growing sharp horns and growing rapidly in a few breaths of time. Bright red flower buds spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. While the immortals were hesitating, the flowers bloomed completely. These flowers were very large, like wash basins. The petals were soft like silk, stacked in layers. One flower had at least 6 layers of petals, a total of over 100 petals. This is blood poison tangerine, Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. He recognized the flower and his heart was filled with helplessness. To think that this earthly calamity was actually a type of blood calamity. This blood poison tangerine only took 10 breaths of time to grow, bloom and wither. After it withered, its petals and roots would melt into a pool of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood would pollute the blessed land, causing a large number of life forms to die. The losses would usually be huge. To counter this blood poison tangerine, one could only use wood path methods. Other than that, if the blooming blood poison tangerine was destroyed, this flower would immediately turn into a pool of poisonous blood. But in fact, even if Feng Yuan had wood path methods, it would be too late. There were so many blood poison tangerines spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. How could he counter them? Thus, even though Feng Yuan had 3 Gu immortals, they were helpless against this sea of blood poison tangerine flowers. The blood poison tangerine quickly withered, the pool of poisonous blood fusing into a thin water surface. The water surface was not high, only reaching an adult's ankle, but it spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. The lakes in the eastern part of the blessed land were all contaminated. The fox groups and wolf groups in the western part were continuously poisoned. Countless fox and wolf groups died. Their corpses fell into a pool of blood. The blood flowed down, adding new poisonous blood. The rockmen slaves in the southern part were awakened from their sleep. Many rockmen had blood poison tangerines growing out of their bodies. After the flowers withered, the poisonous blood flowed. The rockmen let out cries of agony, but very few died. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a chill in his heart. He could not help but look at the sky, sighing. Heaven really won't let us have an easy time. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. He Lulan comforted. Passing the tribulation is dangerous, it is not bad now. This poisonous blood is everywhere. Although it is corroding the earth and the losses are severe, look, the earth chi has already calmed down. This earthly calamity is over. Little Hu immortal had tears in her eyes. Master, we need to quickly get rid of this poisonous blood. The soil has already been contaminated. We will not be able to grow anything in the next few years. The pink flower rabbits, wolf groups, and fox groups have all suffered heavy losses. Fang Yuan immediately made his move. He activated pulling water immortal goo, continuously absorbing the poisonous blood into his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was already a dead land. It was filled with death aura. There was no life in it. He was not afraid of being contaminated by the poisonous blood. But the poisonous blood spread all over the blessed land. The range was too large. Even if Fang Yuan used pulling water immortal goo, the efficiency was low. He could not help but feel some regret. If I had known this, I would not have fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move Miri itself. I would have fused pulling water immortal goo first. This way my efficiency would be greatly increased. In another aspect, I would be able to reduce immortal essence expenditure. Man proposes but God disposes. This was the current situation. After spending an entire day and night, Fang Yuan finally extracted all the poisonous blood in the blessed land, placing it in his immortal aperture. During this period he did not stop, he did not rest at all. The amount of green grape immortal essence expended was not small. The poisonous blood was spreading. This could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the deeper the corrosion, and the greater the repercussions. Although the poisonous blood was extracted, the layer of soil on the surface of the blessed land was already filled with blood poison. When one pinched it, it was corroded red. If it was not dealt with, this layer of soil would completely rot after a few days, turning into poisonous blood and contaminating the other soil. Fang Yuan immediately decided to get rid of this layer of soil. Tai Bai Yunsheng had landscape as before and could restore the soil to its previous state. But Fang Yuan did not use this method. Like this, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and He Lulan worked together, and after several days they finally got rid of this layer of soil. Fang Yuan placed all the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. The amount of work was too large. From this point of view, it was actually a good thing that Fang Yuan gave up the northern part of the blessed land. Chapter 832. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity was finally over. Looking back at this earthly calamity, if one were to talk about danger, there really wasn't anything. But this earthly calamity targeted the weakness of Fang Yuan's side. It was truly disgusting. Fang Yuan had 3 Gu immortals on his side, but they could only watch as the earthly calamity happened and try to make up for it afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lulan continued to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This was the safest place for her now. Under Fang Yuan's arrangements, she continued to use Strength Chi Immortal Goo to help the hairy man slaves in the stone nests refine air sac goo in large numbers. Right now, air sac goo were piled up like a mountain in the warehouse. Air sac goo was a one-time consumable storage goo. It was paired with guts goo and sold. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan squeezed out He Lulan's value. The 3 stone nests refined goo crazily, creating large numbers of air sac goo. Right now there were too many air sac goo, guts goo could not keep up. Fang Yuan changed the refinement plan. He only used 1 stone nest to refine air sac goo, while the other 2 refined star thought mortal goo. This made He Lulan grit her teeth in anger, because the deal had already been made. Before the tribulation, He Lulan would help the hairy men refine air sac goo. In the future, these air sac goo that contain guts goo would be sold to Fang Yuan alone. Now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had passed the tribulation, He Lulan would get a share of the profits from guts goo. He Lulan also lacked money. More accurately speaking, for newly advanced goo immortals like her, almost none of them did not lack money. Especially now, Fairy Li Shan's wealth was drying up. She could not support He Lulan's cultivation anymore. He Lulan's desire for immortal Yuan stone became even stronger. But just as she wanted to expand her plans and accumulate her foundation, Fang Yuan reduced the scale of refining air sac goo. He Lulan was helpless. The 3 stone nests all belonged to Fang Yuan. He could refine whatever he wanted. He didn't need to care about the opinions of others. But how could He Lulan give up so easily? She found Fang Yuan. He personally negotiated, hoping that Fang Yuan would at least give up 2 stone nests to refine air sac goo and promote the guts goo trade. Fang Yuan warmly received her and then emotionally told her about his difficulties. Fairy Lulan, It's not that I don't want to expand production. It was really a headache. You saw it earlier, in the process of refining air sac goo, many hairy men died. If I add more hairy men, the costs will increase. But Star thought goo's refinement was much gentler. The hairy men suffered lesser losses. I have already lost at least 30% of my hairy men. If the losses continued, he would have to buy hairy man slaves. But as you can see, my immortal blessed land just underwent its tribulation. The losses are huge, so we need to be thrifty in all aspects. He Lulan frowned when she heard this. She felt very uncomfortable. She almost blurted out the words bullshit. Even if He Lulan did not know about Feng Yuan's background, she was clear. Before Feng Yuan underwent tribulation, he transferred all of his precious resources to Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. He did not suffer any huge losses. And in Jade Pool Blessed Land he snatched so many resources. He also obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could be said to be one of the biggest winners in the Battle of Taichio. The Guts Gu trade had always been very popular. Most of the profits went into Feng Yuan's pockets. Even if Feng Yuan had no money, he could afford to buy a small group of hairy man slaves. Feng Yuan complained to He Lulan about his poverty, but seeing that He Lulan was unhappy, his smile did not change. He said, "Actually, in my opinion, the plan I suggested earlier is feasible. The four of us will raise a huge sum of money to buy the experience of raising hairy men, and then buy a large number of them to nurture ourselves. This is a plan that will last for 100 years. It is the most worth it in the long run." Feng Yuan brought up the matter again. He Lulan sighed internally. Feng Yuan's plan was actually beneficial to all four of them. But why did Fairy Li Shan object to it the first time he mentioned it? Because once this plan was completed, Feng Yuan would be the one who benefited the most. It would be a huge help to Feng Yuan. Among the four, Feng Yuan needed hairy men the most. He had the stone nests. He could make full use of hairy men. In Feng Yuan's cultivation plan, there were large numbers of mortal goo that he needed to refine. But for He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng, they did not need them. If this plan succeeded, He Lulan and the rest would need to invest time and effort in raising hairy man slaves. The biggest use would be to sell hairy man slaves. But their immortal apertures were not suited for raising hairy men. Immortal blessed land was better than them in this aspect. Feng Yuan could not only buy hairy man slaves. Raising hairy men was the biggest advantage. He could also use hairy men to refine goo and sell large numbers of mortal goo. Because of this, Fairy Li Shan rejected it. Feng Yuan's development was too fast. Even an experienced goo immortal like Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. Even though they were allies, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. After working with Feng Yuan so many times, how could He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan not know that Feng Yuan was a ruthless and crafty demon? He Lulan sighed internally. She frowned deeply. She did not answer Feng Yuan's words. She stood up and left. Feng Yuan sent her out with a smile. Looking at her departing figure, he shouted, "This matter is not urgent, Fairy Li Lan, you can think about it." He Lulan was flying in the air. She snorted inwardly when she heard this. "Think about what? I don't believe you can endure it. You are only using one stone nest to refine air sac goo. The guts goo trade volume will decrease by half. This way your monthly income, Feng Yuan, will also shrink. You are using money much more than me now. I don't believe you can endure it." No. After a few breaths of time, He Lulan's flying speed slowed down. The number of air sac goo has decreased, but Feng Yuan still has a large amount in stock. He can use this stock to keep the guts goo trade volume unchanged, or even increase it by several times. He Lulan flew slower and slower. The chill in her heart intensified. This Feng Yuan is truly scheming, so he was waiting for me here. His monthly income will not change, it might even increase. What about me? Those air sac goo in the warehouse were all refined by me, but according to the transaction rules, I cannot profit from them. But little Ant is already busy with her own matters. Feng Yuan is grasping this opportunity. He is taking advantage of me. Sight. Why would I drag little Ant down at such a crucial time? She has already helped me enough. He Lulan's heart turned cold. She returned to the stone nest and looked at the three majestic buildings below her. She suddenly realized. Compared to Feng Yuan, I am still lacking in many aspects, quite lacking. I have the great strength, true martial physique, Feng Yuan is only an immortal zombie. But unknowingly, I have been left behind by him by so much. I thought I was shrewd and scheming, but Feng Yuan is simply unfathomable. He is even more scheming. I thought I had outstanding battle strength, but Feng Yuan's myriad self-killer move can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have a source of income. Gu immortal cultivation is not about fighting and killing. Management is the foundation. In this aspect I am far behind Feng Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lulan stretched out her hand and slapped herself several times. It's time to wake up. He Lulan's face was burning in pain, but her gaze was like lightning, her expression was firm as steel. Since young, I was nurtured as the clan leader's successor. When I was a mortal Gu master, I did not lack cultivation resources, thus I did not know how to manage myself. I lacked awareness in this aspect. I still need to thank Feng Yuan for slapping me and waking me up. As expected, the best teacher is one's own strong enemy. I've decided, my first goal is to make myself truly strong. He Lulan was indeed a top-tier talent. She could recognize her own shortcomings, but also dared to admit them and make changes. After she woke up, she did not go and negotiate with Feng Yuan anymore. She calmed herself down and decided to find a profitable business that was suitable for her immortal aperture. This way, she felt that it did not matter if she only had one stone nest to refine airsac gu. Because this way she would have more time to learn and accumulate, to think of a suitable business for herself. Feng Yuan was so busy that he felt dizzy. He first took out Danghun Mountain from Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, placing it at the center of Hu immortal blessed land. Next, he started to dig a new home for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained and the corroded soil was removed, the remaining soil still had a light red color. Grabbing a handful of soil and squeezing it, traces of blood would be squeezed out. Feng Yuan decided to rearrange the layout. This was not a small project. First, he had to dig up the original lake and river pond. Next, he started to arrange gu worms in the soil, forming a gu formation. Using the foundation of the gu formation, he bought a large amount of fertile soil and buried it. The new soil was also divided into different types. In the lake where the dragonfish were raised, Feng Yuan used dragon scale soil. This soil was granular and hard. Looking from afar, it looked like layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was formed when dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived in soil that was contaminated with dragon chi. When the dragonfish lived in the lake made of dragon scale soil, they had a strong urge to reproduce. As for the lake where the air bubble fish were raised, Feng Yuan chose jade beard soil. This soil was extremely cold when held in the hand, and when jade beard soil was suppressed to the extreme, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jade beard soil would form chi veins that resembled human blood vessels, or the roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng. This was also the reason why jade beard soil was famous. Air bubble fish were close to this soil. It was very beneficial. It could greatly extend their lifespan and increase their vitality. Because of these two types of soil, the habitats of the dragonfish and air bubble fish were named Dragonscale Lake and Jadebeard Lake by Feng Yuan. These two lakes were at the east of Hu immortal blessed land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragonscale Lake was the largest. There were large numbers of dragonfish living in it. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. Above the Jadebeard Lake, there were large numbers of thick clouds. There were large numbers of star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a grassland in the sky. Groups of starlight fireflies ate the star fragment grass. They flew around the grassland, forming a sky full of starlight. Chapter 833. Feng Yuan had also placed the starlight firefly group into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture earlier. A portion of the star fragment grass group had also been moved away. It had completely merged and returned to its original size. The blood poison herb's poisonous blood only contaminated the ground. It did no harm to the star fragment grassland in the sky. Dragonscale Lake and Jadebeard Lake faced each other. Between the two lakes as well as around them, there were many small lakes that had been created. These small lakes and ponds did not use any special soil. Dragonscale soil and Jadebeard soil were gu refinement materials. Although they did not reach the standard of immortal materials with such a large amount, Feng Yuan had to pay a huge price to create these two lakes. In these small lakes there were some remnant water wolves and shark fin wolves. The desolate beast shark fin wolf that Feng Yuan had subdued was also roaming around here, hunting the fish in the small lakes when it was hungry. In the small lakes and ponds, there were a vast number of green jade crucian carps. These green jade crucian carps had tenacious vitality like grass. The poisonous blood could not poison them to death. Instead, a portion of them mutated and turned into blood jade crucian carps. In the market, these blood jade crucian carps were several times more expensive than green jade crucian carps. And at the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan did the same thing, digging soil, setting up a gu formation and using charcoal rocks to create a large lake. But this lake did not have a single drop of water. Instead, hot steam rose, charcoal rocks covered the bottom of the lake. When the wind blew, the ash-black charcoal rocks would shine with a bright red light. This lake was named Charcoal Lake by Feng Yuan. It was the second best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The best method was the Dongfang tribe's main camp, the Jade Pool Paradise. Feng Yuan had learned of this best method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. Could be said to be very clear. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan's wealth was not enough to support it, especially when the initial investment was simply too much. After careful consideration, Feng Yuan could only use the second best charcoal rocks to create the eerie fire dragon python's nest. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons in there and allowed them to develop. Far away, Feng Yuan dug up a small lake every once in a while, but he did not put any soil in it. He set up a simple gu formation before pouring the poisonous blood that he took out from his immortal aperture into it. This poisonous blood, under the isolation of the gu formation, only a small portion would seep out every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan dug out hundreds and thousands of small blood lakes. Why did Feng Yuan do this? This was the relationship between heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations and blessed lands. As he had said before, Gu Qing Shan's Gu, Feng Yuan and Gu Qing Gu. The deeper the heritage of the blessed land, the stronger the fortune, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. For example, in the earthly calamity of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the desolate beast swamp crab carried gruel mud immortal gu. It was immortal gu Immortal Blessed Land's most valuable treasure. In the end, Dang Hun Mountain turned into a pile of mud, and only survived after Feng Yuan's rescue. Gu Xing Gu Master Dao. You have an advantage in one respect. If you provoke the jealousy of the heavens, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would come to weaken you. Of course, there were too many types of calamities. This rule was not absolute. It could only be said that the possibility was very high. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. But after the swamp crab earthly calamity was over, in fact, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gained a large number of enslavement path Dao marks, as well as a few earth path Dao marks. With the increase of enslavement path Dao marks, the life forms in the Blessed Land would be easier to control and reproduce. Stone men, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups, etc. They were all here. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's greatest advantage. After all, the original owner, Hu Immortal, was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Every tribulation, the number of new Dao marks would be the most in the enslavement path. Other than enslavement path, there were also a few earth path Dao marks. These Dao marks could make Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil more fertile, make the ground deeper, and absorb more earth energy to support Dang Hun Mountain. These Dao marks could not be observed by ordinary means. Instead, he fused it with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, making this small world more comprehensive and more outstanding. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. Central Continent's world targeted Dang Hun Mountain and activated the swamp crab earthly calamity. But after passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gains. The increase in earth path Dao marks caused the relationship between Dang Hun Mountain and Hu Immortal Blessed Land to become even closer. And this time the earthly calamity was the flower sea of blood poison apple. Feng Yuan guessed that Central Continent's world might be targeting his blood path grandmaster attainment. After passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained a large number of new Dao marks again. Among them, the number of enslavement path Dao marks was still the highest, magnifying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's original advantage. At the same time, there were many new blood path Dao marks. The appearance of blood path Dao marks no doubt improved Hu immortal blessed land. Green jade crucian carps turning into blood jade crucian carps was only one aspect of it. After Feng Yuan expended a lot of effort to get rid of the top layer of Hu immortal blessed land soil, a large number of tender grass sprouts and small flower buds were already emerging from the exposed layer of soil. These wild grasses were called blood scythe grass. After they matured, they were curved like sickles. Their backs were thick and the outside was as sharp as a blade. And these wild flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like the blades of axes. They were white in color, but they emitted a faint red light. Be it blood scythe grass or red axe flowers, they were both excellent Gu refinement materials. Although they were not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal Gu. The blood scythe grass and red axe flowers that were all over Hu immortal blessed land, once they matured, they would have an astonishing amount of wealth. And this wealth was actually brought to Hu immortal blessed land by this earthly calamity. Actually, in Hu immortal blessed land, there were many flowers and grasses growing there, like the blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, the 6 divine grass with 6 slender leaves and a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. But these flowers and grasses could only be used to refine rank 1 or 2 mortal Gu. Their value was far lower than blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood seeped into the soil, turning a portion of the roots and seeds of these flowers and grasses into blood scythe grass seeds and red axe flowers. Most importantly, the increase in blood path Dao marks transformed Hu immortal blessed land's environment, giving blood scythe grass and red axe flowers a foundation to grow. Rank 6 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7 Gu immortals. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven, filled with danger but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dao marks would transform this world, giving birth to even more valuable things. These things would provide Gu immortals with cultivation resources. Initially, Hu immortal blessed land could only plant large amounts of ordinary flowers and grasses. At that time the soil was shallow, there was no water or wind. Even if they planted blue degree grass or horseshoe grass, they would not survive. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and went extinct. Hu immortals suffered heavy losses, but they gained new wood path and earth path Dao marks. And because of the fire there were fire path Dao marks. After the flood, there were water path Dao marks. With these Dao marks Hu immortal blessed land's environment was improved. Hu immortal was able to transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass and milk tea flowers. Although these fortuitous encounters allowed the blessed land to be greatly improved, there would be losses in every earthly calamity. It depended on the Gu immortal's ability to manage it. Hu immortal's strength continued to fall. During the 5th earthly calamity, she finally died from the blue charm lightning shadow. After Feng Yuan inherited the blessed land, he barely survived the 6th desolate beast calamity, swamp crab. Together with this one, Hu immortal blessed land had already survived the 7th earthly calamity. After this earthly calamity, Hu immortal blessed land gained blood path Dao marks. It became the environment for flowers and grasses like blood scythe grass and red axe flowers to grow. Old farmers knew what kind of land and what kind of crops would have the best harvest. When Feng Yuan managed the blessed land, he had to adapt to the local conditions and play to his strengths. He did not allow Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before, and instead dug the poisonous blood lakes himself. It was because of this reason. In fact, not just these flowers and grasses, with these blood path Dao marks, I can raise blood trace foxes. The blood pattern fox's reproduction rate would be much higher than any other fox pack from before. The annual production will be much higher. If I buy some experience in raising blood trace foxes, if I am lucky, I can even enter the market and sell them for some money. But blood trace foxes were in the middle of the food chain. Feng Yuan still needed to bring in some blood trace rabbits as the main food of the fox group. What did the blood trace rabbits eat? They naturally had to eat blood scythe grass. Thus Feng Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. He wanted to use these poisonous blood as nutrients. Under the control of the Gu formation, it would permeate the soil and grow blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. Of course, to ensure the vitality of the blood trace foxes, Feng Yuan also wanted to bring in some poison-beard wolves. The previous Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not suitable for these poison-beard wolves. But now, with the poisonous blood, a small portion of the poison-beard wolves could survive. There was no need for too many poison-beard wolves. Only a small portion was needed to create a catfish effect on the blood trace foxes. Feng Yuan was extremely busy. His feet were about to hit the back of his head. Time always passed quickly when one was busy. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's modification of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had finally come to an end. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reborn. In the east, Dragonscale Lake and Jadebeard Lake complemented each other. There were many small lakes and ponds in the surroundings. In the sky there was a star fragment grassland. In the lakes there were dragonfish, bubblefish, black carp and blood jade carp. Beside the lakes there were shark fin wolf groups, water wolf groups and some earthskin pigs. In the west, the number of lakes increased, surpassing the number in the east. In the center of the west there was a charcoal rock lake. At every set distance there would be a blood poison lake. Hundreds and thousands of blood lakes were evenly distributed in the west of the Blessed Land. If one looked at it from a bird's eye view, it would be a spectacular sight. Not long from now, this place would form blood scythe grassland and red axe flower sea. Currently, there were only a few blood trace rabbits, a few poison-beard wolves, and a few blood trace foxes. But the blood trace foxes would continue to be brought in from the outside. Their numbers would increase. Chapter 834. At the southern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a small portion of the rockmen were still hibernating underground. Because a large number of blood poison fruits died in the rockmen's tunnels, the underground homes of these rockmen would produce a bloodstone mine in a few decades. The underground cave that hid Wisdom Gu was restored using landscape as before. The Ji forest was dispirited, but it did not need treatment, it would detoxify on its own. There was even a chance that it would form a blood Ji forest. At the northern part of the Blessed Land, the area was small. It was used as a breeding base for regretful spiders. At the center of the Blessed Land was Danghun Mountain. Danghun Palace imprisoned Dongfang Naganori's soul, as well as dozens of eastern captives. The warehouse stored a large number of immortal materials. Over 5,000 kilograms of oil water, the huge dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, and a large number of air sac gu. Near Danghun Mountain, there were 3 Feng Yuan stone nests. Many hairy man slaves lived inside, refining gu continuously. As for the small batch of mirror willow trees, they were destroyed and had lost all life. The beggar moths that ate mirror willow leaves had no value. They were sold by Feng Yuan. This way, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and dragonfish, these 3 resources, were truly constructed. Unlike before where they were stored, if this continued, these 3 resources could be bred and sold for profit. It was already on the right track. But currently, these 3 resources were stockpiling, they could not rush into the market. Danghun Palace's warehouse still had a large number of air sac gu. But Feng Yuan could not sell them to the market and earn a huge sum of money. Crane Gate was still keeping an eye on Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was better not to attract too much attention. He had to sell them slowly to lower the risk and make a long-term investment. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's construction was completed. Tai Bai Yunxing bid farewell to Feng Yuan on the second day. During this period he had put in a lot of effort. Without his help, Feng Yuan would need at least half a month to complete such a huge amount of work. In fact, not only did he put in a lot of effort, he even lent an immortal Yuan stone to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not have a lot of immortal Yuan stone to begin with. In the early stages of construction there was a huge funding gap. Tai Bai Yunxing took the initiative to give Feng Yuan a sum of immortal Yuan stone to make up for this gap. Speaking of which, among the 4 who had signed the Snow Mountain Oath of Allegiance, Tai Bai Yunxing was the wealthiest. He was developing well in Eastern Sea. A large amount of resources were moved into his immortal aperture, causing his immortal aperture's foundation to be lacking. The earth chi was thin and showed signs of instability. This time Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land not only to help Feng Yuan, but also to return to northern plains and set up a blessed land to absorb earth chi, while facing the earthly calamity. However, it was still too early for the earthly calamity to descend, and it would take some time to absorb the earthly qi. When the earthly calamity arrived, Feng Yuan would definitely help Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng left Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but He Lulan stayed behind to guard it. Feng Yuan soon left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and went to Central Continent. There was no other reason. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was about to begin. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Crane Gate. Clouds and mist shrouded this giant mountain. Cranes were flying among the pine trees in the forest. In an underground secret room of Crane Gate, it was dark and damp. The stone walls were covered in moss. Other than a stone bed, there was no other furniture in the room. On the stone bed, a young Gu master was lying on the bed. His face was pale as paper. There were no injuries on his body, but he was unconscious. It was Gyua Fengzheng. A Gu worm was lying on Fengzheng's chest, motionless. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the stone room. A Gu immortal appeared. His sleeves were fluttering, his face was like jade. He had a youthful appearance, but the most eye-catching thing was his eyebrows. His eyebrows were jade green and long. The ends of his eyebrows extended to his waist. Under his eyebrows, his gaze was eerie. Lord He Fengyang. The Gu worm lying on Fengzheng's chest immediately flapped its wings, excitedly calling out the identity of the intruder. This Gu worm was the spirit incubating flea that contained Master Tenchuru's soul. Lord, please heal Fengzheng's soul and let my disciple wake up. Master Tenchuru said. Sky Crane, you still have this answer. He Fengyang sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was more willing to let Master Tenchuru reincarnate. Why? Because Master Tenchuru was originally He Fengyang's subordinate. He had done many things for He Fengyang. He knew his background and was a talent. In contrast, Gyua Fengzheng was too young. He had the experience of being forced to sacrifice himself. If he held a grudge against Crane Gate, that would be even worse. Sky Crane, do you know the possession method that our Crane Gate obtained this time can be said to be perfect? It is extremely outstanding. If you had used possession before, your soul might not be used to it, there might be repercussions. But now, with possession, it is as if you were born like this, your soul and body fusing together, getting along harmoniously. There won't be any side effects at all. This is your luck, you can be reborn and regain the glory you once had. Heaven has already given you this opportunity, why don't you grab it? He Fengyang urged. Lord. The spirit incubating flea rustled. Its voice deep. Please forgive my stubbornness. If I had really possessed him, I might not even be able to face myself. Fengzheng, he is my disciple just like me in the past. Just like my past self, this is his future. If I had possessed him, I would not be able to face my own heart. Please help me, Lord, on account of my many years of service to you. You. He Fengyang's face showed a trace of anger. He had not been living well recently. To save 9 Palace Crane Little 9, He Fengyang had begged people everywhere, spending a large amount of money, but the results were minimal. Now, even his former subordinates were stubbornly going their own way, not listening to his advice, not letting him have his way. This possession method was powerful, but it had a precondition. It could not be used rashly. It was best to let the soul and the person being possessed interact for a long time before the possession. When Master Tenchuru had planned to possess Fengzheng, he had placed the spirit incubating flea in Fengzheng's aperture. So much time had passed, the conditions for possession were ripe, but Master Tenchuru had changed his mind. This meant that if Master Tenchuru still wanted to possess someone else, it would not be possible for the time being. He still needed some time to interact with the body. As for Dongfang Naganori's possession of Dongfang Yuliang, he had secretly placed a portion of his soul in Dongfang Yuliang's body. The method was ingenious. Dongfang Yuliang did not sense anything amiss. He Fengyang had been living unhappily these few days. He was frustrated. He wanted to scold Master Tenchuru, but he could not say the words in his heart, because He Fengyang could not help but think of himself from Master Tenchuru. Wasn't he the same as Master Tenchuru in the past? In order to save Little 9, he was stubborn and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Back then when he was in desperate straits, it was Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, who had lent a helping hand. That was how He Fengyang was now. Thinking of this, He Fengyang let out a long sigh. Never mind, never mind. Since you insist, He Fengyang will fulfill your wish. This is my compensation for what you have done for me in the past. If you want to possess someone else in the future and ask me for help again, it will not be for free. After saying this, He Fengyang waved his big sleeves, lightly brushing Gu Fengjing's face. After this action, He Fengyang suddenly disappeared on the spot. After a few breaths, Gu Fengjing's soul became as solid as before, and he woke up from his coma. You're awake, disciple. The spirit incubating flea fluttered in front of him excitedly. Gu Fengjing was confused. Master, where are we? Of course we're at Crane Gate, stupid disciple. Master Tenchuru laughed. Why am I here? Gu Fengjing's eyes were still absent-minded. He mumbled to himself, but suddenly, he shuddered. Fear appeared on his face. He thought of that blood pool, the terrifying memory of the blood vines growing on his body when he attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Gu Fengjing screamed in fear, retreating subconsciously. But the back of his head hit the hard stone wall. He fell backwards and fainted on the spot. Master Tenchuru. 3 days later, Crane Gate officially announced the news of Gu Fengjing's awakening. Gu Fengjing, who appeared in front of the disciples again, had rank 5 cultivation level. During the morning class, Crane Gate's leader appointed Gu Fengjing as an elder of Crane Gate. At once the sect was shaken. Former Fengjing's rivals like Sun Yuanhua were dumbstruck, the disciples and elite disciples were in an uproar, and the elders were discussing among themselves. Crane Gate's Gu Immortals had forcefully raised Fengjing's cultivation level to rank 5 in order to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The identity of a disciple was no longer suitable for Fengjing. New position, new identity. Gu Fengjing had just gotten used to it. He was at a loss of what to do. When he walked on the road, every disciple he met would greet him. There were many elite disciples who were older than him. Sometimes when they saw former rivals like Sun Yuanhua, they would be very respectful. Many beautiful female disciples would often surround Fengjing. Some would look at Fengjing with watery eyes. Some would sweetly call Fengjing elder. Compared to other sect elders, Feng Yuan was excessively young. He could be said to be unique. His legendary experiences attracted the attention of many female disciples. Some even had unrequited love for him. Even Fengjing himself would sometimes forget his identity when he saw other elders, and would greet them with the etiquette of a disciple. Every time the situation would be somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Fengjing had Master Tenchuru to help him. Crane Gate's leader would also summon Fengjing from time to time, asking him if he had any difficulties in life, asking about his well-being, making Gu Fengjing feel overwhelmed by the favor. What made Gu Fengjing even happier was that the sect treated elders very well. It was dozens of times better than the disciples. Master Tenchuru saw this and vaguely understood their intentions. Earlier, the sect's higher-ups had purposely sacrificed Fengjing, using his life to increase the possibility of attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now they were trying to win him over, to restore Fengjing's loyalty to the sect. Fengjing was not Feng Yuan. He was too young and inexperienced. He did not sense this intention. In fact, he had never had any complaints towards Crane Gate. This way, after becoming an elder, he had a greater sense of belonging towards Crane Gate. Chapter 835. On this day, Fengjing finished listening to another elder's public lecture and was on his way back, but was stopped by a disciple called Shihong. Elder Fengjing. Shihong greeted first. Fengjing returned the greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Because this elite disciple, Shihong, was older than Fengjing, and was a senior brother several generations above Fengjing. I would like to ask Elder Fengjing, among the 4 entrance questions of the Refinement Path Convention, one of them is to refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo. And to refine this goo, the third last step is to use upstream grass and Zen Lion Mane, as well as a goo refinement method. But I keep failing at this step. I don't know what the correct goo refinement method is. Fengjing was stunned, his tone hesitant. He cultivated enslavement path and controlled flying cranes. His battle strength could be said to be outstanding among mortal goo masters. But he had no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchuru secretly transmitted the answer to him. Fengjing answered. This goo refinement method is called one after another hand. Its goal is to twist every upstream grass and every Zen lion mane together. To refine earth treasury flower goo, you need to weave 100 grass hairs within 30 breaths of time. Once this time is exceeded, the goo refinement flame will burn these grass and hairs. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, the goo refinement will easily fail. Fangzheng repeated Master Tenchuru's words, becoming more and more composed as he spoke. After saying this, he continued to talk about how to practice the goo refinement method, one after another hands. Shi Hong's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat startled as he quickly thanked. Many thanks to Elder Fangzheng for your guidance. I have benefited greatly. Is there anything else you don't understand? Fangzheng smiled. He had gotten a kick out of being a teacher. No more. That's all. Disciple will take his leave. Shi Hong bowed and said goodbye. After the two separated, Fangzheng walked for a while, but he suddenly slowed down. He frowned. This Shi Hong doesn't seem like he's here to learn from me. It seems like he's here to make things difficult for me. You can see it now. Not bad, not bad. Master Tenchuru grinned. Shifu, Fangzheng cried out inwardly. So you already knew. Nonsense, your background is very easy to find out, your age is there, everyone knows that you have never cultivated refinement path. Yet, Shi Hong purposely came to ask such an obscure question. If you're not deliberately making things difficult for me, then what is it? Master Tenchuru paused and asked Fangzheng, do you know why he made things difficult for you? Why? Fangzheng was baffled. Master Tenchuru laughed heartily and explained, it's because Shi Hong likes the female disciple Yu. Yu was Elder Yen Tang's daughter. Elder Yen Tang was alone. He was ostracized in Crane Gate. He did not have a good time. He intends to betroth his daughter to you, to form a faction and form an alliance with the youngest elder in Immortal Crane sex history. Otherwise, why would he keep inviting you for drinks? He even purposely arranged it. Let his daughter sit with you? Ah! Fangzheng exclaimed as he came to a realization. Yu's beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind as she sat beside him. Sitting beside him, she passionately took food for him. She even repeatedly toasted Fangzheng. After a few sips of wine, her face was flushed. She was beautiful. You remember now, do you remember now? Ha ha. Silly boy. Master Tenchuru was very happy to see Fangzheng stunned on the spot. He had the spirit of gossiping. Regardless of gender, age or life or death. Fangzheng sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said in annoyance, scheming and benefits, I really don't like it. From now on, if Elder Yen Tang invites me again, I will reject him. I am an elder anyway, I have the same rank as him, it is not a big deal to reject him. Silly boy, which organization in this world is not maintained by benefits? There is true love, but it is because it is rare that it is precious. Master Tenchuru sighed. Don't avoid this, I advise you not to reject Elder Yen Tang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, don't ruin your relationship with Elder Yen Tang. Because right now, you are even more isolated than Elder Yen Tang. Let's not talk about this, Master, I just mentioned the Refinement Path Convention. Recently, be it disciples or elders, they are all discussing it. What is this Refinement Path Convention? Fangzheng purposely changed the topic. You better ask me this question, don't ask anyone else. Otherwise, they will look at you like you are an idiot. I will tell you in detail. This Refinement Path Convention is not ordinary. It is a grand event that happens once every 100 years in Central Continent. That is to say, without any lifespan extension methods, most Gu masters can only participate once in their lives. Master Tenchuru answered. Fangzheng spoke. Refinement Path Convention, is it a grand event for Refinement Path Gu masters? That is not the case. Gu master cultivation has three aspects: nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. The Refinement Path Convention is not a grand event that only Refinement Path Gu masters can participate in. As long as you have skills in Gu refinement or have experience, you can participate in this grand event. Master Tenchuru continued. The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is definitely the #1 Refinement Path grand event in the world. Every Refinement Path Convention, hundreds of thousands of Gu masters will participate. They come from sects of all sizes in Central Continent. Even Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Gu masters will appear. Southern Border. Fang Zheng's thoughts were evoked. He could not help but think of Qingmao Mountain. He then asked, "Then what are the 4 major entrance exams that Shihong mentioned just now?" Master Tenchiru said everything he knew. The so-called 4 entrance tests are equivalent to the qualifications to enter. Any Gu master, no matter who, will refine Gu in their cultivation. The Refinement Path Convention has great rewards. It attracts countless Gu masters to participate. If there were no checkpoints, then there would be too many people trying their luck just to make up the numbers. Thus, there are 4 entrance tests to choose the truly outstanding Gu masters with Refinement Path attainment. That is to say, to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, one has to complete these 4 entrance tests. Fang Zheng realized. Master Tenchiru laughed. Actually, these 4 questions test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu masters with some experience can usually pass them. Fang Zheng was shocked. "Master, I can't pass them." "No problem, under my guidance you can also succeed. You can also succeed if you crazily train during this period," Lord Sky Crane said. "Is that so? Then wouldn't I be able to broaden my horizons?" Fang Zheng was overjoyed. Central Continent. 5 Virtues Mountain. There was a huge crowd that flowed like a river. It surrounded 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent. It was the territory of a mid-sized sect, 5 Virtues sect. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, the 5 Virtues sect could be considered a major power. Especially because of its deep background, the current sect leader of 5 Virtues sect was an elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. Heavenly Lotus sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was a super force. Thus, although 5 Virtues sect had not been established for long, its development was smooth. The surrounding veteran forces did not dare to suppress it. Fang Yuan was disguised as a mortal Gu master. Right now, he was mixed in the crowd, slowly walking towards 5 Virtues Mountain from the foot of the mountain. He wore a black robe. He was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. He wore a mask on his face and a rain hat on his head. The brim of the hat was very low, casting a shadow under the sunlight, even covering Fang Yuan's shoulders. But this attire was not eye-catching in the crowd. Many people were covering him, even more than him. As the crowd slowly moved forward, Fang Yuan saw the entrance of 5 Virtues sect. This tall archway had 16 huge pillars and was more than 300 feet wide. It was even taller than a 5-story building. The words 5 Virtues sect were written on the door plaque, shining with golden light. Below the archway, there were 6 stone lions. It was extraordinarily mighty and imposing. After passing the entrance, there was a large path, with stairs paved with top-quality green jade stones. It was like a green river, leisurely climbing up 5 Virtues Mountain. Beside the large path, there were shady trees, verdant and verdant. Mountain winds blew from time to time, bringing a trace of coolness. The crowd rubbed shoulders with each other, people squeezed against each other. There were all kinds of people. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around. On his left, there was a group of long-haired female Gu masters, wearing the same flowery dress. They should be from the same sect. On his right, there was a white-clothed young master, fanning himself with a folding fan and riding a leopard, his eyes constantly glancing at the group of female Gu masters. On his left, there was a master and disciple, wearing shabby clothes, talking to each other. "Master, there are so many people." The disciple sighed. The master chuckled. "There are too many people, don't get separated. Good disciple, your refinement path talent is very high. This is your chance to soar in the world. It is not difficult for you to pass the 4 entry questions, but you must get a good ranking. Only then will others look at you in a different light and fight to recruit you." The disciple smiled proudly. "Master, don't worry. This time I will definitely get first place. The reward for getting first place will be a Gu worm to treat your illness." The master was about to speak, but suddenly a huge force came from behind. The master was pushed to the ground, and the disciple cried out in shock, hurrying to support him. "Move aside! Move aside!" A group of tall and strong men walked over with an arrogant aura. Behind them, an old Gu master with a sinister gaze was leisurely sitting on a recliner, being carried by 4 people. Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Lord Han, has arrived. Hurry and make way. The man leading the way shouted. Let's go, Flying Frost sex people are here. We can't afford to offend them. Flying Frost Sect's first elder is coming with great momentum. They are trying to regain their face from Five Virtues Sect. That's right, last time Five Virtues Sect and Flying Frost Sect fought for the Spring Eye. In the end, Five Virtues Sect barely won, while Flying Frost Sect suffered heavy losses. Everyone discussed, not wanting to offend Flying Frost Sect. They all moved aside. Damn it, they are going too far. The disciple helped his master up, gritting his teeth and wanting to argue. Don't go. The master was an experienced person, quickly stopping his disciple. What kind of force is Flying Frost Sect? In front of Feng Yuan, a male Gu master asked his companion. After getting the answer, the Gu master sneered in disdain. Humph, the whole sect only has 3 rank 5 Gu masters. They are only us. The companion beside him quickly persuaded. This is Central Continent, not Eastern Sea. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. It is better to avoid trouble. Forget it, forget it. The male Gu master thought about it, finally snorting coldly, not waiting for Flying Frost Sect's people to arrive. He squeezed into the crowd on the right. What's wrong with you, are you blind? Move aside, move aside. The strong man arrived behind Feng Yuan and shouted angrily, trying to drive him away. Feng Yuan did not turn around, turning a deaf ear to him. The strong man showed anger on his face, but his expression immediately changed. Rank 5 cultivation? Feng Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 Gu master. He intentionally leaked a trace of his aura. The strong men were bewildered, quickly retracting their hands. On the bamboo chair, Flying Frost Sect's first elder, and Han sat up straight, staring at Feng Yuan's back. Rank 5 aura, it's real. Such a disguise, he is either a lone cultivator or a demonic Gu master. And Han squinted, waving his hand as he ordered, still not moving to the front. The men hurriedly accepted the order and turned around, avoiding Feng Yuan and moving forward. In the mortal world, rank 5 was definitely a peak existence, the leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Crane Gate only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The young disciple and master merged into the crowd again. The young disciple looked at the back of Flying Frost Sect's people, feeling indignant. Next, he turned his curious, probing, and slightly worshipping gaze towards Feng Yuan. The white-clothed young master on the right kept his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female Gu masters in front purposely stopped, and many other Gu masters took the initiative to approach Feng Yuan, expressing their goodwill. Rank 5 Gu master, such a person if they could befriend him on the side of the road. The Five Virtues Sect disciple in charge of maintaining order also sent a message. Quickly report, we discovered a rank 5 Gu master. Facing these people, Feng Yuan only said one word, scram. His tone was calm, cold, and filled with ruthlessness. Everyone's expression changed. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to pester him? The young disciple also hurriedly retracted his gaze. Feng Yuan retracted his aura again. The surroundings were empty. There was no one within 3 steps. Floating astronomy. Chapter 836. They followed the main road up the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. A wide platform had been opened up here, and 3 large words were carved on the mountain wall. Disciple Selection Platform. Presumably, it was the place where the aptitude of the new disciples would be tested every year, and then the elders would choose the new disciples. But now the place had been roughly remodeled. There was a simple Gu formation on the floor, separating the areas. Each piece was labeled with a number. Every once in a while, the people in front would move a little. On both sides of the road, there were disciples of the Five Virtues Sect handing out number plates. Feng Yuan received a number plate with the number 63 on it. He walked up to the disciple selection platform, found the 63rd position, and sat cross-legged on the floor tiles. A moment later, the people in the square sat down. A Five Virtues Sect elder announced loudly, "This year's Refinement Path Convention has 4 entry questions. Begin." At the next moment, the hundreds of Gu masters on the disciple selection stage made their moves, displaying their abilities. Some of them had a ball of flame in their palms. This was the fire refinement technique. Some of them spat out clouds of smoke from their mouths. This was the smoke refinement technique. Some released several ice snakes. The ice snakes raised their heads and spat out cold air. This was ice refinement. On the other hand, a few tens of specks of starlight fluttered about in Fang Yuan's hand, and they were like a group of azure fireflies that coiled and flew about. According to the order, Fang Yuan put in the goo refinement materials. After a quarter of an hour, he finished all the questions and stood up. So fast. The 5 Virtues sect elder in charge of the scene had already known of Fang Yuan's rank 5 Gu master identity, and had been paying attention to him. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, the elder still had a look of surprise on his face. The speed at which Fang Yuan completed the task was simply too fast. He didn't make a single mistake. His technique was extremely proficient. What? Someone's already done it. Fang Yuan's action was shocking. This attracted the attention of many Gu masters refining Gu. It's that mysterious rank 5 Gu master. The old master stood outside and saw Fang Yuan. His pupils constricted slightly, and then he cast a worried gaze towards his disciple, praying in his heart, "My good disciple, you can't be distracted because of this and be disturbed." Thankfully, his young disciple was focused on refining Gu, and did not notice Fang Yuan's movements. Fang Yuan walked up the platform. On the high platform, the 5 Virtues sect elder immediately left his seat and personally inspected the 4 Gu worms in Fang Yuan's hands. There aren't any negative effects. It's like a well-fed Gu worm. Its condition is extremely stable. The elder of the 5 Virtues sect was inwardly alarmed. After he finished inspecting, he cupped his hands towards Fang Yuan and warmly said, "Darren, please go up the mountain this way." Fang Yuan nodded. He slowly walked away from the disciple selection platform. Impossible, right? Someone actually passed in less than a third of the time. Such powerful refinement path attainments. Outside the stage, the crowd discussed noisily. Even the Gu masters refining Gu inside the stage were stunned. There were also a few who were too shocked that their minds were shaken. This caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan did not need to conceal his identity in this refinement path convention. He was also a Gu immortal. There was no need to hide. He started up the path up the mountain, and presently, after a while, a 5 Virtues sect elder came up to greet him. "Sir, please wait for a moment." The elder had just spoken when Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know why you are here. I have no such intentions. A mere 5 Virtues sect cannot accommodate me." The elder was stunned, anger flashed on his face. He had come here with the sect leader's orders, to recruit Fang Yuan and invite him to become an external elder of the sect. In fact, 5 Virtues sect was one of the registration points for the Refinement Path Convention. It was to recruit talents. Originally, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was rank 5. Everyone in 5 Virtues sect was paying close attention to him. The Refinement Path attainment he displayed earlier even shocked the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect. How could he let go of such a talent? Thus, he ordered the elder to come forward and discuss. In the end, before this elder could state his intentions, he was rejected by Fang Yuan. This elder was very embarrassed after being rejected by Fang Yuan. "What else do you want?" Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple from anger. He snorted coldly. "Sir, you are actually looking down on my 5 Virtues sect. Aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel with me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger froze. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir, you think highly of yourself. I am sure you will be able to obtain first place in the Refinement Path Convention. My 5 Virtues sect will wait and see." Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to move forward. Turning around a cliff, he saw Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the forest. It was emerald green and complemented the surrounding vegetation. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were countless tables and chairs in the hall. There were even elite disciples of 5 Virtues sect waiting for him. Seeing Fang Yuan appear, one of the disciples quickly went to greet him. "Senior, may I know your name, which sect, and which Gu master path you cultivate?" Fang Yuan said solemnly, "My name is Fang Yuan, my sect is a secret, my main path is a secret." "Oh, alright, senior, please pay 100 yuan stone as the registration fee. This fee will be used for." Before this disciple finished speaking, Fang Yuan threw the prepared yuan stone over. The disciple caught it in a fluster, saying politely, "Please take a seat." After a while, Fang Yuan obtained a token. Fang Yuan's name was written on the token. Behind the token was a row of small words. Sect is a secret. Path is a secret. Register at 5 Virtues Sect. At the end, there was still the registration time. Senior, please keep this token well. If you lose it, please replace it as soon as possible, otherwise, you will not be able to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue up the mountain. There will be the first Gu Refinement competition in Fire Virtue Hall. Only by passing this competition will you be qualified to participate in the second round. This disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left Wood Virtue Hall. At this point, the registration was over. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects on the surface, but it was secretly supported by the Celestial Court. The Refinement Path Convention was of an unprecedented scale. There were hundreds of registration points all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects like 5 Virtues Sect. They were quite strong. They were close to the 10 great ancient sects, or were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan wanted to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. He had to refine Gu at any of these registration points. Only by passing the 4 introductory questions would he be qualified to register and obtain the token. Because there were many demonic path Gu masters participating in the Refinement Path Convention, there were even Gu masters from the other 4 regions. The registration was very casual. Their names could be casually mentioned, their paths and sects could not be mentioned. The main point was the token itself. There was also a group of special Gu masters. These people's sects or individuals had obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention, thus they could directly participate in the Refinement Path Convention. For example, Hong Yi. This was the situation. His Universal Life Academy had obtained a low ranking in the Refinement Path Convention 100 years ago. This time, Universal Life Academy had 3 spots. They could participate in the Refinement Path Convention without taking the test. What was worth mentioning was that only Central Continent Gu Masters and Central Continent sects had this privilege. After all, this Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, thus it was biased towards Central Continent itself. Of course, Crane Gate had a large number of free spots. But Fang Yuan was only a subordinate of Crane Gate. It was not easy to ask for this spot. Fangjing was in a different situation. A portion of the sect's spots were given to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion was given to the elders. Fangjing became an elder of Crane Gate. He could not compete with the disciples for the spots, and his own refinement path attainment was very low. He could not compete with the elders. To participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Crane Gate naturally had to give out spots to those Gu masters with deep refinement attainment who could uphold the reputation of Crane Gate. Thus, be it Fang Yuan or Fangjing, they had to register themselves. Fang Yuan held the token. He walked up the mountain and entered Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the Refinement Path Convention's competition. If their results were too bad, they would not be qualified to participate in the second round. Fang Yuan walked in and learned about the Gu refinement content of the first round. You have to refine the rank 1 water-like Gu within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. You have to refine at least 100 rank 1 water-like Gu to pass and enter the second round of the test. 150 will be rewarded with 5 kilograms of phantom flower petals. 180 will be rewarded with 6 basins of rootless water. 200 will be rewarded with 10 pieces of lightning strike wood. 240 will be third, 260 will be second, while 276 will be first. You will get a rank 4 healing Gu, green shine Gu that is specialized in detoxification. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The difficulty of this first round of Gu refinement was much higher than the previous 4 entry questions. But it should not be difficult for most Gu masters, because as long as they refined 100 water-like Gu, they would pass the round and obtain the qualifications to continue. But these rewards were very tempting to these Gu masters. The first was the rank 4 green shine Gu. Rank 4 Gu, it was a Gu that only the elders and clan elders of large forces, or even the leaders of small forces would have. To Fang Yuan, green shine Gu could be bought in the Jewel Yellow Skies group chat. Fang Yuan's level was too high. These rewards were not attractive to him at all. What made him interested was the challenge brought to him by the questions. The basic materials for goo refinement have already been determined. They can be used for free. The goo recipe for water-light goo is also given. You can look at it casually. But even if I use my full strength and use the water refinement method, I can only refine 250 at most. This result can only rank third. But in 5 Virtues sect, third place has already been taken away. This kind of question was about first come first serve. Once the first 3 places were taken away, no matter how good the later participants were, it would be useless. That is to say, for Fang Yuan to get on the board, he had to get second or first place. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. First, I can add other precious materials to increase the production of goo worms. Water-light goo is only a rank 1 goo. If I use rank 2 or rank 3 goo refinement materials, I can definitely increase the production. But I will have to pay for this myself. Secondly, I can modify the goo recipe. I have a wisdom path inheritance. If I modify this rank 1 goo recipe slightly, I can do it myself without wisdom goo. But wouldn't this not be a challenge? The fun would also be gone. Maybe I can challenge the water and fire refinement method. Water-light goo is a water path goo. It is usually refined with water or ice. But if I do the opposite and use fire refinement, there might be a miraculous effect. Chapter 837. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a wonderful method. The goo recipe had already been given, but goo masters could use many methods to refine goo. For example, fusing 2 materials and using fire to melt them was one method. Using water to melt them and mix them together was another method. Both methods were different, but they could achieve the same result. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan's name was at first place. He had obtained green shine goo. Fang Yuan had not practiced this water and fire refinement method much, but water-light goo was too easy to refine. Even if Fang Yuan was not familiar with it, he managed to refine 177 goo. It was one more than the standard for first place. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance made the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect personally come over to greet him because of that elder's bad attitude. Next, this sect leader faintly showed the intention of recruiting him, but his tone was extremely tactful. Fang Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not angry. His attitude became even more polite, personally sending Fang Yuan out. Passers-by who saw this scene cast surprised gazes. Being able to get first place proved that his refinement path attainment was extraordinary. No matter what cultivation level, he would be passionately recruited by all the large forces. Just by relying on refinement path, Fang Yuan had a foundation in the mortal world. He would be able to eat and drink well almost everywhere he went. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. Thus, 5 Virtues sect leader did not dare to offend Fang Yuan. His attitude was extremely polite. Evidently, this sect leader not only had a deep background, he also had sharp and accurate judgment, and was able to adapt to circumstances. It was no wonder he could single-handedly create a foundation like 5 Virtues sect. But he would never have thought that Fang Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the vast number of mortals, there were still too few immortals. 5 Virtues sect leader was worrying too much. According to Fang Yuan's personality, no matter how unpleasant that elder's words were, Fang Yuan would remain indifferent. As long as he did not obstruct his path of seeking eternal life. Whether it was insults or praises, they were just words. Fang Yuan would not take it to heart. There was still some time before the second match. After Fang Yuan left 5 Virtues sect, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 1 day in Middle Continent was equivalent to 3 days and 2 nights in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you asked for before is here. I've already prepared it for you. As soon as Fang Yuan returned, the land spirit, Little Fox Fairy, appeared and brought him a piece of good news. Her face was filled with a come and praise me expression. Very good. Fang Yuan rubbed Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal was very happy. She smiled until her eyes narrowed. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit to prepare some mortal goo worms. Some were bought from jewel yellow skies. Some were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Holding these mortal goo, Fang Yuan released a small amount of nebula. Nebula flew out of his mind and entered his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Feng Yuan? What will is this? Seeing the arrival of Feng Yuan's nebula, Mo Yao's fake will immediately felt something amiss. Feng Yuan's nebula smiled. Without saying anything, it pounced forward. Mo Yao's fake will could not dodge in time. The two wills collided and tangled together. Mo Yao's fake will screamed in shock. It wanted to escape, but it kept retreating. Where are you going? Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move, locking Mo Yao's fake will in place. Feng Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yao's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Feng Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Feng Yuan's nebula. It was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's fake will had the upper hand. Its experience far surpassed Feng Yuan's. But Feng Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-pointed star drill, directly shattering Mo Yao's fake will. Feng Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak anymore. It quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Feng Yuan's third killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared. It helplessly moved along with Feng Yuan's nebula. Along with the starlight whirlpool, the two wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Feng Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Feng Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yao's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yao screamed, "Feng Yuan, you are too stupid, too arrogant. And most we will go our separate ways." Saying so, Mo Yao's fake will rapidly decreased. It actually attempted suicide. It was trying to destroy itself. Feng Yuan chuckled. He had already calculated this move. With a thought, a starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yao's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide. The fake will continue to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continue to be produced. Even Feng Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will. It actually replenished the past. Mo Yao's fake will could not grow. It maintained a certain size. It could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch. I could not do anything. But now, if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Feng Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yao's fake will was like dead ashes. Feng Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she no longer had any value. She was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Feng Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately. Feng Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live. As long as there was a trace of hope, even Mo Yao's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. A moment later, inside the immortal aperture, the battle ended. Feng Yuan's nebula returned triumphantly. It was a fruitful journey. The will of Mo Yao that was left behind had collapsed. She could not even form a normal human form. Feng Yuan made arrangements to nurture Mo Yao's fake will again, preparing for the next search. At the same time, the vigilant Feng Yuan left behind many mortal goo worms to restrain Mo Yao's will, to prevent her from committing suicide again. Feng Yuan's nebula that was entangled with Mo Yao completely broke away. It had less than 30% of its original size. A full 70% had been expended just now. Feng Yuan's nebula flew into the sky, leaving the immortal aperture. It flew up and entered Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan closed his eyes, inspecting the information that nebula brought. Search of will and soul were different. Soul search directly searched the soul and read all memories. But search of will required one's own will to forcefully communicate with the other party. During this process, all sorts of methods were needed to make the other parties will obediently submit. If one was not proficient in methods to deal with wills, their efforts would be in vain. Against different types of wills, the methods used were different. Fortunately, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very comprehensive. After Fang Yuan grasped it, Mo Yao's will, which was hard to deal with earlier, was like a fish on the chopping board. After each search, the target's will needed to be nurtured for a period of time. Wills were weaker than souls. What was worth mentioning was that wills carried fewer memories than souls, and most of them were memory fragments. But what Fang Yuan wanted the most was clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. This time, Fang Yuan's main objective of searching wills was achieved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, pondering. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was located in the River of Time. Mo Yao did not know what treasures were in the inheritance. She only knew that to inherit this peerless demon venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Not only that, the Gu Immortal had to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time. In the River of Time they would have to find a Stone Lotus Island. Only by going to the Stone Lotus Island would they be able to see Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, it is so difficult to obtain it. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. This was a little too difficult. Rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. Once activated, the Gu Master's self-detonation only had a certain chance of success. To see Red Lotus Will, they would have to risk suicide. Even if the Gu Master successfully entered the River of Time, where would that Stone Lotus Island be? Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had some experience, he had never found any Stone Lotus Island. That meant, not only did the Gu Master have to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time, they also had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to travel in the river and find a Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan could not do this. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada now was like a one-way trip. He could not control the direction or the route. To control Spring-Autumn Cicada to this extent, I need other supplementary methods. Unfortunately, I do not have such methods. These methods were undoubtedly time path methods. But regarding these, Fang Yuan was at a loss. He was almost completely blank. Currently, if Fang Yuan wanted to inherit Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he still had a long way to go. He needed a lot of preparation. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was placed in the River of Time. It was a huge risk to obtain it. Fang Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside for now. For the next period of time, he stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, waiting for the second round of the Gu refinement competition, while using the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. The Vaguely Familiar Face he obtained from the Northern Plains auction was 50% complete. The 3 core immortal Gu were not concealed. The problem was these 3 core immortal Gu were not owned by Fang Yuan. They were in the hands of others. Immortal Gu were unique. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate Vaguely Familiar Face, he would need to change the core immortal Gu to another immortal Gu. It would be best if it was an immortal Gu that he already had. This was very difficult because it involved Transformation Path and Wisdom Path, and Fang Yuan's attainment level in these two aspects was not high. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 838. Central Continent, East Coast. The waves surged endlessly. Frost energy spread everywhere, forming a white fog that shrouded the surrounding hundreds of years ago. A piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere, landing on the east coast of Central Continent. This profound ice was huge. It was the size of a small island. The frost energy was oppressive. There were many ice path wild Gu gathered on the ice, as well as 3 to 4 types of frost-type shrubs. After the profound ice was discovered, it caused a huge commotion. The Gu masters living on the east coast guessed the origin of this profound ice. There were 2 main theories. The first was that the profound ice floated from the east. It was likely to originate from the icy sea area of Eastern Sea. This sea area was cold all year round. The coldness was bone-chilling. Ice currents were like pythons winding around the bottom of the sea. Once it got close to the water, it would turn into a huge ice block. The second theory was that it broke during the day and fell from the sky. At first it should be larger like a small continent. But in the process of falling, the friction created heat, it melted, and when it fell into the sea, the heat was extinguished, eventually turning into this profound ice island. The edges of this profound ice were smooth without any edges. It was like a melting candle. It was proof of this theory. This profound ice was on the beach, not moving. At first, it attracted many mortal Gu masters who came to plunder. These Gu masters who were in a favorable position had all made a windfall. The wild Gu and frost-type shrubs on the profound ice were all plundered. In the next few years, many Gu masters came to the profound ice island. They stayed and did not leave. So, although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt. The frost energy was everywhere. It was the best place for ice path Gu masters to cultivate. Central continent's east coast was warm all year round. It was like spring or summer. It was hard for ice path Gu masters to cultivate. Thus, this profound ice island attracted many ice path Gu masters and water path Gu masters. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. As the number of people increased, the ice island's size was limited. More and more outsiders came. To protect their own benefits, the Gu masters on the ice island formed an alliance of their own accord. They enclosed the ice island and did not open it to outsiders. From this, they formed a force that was neither big nor small. After hundreds of years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance. This was because a few generations of ambitious leaders had emerged, and they gradually solidified and established sections. Then it gradually developed and expanded, becoming a major force today. Within a radius of several thousand miles, there were few forces that could contend against it. The name of this sect was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the mystic ice island, which was the foundation of the sect, was a historical origin that floated here from the outside world. The second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be held in the Flying Frost Pavilion. With the token in hand, Fang Yuan arrived at the Flying Frost Pavilion. The test this time was to refine a rank 2 Ghost Fire Gu. The rules had also been changed. Unlike the first question, which relied on quantity to win, this time was the standard. The requirement is for a Gu master to refine 10 Ghost Fire Gu at the same time. The shorter the time, the higher the result. A set of criteria was listed in the question. The person who took half an incense stick's time or less would get first place. First come, first served. Someone won first place and then there would be others who won first place. He could only be ranked second. If there was someone in the second place, he could only be ranked third. If there was someone in the top 3, he could only fail and not get any rewards. This time, the reward for first place was 5 rank 3 Ice Path Gu worm recipes. For Refinement Path Gu Masters, Ice Path Gu Masters, or even any force, it was a huge attraction. When Fang Yuan entered the stage to refine Gu, the top 3 spots were still empty. The second round's difficulty is much higher than the first. It is not hard to refine 10 Ghost Fire Gu one by one. I can easily finish it in less than half an incense stick's time. But the difficulty lies in refining 10 Ghost Fire Gu at the same time. Ghost Fire Gu belongs to Fire Path and Soul Path. The refinement process is very complicated and requires a lot of mental energy. If I refine it for a long time, my soul will become weak. This is one of the characteristics of Soul Path Gu worm refinement. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to use the combination of Soul Path and Fire Path refinement methods to burn spectral souls and form fake ghost fire to refine true ghost fire. Flying Frost Pavilion was a righteous sect. Fang Yuan had to prepare the spectral souls he burned himself. Flying Frost Pavilion would not provide such Gu refinement materials. Unorthodox demonic path. Seeing that Fang Yuan used this method, and Han snorted coldly from outside. On the stage, Flying Frost Pavilion's leader's pupils shrunk as he thought. 5 Virtues sect's leader tried to recruit this person but was rejected. This person is burning spectral souls in public. This is clearly a demonic path act. They are unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Even if Flying Frost Pavilion recruits this person, it will be a huge problem. I should forget about it. Participating in the Refinement Path Convention, other than not fighting and killing, it did not matter if the Gu Master was righteous or demonic. Demonic Path Gu Masters were not prohibited from participating. As long as they used Refinement Path methods, they could exchange pointers. Precisely because of this generosity, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention became increasingly prosperous. Those who did not know the inside story would praise the generosity of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only people like Feng Yuan knew that this was related to Infallible's inheritance. The secret of Infallible's inheritance required more Gu masters to participate, the better. But there was a difference between righteous and demonic. Feng Yuan used souls to refine Gu. It went against the harmony of heaven. It was a cruel demonic method that the righteous path despised. The spectating Gu masters were mainly from the righteous path. Seeing a demon like Feng Yuan, they felt great disgust and disgust. They could not help but hope that Feng Yuan's refinement would fail. Maybe because they were united, their prayers were effective at the crucial moment. The soul fire in front of Feng Yuan suddenly exploded. 10 ghost fire Gu were about to form, but one of them turned into ashes, falling from the fire and becoming a pile of ashes on the ground. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined. Some outspoken righteous path Gu masters even cheered. But when they thought of Feng Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut their mouths, but their joyful expressions could not be concealed. And Han also showed slight joy on his face. Feng Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to Feng Yuan's previous progress, he was already at the final few steps of the refinement. Feng Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. Spectral soul incineration's effect was very obvious. If he skipped a few steps and succeeded, he would need less than 15 minutes. First place would be Feng Yuan's. Of course, Feng Yuan did not care about these rewards and rankings. But Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect as the host. If he failed, he would lose a lot of face in front of his peers. Secondly, obtaining first place in the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely high honor for a Refinement Path Gu master. The reward for first place also made Han extremely moved. Alright, this way he will have to refine Gu again. Refining 9 Ghost Fire Gu, even if he is missing one, he will not pass. He can only start again and refine 10 at the same time, only then can he pass. And Han barely restrained his expression, but he was overjoyed inwardly. As expected, those who commit unrighteousness will bring about their own destruction. Even if he uses living souls to refine Gu, he will fail. He is the winner of 5 Virtues sect's first round, so be it. But in our Flying Frost sect, first place will definitely belong to Lord and Han. Unorthodox demonic path. Failing in Gu refinement, this is truly satisfying. The spectators conversed secretly. Of course, there was a Gu formation that isolated sound. It would not disturb the Gu master refining the Gu. But just as everyone was rejoicing, the ghost fire in Feng Yuan's hand suddenly split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. The big lump contained 9 ghost fire Gu embryonic forms. There was nothing in the small lump of ghost fire. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply and became serious. The explosion of that ghost fire Gu earlier was not his mistake, but the Gu refinement itself had a chance of failure. Although the failure rate of rank 2 Gu was not high, and Feng Yuan had already perfected it, there was nothing he could do about this probability. Right now, he was maintaining the large lump of ghost fire with one hand, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire. A boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together. The small lump of ghost fire suddenly burst into flames, emitting miserable cries. He actually used a human soul. In public, he even dared to burn a human soul. This. He, as expected of a demonic path rank 5 existence, he is so arrogant. Flying Frost sect's people had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Feng Yuan was publicly burning human souls to refine Gu here. He was not putting Flying Frost sect in his eyes at all. But this was the Refinement Path Convention. No matter how unhappy Flying Frost sect was, they could not stop Feng Yuan from refining Gu. Unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects, and not let their sect continue to exist. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. His attention was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to throw in Gu refinement materials, controlling the ghost fire's size, strength, and weakness. At the crucial step, he threw a pill fire Gu and a soul ball Gu into the fire at lightning speed. The 2 Gu worms fused in the fire, fusing into one, forming the incomplete ghost fire Gu. Some knowledgeable Gu masters saw this and gasped in shock. Throwing in 2 Gu worms consecutively, this is a refinement path technique, repeat cast. Although repeat cast is one of the most basic refinement path techniques, this person is using it very proficiently. It is as natural as breathing. This isn't something that can be achieved with talent alone. It requires countless times of practice and bitter cultivation to reach such a level. Does this person cultivate refinement path primarily? Hard to say. When he signed up, his sect and path were all kept a secret. He is a true demonic cultivator. He should not have a sect. His path should be refinement path. Everyone guessed. Of course, their guesses were not accurate at all. Fang Yuan's main path was strength path. It had nothing to do with refinement path. He also had an official sect identity. He belonged to Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If everyone knew that the ruthless demon in front of them was someone from Crane Gate, who knew what expressions they would have? A moment later, Fang Yuan succeeded. The 2 ghost fires fused back into one. The final few steps were carried out in an orderly manner. There were no more accidents. Eventually, the ghost fire dissipated, and 10 ghost fire Gu flew out. There was a hush outside, no one spoke. Flying Frost Sect's elder's expression was ashen. He announced helplessly, the Gu refinement was successful. It took less than 30 minutes. First place goes to Fang Yuan. Chapter 839. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan silently stood up and slowly walked out of the arena. Whoosh! Such deep refinement path attainment. He is actually multitasking, slowing down the refinement speed of the 9 ghost fire Gu embryonic forms, and refining the last ghost fire Gu at an extremely fast speed. Ghost fire Gu refinement itself is extremely taxing on the mind, but he is still able to do it easily at this moment. Does he cultivate soul path or wisdom path? And Han was bewildered. First elder? A disciple beside Han reminded softly. What is it? And Han regained his senses, his face heating up. Unknowingly, he had already stood up from his seat. Losing his composure like this was a huge loss of face. At this time, Flying Frost Sect's leader looked at Han. This was the refinement path convention. He naturally had to use refinement path as a method to regain his face. And Han's heart jumped. He knew the leader's intention. He could only brace himself and enter the arena. Seeing their first elder enter the arena, many Flying Frost Sect disciples outside the arena cheered loudly. Their dejected expressions were swept away. Even outsiders, seeing the famous Han enter the arena, could not help but look at him favorably. But among the crowd, there were discerning people. At this time, an old Gu master sighed softly. This Han is in trouble. Why is that, master? Beside the old Gu master, a youngster was puzzled. This pair of master and disciple was the pair of lone cultivators who had gone to 5 Virtues sect to register, and were pushed to the ground by the strong men who cleared the path for Han when they walked beside Fang Yuan. That demonic path Gu master, Fang Yuan, is extremely amazing. His refinement path attainment is deep. That move just now was more than just multitasking. To achieve this, I can only do it when I am at the peak of my life. The difficulty in this. Outsiders cannot see it. Only the more experienced refinement path Gu masters are. Only then will they understand. This Han is also quite skilled, but precisely because of this, he knows he cannot compare to the demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Look at how he lost his composure and stood up. His mind has already been captured by Fang Yuan. The old Gu master spoke with assurance, but his voice was naturally very low. In his current state, if he wants to refine Gu, he might not even be able to display half of his true abilities. And most importantly, since Fang Yuan had already won first place, no matter how hard Han worked, nothing could be changed in this respect. Unless he found another way and used far less time than Fang Yuan, he would not be able to save the Flying Frost Sect's lost face. Unfortunately, if he had this talent, he wouldn't have stayed in the Flying Frost Pavilion for so many years. The young Gu master nodded, agreeing. Master, you are right. This Flying Frost Sect's Pavilion Lord was an amateur in Gu refinement. It was a completely foolish move to send troops this time. Impatient for quick results. This is like what Master taught me. You cannot be impatient in Gu refinement. You cannot be impatient. I think it's the same principle for managing a sect. The old Gu master heard this. His eyes lit up, and he looked at his only disciple with gratification. Not bad, my disciple. You are indeed talented and intelligent. He had the root of wisdom and comprehension. The great Tao of the world actually led to the same destination. You can understand the principle of Gu refinement. From other aspects, it can be seen that your refinement path attainment has already reached a higher level. This second round of competition will definitely be a great success. The young Gu master smiled. This is all because of master's teachings. You did not hide anything. If I was not picked up by master, I would have starved to death long ago. My achievements today are all because of master's nurturing. Disciple was confident that as long as I used 13 Gu refinement methods, I would be able to get first place. But now the first place has been taken by that demonic path Gu master. Master, let disciple snatch back that green shine Gu for you. What? The old master turned pale with fright, and quickly tried to stop him. Disciple, you mustn't. But it was already too late. The young Gu master was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and shouted loudly, Senior Fong Yuan, may I be so bold as to have a duel with you? This scene took a long time to explain, but only a little time had passed. Fong Yuan had just left the stage and was not far away, because he still had to hand over the first place reward to Flying Frost sect. And Han stood up and was about to enter the stage. The young Gu master's words caused a huge commotion, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It's a duel. Who is that young man? He actually dares to duel with that rank 5 demon. I know him, he was 5 Virtues Sect's second place in the last round. A genuine refinement path genius. The young tiger is not afraid of the old lion's might. This is going to be a good show. The old master's expression was miserable, but it was already too late to stop him. He stood on the spot helplessly, feeling extremely worried and regretful. I only cared about teaching my disciple refinement path, and forgot to teach him the dangers of the world. I shouldn't have done this. The young Gu master, who was the center of attention, slowly walked away from the crowd, and arrived in front of Fong Yuan. His gaze was bright and his expression was firm. First Elder and Han had just stepped into the stage, but such a thing happened. He could not help but feel dispirited. He was originally an influential person, his every move attracting people's attention, but today's situation was really terrible. Not only did he embarrass himself, he was even publicly ignored. He could not help but feel angry and hateful. Duel? Who wants to duel with me? Fong Yuan smiled. He turned his head and looked over. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event that was renowned throughout the 5 regions. According to the competition, there were large competitions and small competitions. The 5 regions competition was the largest competition that Fong Yuan had participated in so far. First, they had to go through all the competition points in Central Continent, and a large number of Gu masters would be eliminated, until only a small number of people could participate in the finals. Small competitions were usually held in different regions according to previous conventions. They were divided into Central Continent small competitions, Southern Border small competitions, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and so on. These were the 5 large and small competitions that were divided according to the region. They were quite authoritative. There were also many small competitions like the East Coast one, which was jointly held by Flying Frost sect, 5 Virtues sect, and so on. At the same time as the large competition, the Gu masters who were eliminated would also participate in the East Coast small competitions. The largest number of small competitions were held by small groups. For example, 3 to 5 friends would agree on a time and give out rewards together, or they could have no rewards and compete with each other. According to whether the competition was open or not, there were public battles and private battles. Public battles were naturally open to spectators, but most of them sent out invitations in advance, inviting a limited number of guests to spectate and evaluate. Private battles were not allowed to spectate. The results were not announced either. Large competitions were the most open public battles. No one was restricted from spectating, but the spectators were forbidden from using any Gu worms. Every time the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, there would be a trend of Gu refinement everywhere in Central Continent. For example, it was like the World Cup on Earth. It was a global football event that was held once every 4 years. Normally at this time even those who did not play football would play football. Those who did not pay attention to football would also take a few glances. In this world, Gu refinement was one of the three major aspects of a Gu master's cultivation. It was even more important than the entertainment aspect of football. Thus, the trend of Gu refinement was even more grand and lasting. During this period there would be a huge exchange of experiences and insights regarding Gu refinement. It would greatly promote the development of refinement path. Almost every Gu master who participated would benefit from it. And according to the competition method, the refinement path convention could be divided into sect battles, gambling battles, question battles, arena battles, and so on. Sect battles were two or more sects sending an equal number of refinement path Gu masters to compete in Gu refinement. Normally speaking, it was because of a conflict of interests. This was the method to determine the winner and settle the conflict. Question battles were one side asking a question, while the other side answering it. Arena battles were Gu masters who were very skilled in a certain Gu refinement, would set up an arena, and invite refinement path experts to compete. The person who set up the arena would give out a prize, and each challenger would also bring a prize. This kind of arena battles often had very generous rewards. And gambling battles? That was the situation that Feng Yuan was encountering right now. Junior wants a gambling battle. The young Gu master walked towards Feng Yuan, speaking in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Feng Yuan sized him up, seeing this young man's high fighting spirit. He felt that it was somewhat interesting, saying, "Lad, since you want a gambling battle, take out something that can catch my attention. Otherwise, I won't gamble." Feng Yuan naturally had the right to reject a gambling battle. One could propose a gambling battle in the refinement path convention, but there was no such unreasonable rule of, you cannot refuse and must participate. The young Gu master nodded solemnly. "I have a Gu recipe for a rank 5 Gu worm here. Senior, you are a rank 5 expert, this Gu Fengjing is suitable for you. What Junior wants to bet is the rank 4 green shine Gu that you won." Feng Yuan nodded. Green shine Gu is a rare rank 4 Gu. Its value is about the same as ordinary rank 5 Gu. "Lad, do you know what my path is? Are you sure the Gu recipe you are giving is suitable for my path?" The young Gu master was stunned. "Senior, aren't you a refinement path cultivator?" The meaning behind his words was that the Gu recipe he was taking out for the gambling battle was a refinement path Gu recipe. Feng Yuan chuckled. "My main path is naturally not refinement path. Lad, you are only using a Gu recipe to bet a rare rank 4 Gu with me. Do you know that if you fail to refine a rank 5 Gu, even I will suffer a huge loss? Are you trying to harm me? Or do you think I am stupid enough to agree to such a bet?" The young Gu master wanted to speak, but his Adam's apple moved several times, but he could not speak. He stood on the spot motionlessly. His master quickly came over and bowed to Feng Yuan. "Since Sir is rejecting the gambling battle, then we will not gamble anymore. We will not gamble anymore." "Why are you not gambling again?" Everyone saw that there was no show to watch. They immediately booed. The first place of 5 virtues sex competition, the mysterious demonic path Gu cultivator Feng Yuan, and the second place young Gu master Zheng Shanchuan. They are actually refusing to watch it because they do not have enough money? Come, let's help them. If we all contribute a little, we can gather enough stones to form a mountain. A busybody suggested. "No, my disciple was too rash. Thank you everyone, thank you everyone." The old master heard this and shuddered. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed, wanting to disrupt this situation. Chapter 840. The atmosphere became more intense. The young Gu master Zheng Shanchuan and Feng Yuan could not back down. The old master sensed that most of the Gu masters were from Flying Frost sect. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He had a bitter expression. Feng Yuan thought about the name Zheng Shanchuan. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his thoughts were not as sharp as a living person, he could not recall it. Feng Yuan suppressed the star thoughts in his mind, activating his memory thoughts to dig through his memories. He finally remembered. In Central Continent's eastern coast, hundreds of years later, a superforce rose up. It was called Shanchuan Hall. Its founder was named Zheng Shanchuan. Shanchuan Hall was skilled in refinement path. Dream realms manifested. When Dream Path flourished, Shanchuan Hall's leader caught up with the times and became a Gu immortal. But in that era, It was not strange for mortals to become Gu immortals. Especially when dream realms appeared, they provided countless opportunities to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes hide in the grass. Many people lacked opportunities. Fortunately, dream realms manifested and gave many fortuitous encounters. The 5 regions' chaotic war gave a large number of low-level Gu masters a chance to rise up. In the great era of the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They shone like stars in the sky. There was a huge commotion. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control over central continent. Many new sects rose up. Among them, there were 10 outstanding talents. They were called the 10 great new sects. They openly challenged the ancient sects. They were in the limelight. Unlike now, the 10 great ancient sects had complete control over central continent. Even super forces with Gu immortals could not leave the 10 great ancient sects and get rid of their vassal status. According to the time, this Zhang Shanchuan in front of me, is he the founder of Shanchuan Hall? Since he was able to become second in 5 virtues sect, he definitely has refinement pathmaster attainment level. At such a young age, he is a refinement pathmaster. He is truly a genius. It fits Zhang Shanchuan's description. Great teachers produce great disciples. Then this old man should be Old Man Qi Shan. Old Man Qi Shan was poisoned by someone. He had been suffering from the poison. Zhang Shanchuan was filial. He tried all ways to cure his master. That's right, green shine Gu is the best healing Gu to cure heat poison. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qi Shan did not know that the poison in his body was a poison of transformation. On the surface it looked like a heat poison, but after using green shine Gu, it would turn into a cold poison. The toxicity was at least twice as strong. But eventually Zhang Shanchuan succeeded in curing his master's poison. He gathered green shine Gu, blue shine Gu, red shine Gu, and the rest of the 9 types of shine Gu to form the healing killer move 9 shine. It was invulnerable to all poisons. Afterwards his bloodline descendant, Mountain Creek Hall's Hall leader, who became a Gu immortal, brought this killer move to greater heights, modifying it into the immortal killer move Profound Light 9 Luminaries. He became a light path healing expert and gained some fame during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan used his memory to dig out the information that had been covered in dust by the dust of time. He could see everything around him clearly. He was well aware of Han's scheme. After observing for a while, he felt that the master and disciple before him were most likely Old Man Qi Shan and Zhang Shanchuan. He used luck inspection Gu to observe the 2. Flying Frost Sect was the venue of the Refinement Path Convention. There was a strict arrangement of Gu worms, forbidding Gu masters from using Gu worms casually. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body. He had strength path Dao marks on his body. His immortal aperture was independent. If he used luck inspection immortal Gu secretly, these mortals would not be able to defend against it. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked at the luck of this master and disciple. Zhang Shanchuan's luck was like a rainbow light. It was dazzling and extraordinary. On the other hand, Old Man Qi Shan's luck was like a broken jade basin. Threads of gray luck flowed out of the jade basin. Old Man Qi Shan's luck was terrible, but Zhang Shanchuan was close to him. Their luck was already connected. A portion of the rainbow-like destiny split off and entered Old Man Qi Shan's jade basin of destiny, greatly diluting his gray destiny. Fang Yuan felt interested, thinking, to think that I would meet the ancestor of Shanchuan Hall here. If I kill him now, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, there will not be a superforce like Shanchuan Hall left on the east coast. Fang Yuan's killing intent rose. He saw that the master and disciple's luck was shaking. It was like a strong wind was blowing, the rainbow light dimmed, it was on the verge of death. But what benefits do I get by doing this? Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me. It was not my intention. It is all that Mo Yao's fault. But how can I reason with him? I will leave this Zhang Shanchuan alive. I need to preserve these people as much as possible. That will ensure the advantage of my rebirth. Fang Yuan thought again. Back then in Northern Plains he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear. It was the ambition of a demonic path overlord. In his previous life he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was a step away from rank 7. It was mostly because of fortuitous encounters he had wasted his time in his early years. Fang Yuan was confident. Even if these people grew up and achieved even greater accomplishments than in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the ability to deal with them and gain benefits from them. He could even trample on these people and carve out a path of blood for himself, towards eternal life. As for whether eternal life existed or not, what did it matter? Even if he died along the way, what regrets would there be? This path was the life that Feng Yuan wanted. It was filled with challenges, fun and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth and authority were just tools that could be used. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately, he saw that Zhang Shanchuan and Old Man Qishan's luck recovered to normal. It was even vaguely more prosperous. The wonders of luck path are truly indescribable. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly at this sight. Recently, he had gained a new understanding of luck path. Luck path was not omnipotent. It had to match one's own cultivation level. Right now, with just a thought, Feng Yuan could change the luck of this pair of master and disciple. This was because he was an immortal zombie. Killing these two was as easy as killing ants. Earlier, many people targeted Ma Hongyun, but it was a blessing in disguise. Now that he was in old ancestor Xuehu's hands, he could not do anything. Rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in strength. Or rather, old ancestor Xuehu was a rank 8 great expert. He could suppress them with his own strength. Also, for who immortal blessed lands tribulation, Feng Yuan used time 8 luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the luck path amplification was split into 4 portions. Feng Yuan only kept 1 portion. The other 3 had their own fortuitous encounters, but the effect on Feng Yuan was not obvious. This was also because Feng Yuan was too strong. He had already become an immortal. For the same luck to affect him, it was much more difficult than affecting those mortals. Right now, more and more people were stirring up the commotion. Everyone had the heart of the crowd. There was no need for flying frost sex people to add fuel to the fire. Feng Yuan waved his hand. We can duel, but I am not interested in these things. If I lose, I will give you green shine goo. But if you lose, you will become my slave and listen to me for life. Ah, disciple, you mustn't. Old Man Qishan turned pale with fright. He quickly stopped him. Everyone whispered to each other, saying that Feng Yuan had a good idea. The other party was a refinement path genius. His future was limitless. If he won, wouldn't he get a refinement path master level slave? Senior, isn't your request too harsh? No matter how young Zhang Shanchuan was, he would not make such a bet easily. After all, it concerned his future. It would decide his life's fate. Of course you can reject. But let me tell you clearly, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel. Feng Yuan laughed coldly, saying, and do you think there are many green shine goo? This is the best choice for curing heat poison. Lad, the tree wants peace but the wind does not stop. The child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him. Many things wait for no man. Many times the opportunity is right in front of you. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. Could it be that this person saw through my master's heat poison? Zhang Shanchuan was inwardly shocked. Feng Yuan's words of, the child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him, and if you miss it, you will regret it for life, had deeply affected him. Disciple, you mustn't duel. We can think of another way. Old Man Qishan had a grim expression. He was an experienced veteran. Feng Yuan's words were like bait. He had sinister intentions. It was specially used to lure inexperienced youngsters like Zhang Shanchuan. The duel is a matter between both parties. Outsiders cannot interfere. A flying frost sect elder walked over. He had a solemn expression as he said to Feng Yuan and Zhang Shanchuan solemnly, the two of you have already disrupted the order of the stage. Would you like to duel? If it is, our sect's first elder is magnanimous. He is willing to give up the stage for the two of you. Please make a decision quickly. Old Man Qishan cursed inwardly. He was about to speak when Feng Yuan said, lad, I am giving you this chance because of your filial piety. If you miss it, even if you ask me to duel in the future, I will not agree to it. I will not bully the weak. I will give you another chance. You can decide on the topic. What, senior, you want me to decide on the topic? Zhang Shanchuan was moved. It turned out that the duel was initiated by one side. Both sides would put up their bets. But the content of the duel had to be agreed upon by both sides. For example, if one was skilled in refining a certain goo while the other had never done so, it would be too unfair. Right now, Fang Yuan actually wanted Zhang Shanchuan to decide on the topic. That was to say, Zhang Shanchuan could use the topic he was most skilled in to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could only accept it, he had no right to change it. Thus, once he said that, the surrounding Gu masters gasped. They thought that Fang Yuan was too arrogant. They all favored the young Gu master, Zhang Shanchuan. Disciple, don't duel, our main matter is the competition. Old man Qishan continued to urge. Even though Zhang Shanchuan had a huge advantage, this master was still worried. He did not want to see his beloved disciple suffer any misfortune. But Zhang Shanchuan was a youngster after all. He was hot-blooded. Master's heat poison is already very serious. It will be too late if we do not treat it. The other party is so arrogant. He is looking down on the young me. But I am most skilled in careful Gu. This Gu is unique to our sect. It is rank 3. The refinement process is complex and requires many different methods. I have practiced for 3 years and put in a lot of effort before I have an 80% success rate. I will bet with him on this. Thinking of this, Zhang Shanchuan made up his mind. He said to Fang Yuan, I will bet. Chapter 841. Disciple. Old man Qishan was incomparably anxious. Zhang Shanchuan turned to face old man Qishan. On his handsome face, a pair of clear eyes. Master, disciple is unfilial. This time I have to go against your will. Master, the other party asked me to set the question. I have such a huge advantage now, there's no reason for me to not take the gamble. If I still don't take the gamble under these conditions, then this matter will surely become a sore point in my heart. How would I have the courage to continue advancing on the path of refinement in the future? When old man Qishan heard this, he sank into silence. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. My dear disciple, you are not experienced enough to understand the sinister nature of the human heart. Since the other party was willing to concede to such an extent, he must be extremely confident and have some other trump cards up his sleeves. You've been tricked. It's a pity and hateful that I, your master, am old and weak. The situation has already taken shape. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the strength. I can't stop it. On the surface, Elder Qishan stretched out his old hands and held Zhang Shanchuan's shoulders. Disciple, master knows of your filial piety. Fine, since you have your own opinions and are determined to do so, I will definitely support you with all my strength. We will use careful Gu as the question. We will not bet on the success or failure of the Gu refinement, we will bet on time. Whoever refines the careful Gu earlier will be the winner. Master. Zhang Shanchuan was so touched that his eyes turned red. Careful Gu was old man Qishan's unique inheritance. It did not exist in the outside world. In order to support his disciple, old man Qishan contributed this precious Gu recipe. He did not hesitate to let his competitor Fang Yuan see it. He even suggested that the Gu refinement time would be the deciding factor. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining careful Gu. He was definitely not familiar with it. Using time to decide the outcome was much more pressurizing than the success or failure of the refinement. It could be seen that the older the wiser. Fang Yuan letting the other party set the topic was too much of a concession. He had fallen into a very passive situation. Zhang Shanchuan hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's time was the standard. It was a little too much of a bully. Even if he won, it was also somewhat unfair. But then he remembered that this matter was related to his master's safety. Even if it was an unfair victory, he had to win the green shine Gu. Thus, he turned around and told the elder of the Flying Frost Pavilion his question. The Flying Frost sect hurriedly made arrangements. High Priest and Han was overjoyed and took the initiative to give up the venue. Fang Yuan and Zhang Shanchuan entered the arena together to fight. The whole place was silent. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, dozens of steps apart. Zhang Shanchuan first handed over careful Gu's recipe. He handed it over to Fang Yuan. Very soon, the Flying Frost Pavilion announced the start of the battle. There were faint sounds of discussion below the stage. I have never heard of careful Gu, it is clearly a unique Gu recipe. Fang Yuan had only taken a few glances when the battle began. Isn't this too shameless? Hee. It was Fang Yuan's fault for being too careless. He actually allowed the other party to set the question. He's simply retarded. This young Gu master is not simple. He was the second place in the previous round, but actually has the first place result. Many people guessed that he had already reached the realm of refinement path master. Someone immediately scoffed at this statement. How is that possible? How old was he? He was already a refinement path master? If that's the case, wouldn't I be living like a dog at my age? But as the competition continued, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Zheng Shanchuan used close to 10 Gu refinement methods. He was extremely familiar with them. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, the voices guessing Zheng Shanchuan's refinement master attainment were getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was still researching the Gu recipe. He had not started the Gu refinement yet. As time went by, everyone became even more pessimistic about Feng Yuan's chances. Oh no! Old man Qishan frowned. This person has such a calm temperament. He needs to see through every step before he can actually start the Gu refinement. This is calmness in the face of danger. It is the demeanor of a great expert. Thankfully, I use time as the standard. Whoever refines it first wins. Careful Gu's refinement process is very complex. Unless the other party is already familiar with this Gu recipe and has practiced it more than little Chuan. That was impossible. This was the first time Feng Yuan had seen this Careful Gu's recipe. Strictly speaking, Careful Gu was a wisdom path Gu worm, but it was very useful in refinement path. Feng Yuan guessed that this was likely the core Gu of Zheng Shanchuan's inheritance. In history, Shanchuan Hall's Gu masters were most proficient in refining Gu worms that had crucial steps, and these steps were crucial to success or failure. Careful Gu was most proficient in assisting refinement path Gu masters in dealing with these troublesome steps. Feng Yuan looked at this Gu recipe several times before he was able to comprehend it in his heart and comprehend it thoroughly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. It was not hard for him to understand a rank 3 Gu recipe. In fact, he was not only looking at the Gu recipe, he was also observing Zheng Shanchuan's methods. Zheng Shanchuan was already at the middle of the Gu refinement. Feng Yuan had seen all of his methods. Even Feng Yuan had to nod in agreement. It was very rare for Zheng Shanchuan to reach this stage at his age. But in the eyes of a refinement path quasi-grandmaster like Feng Yuan, his methods were not proficient enough. There were flaws in handling the materials. Feng Yuan stretched out his hands, starting to refine the Gu. He is finally starting to refine the Gu. Soft mocking laughter could be heard. He's not in a hurry at all, someone commented. Feng Yuan started the Gu refinement. It attracted Zheng Shanchuan's attention. However, he only glanced at it and quickly focused his attention back on his hands. Feng Yuan started to refine the Gu. He did it step by step. Everyone looked at him in disdain. He was clearly copying Zheng Shanchuan's methods. But not long after, Feng Yuan made a change. He used a different method and his Gu refinement speed became faster and faster. The mocking laughter faded away. Everyone looked at Feng Yuan's lightning-fast methods. They were all shaken. He has already used more than 10 Gu refinement methods. His Gu refinement foundation has been thoroughly tempered. It is simply unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is already closing in on Zheng Shanchuan. Old man Qishan frowned. He was internally shocked. This person's speed is not scary. What is scary is that he is still moving fast without getting flustered. His methods are so calm and steady that it is scary. Amazing, so amazing. This person's refinement path attainment level is probably beyond master level. Little Chuan is under pressure. He cannot get flustered or anxious at this time. Careful Gu refinement is getting harder and harder. Little Chuan, you have an advantage. You need to maintain it. The opponent is strong. If you get flustered, you will definitely lose. Zheng Shanchuan was indeed under a lot of pressure. This was normal. In a running competition, the person in the lead was usually the one with the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many tactics were to be in second or third place until they overtook the other person. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the fatigue of the body. Especially when Zheng Shanchuan saw the scene of Feng Yuan refining Gu. Seeing him getting closer, he could not help but feel flustered. So strong. He has used more than 10 Gu refinement methods. He is still using them. His mental state is too strong. I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Oh no, he is catching up. Zheng Shanchuan was a youngster after all. Feng Yuan's pursuit made his mouth dry and his heart beat faster. His gaze became resolute. Forget it, I will use my trump card and leave you far behind. Zhang Shanchuan made up his mind. His goo refinement speed slowed down as his consciousness entered his aperture, activating his goo worms. Is little Chuan trying to? The master and disciple were connected. Old man Qishan saw this and immediately understood Zhang Shanchuan's plan. He became nervous. Zhang Shanchuan's goo refinement speed has slowed down. Soon people notice this change. Is the following step very difficult? He needs to accumulate strength? Many people were guessing. They did not know the goo recipe of careful goo. Their guesses were not accurate. At this moment, Zhang Shanchuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with golden light. His body was covered in golden light. He stretched out his right hand slowly, his palm facing down. His fingers spread out as he pressed down steadily. At once, the golden light in his eyes and body started to move, concentrating on his right hand. The golden light moved and turned into a small golden bell. The golden bell rotated slowly, covering the fire lump as it started to spin faster and faster. It burst out with a suction force. The goo refinement materials that were scattered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell under this suction force. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it dissipated. But what appeared in front of everyone was the embryonic form of careful goo. The crowd went into an uproar. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves are much rarer than the killer moves of other paths. Zhang Shanchuan is so young, but he has already grasped a refinement path killer move. What is even more amazing is that he actually succeeded. This lad has incredible talent. His future is limitless. Fang Yuan is in danger. He has the strength, but he was too careless. Zhang Shanchuan has such a huge advantage, but he still used a killer move. He is simply going to do anything to win. I feel that even if Fang Yuan loses this competition, it will be an honorable defeat. Zhang Shanchuan let out a breath of air. He had an excited expression. I will win for sure. I used a killer move and instantly refined 6 sets of goo refinement materials, completing the longest step in the entire goo refinement process. I left Fang Yuan far behind in an instant. Old man Qishan felt relieved. Even if this Fang Yuan has a similar refinement path killer move, the first time he refines careful goo, he has 0 experience. Normally, to refine these 6 materials, he has to do it step by step, controlling the fire carefully. Rashly using a killer move to speed up the process is simply courting death. Even though little Chuan took a risk, his choice was not wrong. He will win for sure. But the other goo masters were not familiar with careful goo's recipe. They did not understand the situation. But Fang Yuan's situation was not good. Everyone could see that. This step was enough to determine victory and defeat. Zhang Shanchuan calmed his emotions and continued to refine goo. His method was fast and stable. He focused on stability. He did not give Fang Yuan any chance. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He started to refine the 6 materials, using the small fire to slowly refine the materials. This step wasn't that difficult, but it did take the longest time. Fang Yuan was not anxious at all. Floating astronomy. Chapter 842. Time passed. Zhang Shanchuan finally completed the final few steps. The incomplete goo worm in the lump of fire was becoming clearer. To be safe, he looked at Fang Yuan again, only to see that Fang Yuan had just finished that step, refining and fusing the 6 talents into one. At this point, Zhang Shanchuan could not help but admire Fang Yuan's steadiness. It is a pity, this victory is mine. Green shine goo is mine. Zhang Shanchuan shone with confidence, but the moment he retracted his gaze, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Zhang Shanchuan, you lost. Take my refinement path killer move. What? Zhang Shanchuan's heart shook. He quickly turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, only to see that Fang Yuan took out a goo worm and crushed it in front of him. At once, Zhang Shanchuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He almost jumped up. He shouted at Fang Yuan in shock and anger. You actually crushed green shine goo. The moment he said that, the lump of fire in his hand became unstable. It reached a critical point and exploded. The explosion was not strong, but after the explosion, Zhang Shanchuan's handsome face was painted black. He looked like coal. He was in a sorry state. Zheng Shanchuan was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Such a shocking change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths of time before reacting. They went into an uproar. There was a huge commotion. Such a ruthless demonic path Gu master. He actually crushed green shine Gu. Zheng Shanchuan lost his composure and failed the Gu refinement. All his efforts were in vain. This Fang Yuan is too shrewd. He managed to turn the situation around at once. Zheng Shanchuan failed. He had to refine it again. And Fang Yuan's advantage is too huge. Even if Zheng Shanchuan repeats the Gu refinement process earlier, he will not be able to catch up to Fang Yuan. More importantly, he only crushed one Gu. There is no way to prove that he maliciously interfered with the other party. Oh no. Oh no. He actually did this. He actually ended up like this. Old man Qi Shan panicked at this moment. The blow Zheng Shanchuan received was too great and too sudden. It took him a long time to recover. By the time he regained his mental state and started refining Gu again, Fang Yuan was already at the final step. There was no more suspense in this battle, and it ended with Fang Yuan's victory. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Everyone commented excitedly, as if it had nothing to do with them. Zheng Shanchuan still suffered because of his youth. He had ruined his entire life. Someone felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also people who were overjoyed, such as An Han. However, as the head consecrator of a prestigious sect, he could only secretly rejoice. On the surface, he sighed and expressed his sympathy for Zheng Shanchuan. The battle was over. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, but Zheng Shanchuan stared blankly at the flame burning quietly in his hand. He had lost. My whole life. His bright future was lost to a mysterious demonic Gu master in a bet. How could this be? What should I do? Zheng Shanchuan suddenly felt that his future was bleak, and he was at a loss. Senior, please have mercy. We, master and disciple, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended Senior. Senior, please be magnanimous. Seeing that my disciple is still young, please let him go. I am willing to take his place. I am willing to give all of my savings to exchange for my disciple's freedom. Lord, please have mercy. Please have mercy, please have mercy. Old man Qi Shan suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed towards Fang Yuan. The old man's head hit the ground, creating loud noises, and soon, his face was covered in blood. Master, master. Zheng Shanchuan woke up. He quickly ran over and helped old man Qi Shan up. No matter how talented he was in Gu refinement, he would not be able to make a name for himself, and to do three things. It was just an agreement. The agreement between righteous path and demonic path Gu masters was nothing. Zheng Shanchuan's future was still bright. Looking at the master and disciple's grateful expressions, Fang Yuan laughed heartily and ordered, "Both of you, bite your tongues and give me a portion of your tongue blood." Old man Qi Shan and Zheng Shanchuan looked at each other. They bit their tongues anxiously and gave the blood to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers clenching together. He squeezed the 2 portions of blood in his palm. Then he slowly moved his hands. His 5 fingers grinded together, and a cloud of black smoke emerged from the gaps between his fingers. After the suffocating black smoke dispersed, Fang Yuan opened his palm. 2 Gu worms appeared. Old man Qi Shan and Zheng Shanchuan's eyes were wide open. These 2 Gu worms were a pair of rank 4 Gu. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan was so strong, in just a few breaths of time, he refined a pair of rank 4 Gu. This is a blood path refinement method. There is actually such a shocking blood path Gu refinement method. Flying Frost sect's higher-ups had ashen expressions. Even the demonic Gu masters outside the stage showed expressions of extreme fear. Blood path was infamous. It was worse than soul path burning a human soul. Everyone in the righteous path wanted to kill it, even the demonic path did not allow it. This pair of rank 4 Gu can sense each other. You take one, I will take the other. In the future, if I need your help, I will send someone to bring this blood path Gu worm over as a keepsake. 2 blood path Gu worms can sense each other. Distinguish the real from the fake. Even if you die in the future, these 3 things will still be fulfilled. It must also be passed on to your descendants, disciples, and other descendants. Are you willing? If you don't want to, then you can be my slave. Fang Yuan said. I'm willing. I am willing. Old man Qishan hurriedly agreed. Fang Yuan's hand shook as he tossed a blood-path goo worm to old man Qishan. He threw another goo to Zheng Shanchuan. When Zheng Shanchuan received this goo, he was stunned, stammering. This is green shine goo? Fang Yuan kept the other blood-path goo worm calmly, laughing loudly. You don't really think I killed green shine goo, right? Laughing, he left behind a group of stunned goo masters and left. Zheng Shanchuan watched as Fang Yuan left in a daze, while old man Qishan carefully stored his blood-path goo worms. He did not dare to violate this agreement, because the witnesses were not only Flying Frost Sect, but also the entire Refinement Path Convention. All of the matches, including this one, would be recorded. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as all the forces participating in the Refinement Path Convention, were witnesses. They could not go back on their words. Master, you need to heal your head quickly. Zheng Shanchuan stood up, helping old man Qishan up worriedly. Go. We cannot stay here for long. Old man Qishan was shocked by Fang Yuan's methods. He was truly terrified. He quickly urged his disciple to leave this place. After this incident, Zheng Shanchuan directly withdrew from the competition. He would not participate in the following matches. But he obtained green shine goo. He had already achieved his original goal. After the matter, old man Qishan used this to teach Zheng Shanchuan a lesson. He told him how ruthless Fang Yuan was. He truly understood human nature. He also pointed out to Zheng Shanchuan how the first elder of Flying Frost Sect, and Han, was jealous of Fang Yuan's talent. He was secretly adding fuel to the fire. After this, Zheng Shanchuan matured a lot. He finally realized his own shallowness and the dangers of the world. For most of his life, he traveled around to heal old man Qishan while raising his goo refinement attainment, keeping a low profile. At the age of 53, he healed old man Qishan's poison. At the age of 88, he became a refinement path grandmaster without anyone noticing. In his later years, he returned to Central Continent's east coast and created a small sect. He took 2 characters from his name. It was called Shanchuan Hall. He lived for 150 years, but he never participated in the Refinement Path Convention again. As for the 3 agreements, that was a matter for later. Floating astronomy. Chapter 843. After the second round of the goo refinement competition ended, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Some time had already passed in the Blessed Land. Mo Yao's will had recovered under Fang Yuan's arrangements. He could search wills again. Fang Yuan did not show any pity. He searched Mo Yao's will again. This time he obtained many of Mo Yao's goo refinement methods. He even obtained a refinement path killer move. In the memories that Mo Yao's fake will had, most of them were related to goo refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her refinement path methods were an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan learned them, he felt that he had gained a lot. When normal masters taught their disciples, they might hide their trump cards or trump cards. As the saying goes, the master will starve to death after teaching his disciple. Mo Yao's will had now become Fang Yuan's master. It was teaching him everything without holding back. Fang Yuan gained a lot. He learned all sorts of unfamiliar goo refinement methods from Mo Yao's fake will while revising his own knowledge. He intended to display his prowess in the Refinement Path Convention, using his full strength to obtain the highest ranking, because this concerned the infallible inheritance. According to the current situation, Fang Yuan estimated that he would be safe during the Refinement Path Convention. But as time passed, it would be hard to say. The collapse of 88 Truyong Building was too huge a matter. Fang Yuan was alone. He could at most delay for as long as possible. It was impossible to conceal the truth while Northern Plains and Central Continent were investigating with all their strength. Not long from now, the 5 regions' Great War would arrive. The 5 regions would not be able to fend for themselves. Fang Yuan might be able to take advantage of the situation. But unfortunately, the 5 regions' Great War was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent was under the control of the 10 great ancient sections. There were no changes. After the battle between Old Ancestor Shui Hu Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Northern Plains situation had stabilized. One day, the secret of me toppling the True Yang building will be discovered. At that time, Central Continent and Northern Plains will put me on the wanted list, and the other 3 regions will also go around searching for me because of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Who immortal blessed land was no longer a paradise, it would probably be attacked immediately. Therefore, during this period of time when the truth might not be discovered, this is my final period of vigorous development. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. Once the truth was exposed, Feng Yuan would have to start a life of fleeing. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible and seize all opportunities. Even if there wasn't an opportunity, he had to create one. Right now, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was a huge fortuitous encounter. This was only the second round of the Gu refinement competition. In the middle and later stages, the reward for each round would be Immortal Yuan Stone, Immortal Materials, Immortal Gu Recipes, and Immortal Killer Moves. If it was the final competition, if one's ranking was very high, they would be qualified to receive the undefeated inheritance. Therefore, even if he wanted to attract attention, he had to be a little more high profile. Feng Yuan could not care less. Furthermore, the news of his duel with Feng Qimhong had already spread. Almost all the higher-ups of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had heard of it. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to be low-key, he could not. One day, when the truth of him toppling True Yang building was exposed, his name would definitely spread throughout the 5 regions. He would be extremely high profile. At that time, it would definitely be an extremely difficult test. The whole world was his enemy. Countless Gu immortals wanted to kill Feng Yuan. In their opinion, Feng Yuan must have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I need to use this final period of development to accumulate large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone and Immortal Materials to raise my battle strength. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain new life. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. They would be a huge burden to Feng Yuan during his cultivation. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to avoid any battle as much as possible and be careful. If Feng Yuan was still an immortal zombie during his life of pursuit, the pressure would be too great. It might even be the main factor leading to his death. Thus, in the following days, Feng Yuan participated in the Refinement Path Convention and practiced his Gu refinement methods, while also actively deducing and expending large numbers of Star Thought Gu to deduce and modify the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. This killer move was the urgent matter at hand. It was also the best method to change the situation. Other matters could not compare to it. Feng Yuan put them aside at that time. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of competition, Feng Yuan passed them one after another. His strength was outstanding. Quasi-Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level was rare even among Gu immortals. In the 5 rounds of competition, he obtained first place in 5 rounds. His momentum was fierce and his reputation was awe-inspiring. Feng Yuan's name had already started to spread everywhere. Those who heard of this name knew that this person was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was extremely skilled in Gu refinement. His Gu refinement methods were complex and varied. His foundation was quite deep. On the day before the 6th round, Feng Yuan finally obtained the first stage of the deduction of the Immortal Killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. It was really not easy. When Feng Yuan came out of the underground cave, he was so excited that he almost cried. The process of deducing and modifying this Immortal Killer move was extremely difficult. Feng Yuan's Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment levels were too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill. Every step was difficult. For this result, Feng Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu that he obtained from Dongfeng Naganori in the 4th round. Thankfully, he had the stone nest and large numbers of hairy men. They were already refining Gu and storing up Star Thought Gu. Feng Yuan thus had enough capital to obtain Vaguely Familiar Face that he could use. As mentioned earlier, Immortal Gu were unique. Feng Yuan did not have any of the 3 core Immortal Gu of Vaguely Familiar Face. They were all in Feng Zhouge's hands. If Feng Yuan wanted to recreate Vaguely Familiar Face, He could only change the core immortal goo and change the killer move. Moreover, it would be best if this core immortal goo was in Fang Yuan's possession. Right now, Fang Yuan achieved this goal. The modified vaguely familiar face was much shabbier than the original. It only had one immortal goo as the core, Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Other immortal goo like Fixed Immortal Travel, Self-Strength, Iron Crown Eagle Strength and others were not suitable. It could also be said that Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not use these immortal goo. Fang Yuan was able to use Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core to activate Vaguely Familiar Face. It was all thanks to his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level. Vaguely Familiar Face that used Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core had limited effects. The killer move could not change Fang Yuan's appearance, it could only change Fang Yuan's aura. Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Goo immortal. Once he used it, his aura would be exposed and his identity would be exposed. But if he used Eat Strength's Vaguely Familiar Face, he could change his aura, turning the Northern Plains Goo Immortal's aura into Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert's aura. If one was not an investigative Goo Immortal, they would not be able to discover this disguise. In fact, this was the effect of Kanyang Laojun's method. Kanyang Laojun helped Dongfang Naganori to fight against the Northern Plains demonic immortals. It was an intense battle. But from start to finish he displayed Northern Plains aura. He did not reveal any Central Continent Goo immortal aura. This was clearly an immortal killer move. It was also the embodiment of Crane Gate's deep foundation. But Vaguely Familiar Face that Fang Yuan created had a weaker effect than Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun fought intensely against a large number of Northern Plains Goo immortals, but did not expose his Central Continent aura. Fang Yuan was well aware that his Vaguely Familiar Face would never be able to achieve this. Moreover, this killer move of his had a huge drawback: the price of using it was too high. Every time it was used, several Strength Path Dao marks would be expended on Fang Yuan's body. Eat Strength Immortal Goo's effect was to let Goo Immortals devour immortal materials with pure Strength Path Dao marks, extracting the natural Strength Path Dao marks from the immortal materials and adding them to the Goo Immortal's body. Fang Yuan had tasted countless failures in his deductions. He finally thought about it and placed the idea on himself. As a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his body also had pure Strength Path Dao marks. As for the Space Path Dao marks and Time Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture, they had nothing to do with his body. Another example: who Immortal Blessed Land had Earth Path, Space Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path Dao marks, but Who Immortal's body had pure Enslavement Path Dao marks when she was alive. After Who Immortal died, the Enslavement Path Dao marks on her body were all transferred to the Blessed Land. Thus Fang Yuan decided to eat his own flesh. He used Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core and placed a large number of Mortal Goo, expending Strength Path Dao marks to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move's effect was not good, it was far from what Fang Yuan wanted, and the flaw was huge. It could still be used. But he was still very glad that he was able to obtain this result. He had once thought that his deductions and improvements would end in complete failure. He was already very satisfied with this result. The greatest credit for this naturally belonged to the Wisdom Goo. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He actually used the Strength Path Immortal Goo as the core and successfully modified Vaguely Familiar Face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan participated in the 6th round of the competition and won first place again. After returning to Who Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a while before using Fixed Immortal Travel to Western Desert. Western Desert: how to cross the hill. Intense winds blew, yellow sand filled the sky. Shao Tribe's Goo Masters formed into battle formations, fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants. Their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny shells. They were proficient in moving on the surface of the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand. Their mouths were ferocious as they pounced at Shao Tribe's Goo Masters. Fang Yuan observed from a bird's eye view. He estimated that there were over 30,000 hidden sand spiders. But Shao Tribe was one of the super forces of Western Desert. Their Goo Masters had high battle attainment. They also had the experience of dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, in this battle the humans had the upper hand. Fang Yuan only took a glance before looking at the area behind the hidden sand spiders. It was a huge sand dune. In the sand dune there was a tornado, the sky was dark, and countless beast roars could be heard. Chapter 844. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of li of sand dunes. It was like a brush from the heavens, brushing over half of the Western Desert, drawing out a curve. On this fixed curve of sand dunes, there were no oases, no fierce beasts, no rocks, only yellow sand. No one could stop it, even rank 8 Gu immortals were powerless against it. Western Desert's people named these moving sand dunes how to cross dune, showing the helplessness and bewilderment of Western Desert's humans when facing the might of nature. How to cross dune. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, flying towards the sand dune. He concealed his figure and flew across the battlefield on the ground without anyone noticing. Shao Clan's Gu immortals were fighting in how to cross dune. Of course, this was only the periphery, these Gu immortals could not explore the inner area. Their opponents were 3 giant hidden sand spider queens, all desolate beasts. The hidden sand spider queen was like a fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Its enormous, mountainous body continuously produced more hidden sand spiders. But Shao Clan's Gu immortals were also orderly. Xiao Huqi, as the leader, led the charge, shouting and shouting, immersed in the pleasure of battle. Vice leader Xiao Shirang sighed and transmitted, "Leader, it is about time. The training effect has been achieved. Let the clan's Gu master army retreat first. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I will leave this matter to you." Ha ha ha, the 3 hidden sand spider queens have lost most of their stamina. It is time to capture them alive. Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was about to attack, when his gaze suddenly focused and he shouted towards the left, "Who is it?" Boom! A giant hand appeared. It pierced through the sandstorm with an extremely imposing aura. It directly grabbed towards a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi's eyes were about to split open, but this giant hand appeared at the right time. That hidden sand spider queen was coincidentally forced back by the Shao Clan Gu immortals. The giant hand grabbed from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen was walking into a trap. Such guts! You dare to provoke our Shao Clan? Scoundrel, you actually want to seize the fruits of our labor. Unforgivable. Attack. Let's capture this person together. Xiao Huqi would like to see exactly who is so audacious. Shao Clan's Gu immortal was about to attack furiously when 7 other strength path giant hands appeared from the sandstorm. Boom boom boom. Amidst the intense bombardment, the 5 Shao Clan rank 6 Gu immortals collapsed in shock. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang, the 2 rank 7s, were evenly matched against the 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The newcomer is very powerful. The 2 leaders attacked angrily and used their signature killer moves, but they did not succeed. The other party did not use his full strength. This is the first time I have seen this strength path killer move. Who is it? At once, Shao Clan's Gu immortals showed grim expressions. Don't be nervous, everyone. I mean no harm. Fang Yuan slowly flew out. He revealed his true appearance with a smile on his face. Everyone turned their gazes and saw the hidden sand spider queen. He was already gripped tightly by the strength path giant hand, howling in pain, unable to struggle. Captured alive just like that. This immortal killer move is so strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang looked at each other. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. If they had attacked, they would not have been able to do it so easily. Otherwise, Shao Clan would not have sent so many Gu immortals. They had participated in the capture of the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan could do this because he had grasped the timing. The hidden sand spider queen's stamina had fallen by a lot, and because Myriad Self-Giant Hand had gained the 2nd core immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain, its power had increased, and it could even counter Earth Path desolate beasts like the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan brought the captured hidden sand spider queen to Shao Clan's Gu immortals. "Sir, who are you? What are your intentions?" Xiao Huqi asked in a deep voice after sensing Fang Yuan's goodwill. Fang Yuan chuckled. "I am just a nameless lone cultivator in Western Desert. I have been living in seclusion and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie not long ago, so I decided to enter the world. This time I suddenly appeared because I want to do a long-term trade with your clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spiders? Oh, regretful spiders? Shao Clan's Gu immortals heard this and were overjoyed. Shao Clan had the immortal Gu house 10,000 li silk corridor. 10,000 li was just a general term. The entire immortal Gu house was more than 10,000 li long. This immortal Gu house had an extremely special function. As long as there were enough spider mortal Gu, it could be spread out and built anywhere. If one looked from a bird's eye view, it would look like a huge spider web covering Western Desert. And in this 10,000 li silk corridor, the ground was smooth like silk. Anything transported in this corridor would have an extremely fast speed increase. Shao Clan was one of the wealthiest super forces in Western Desert. The most important reason was that Shao Clan had this 10,000 li silk corridor. Any immortal Gu house could defend, attack, move, heal, investigate, and so on. Be it 88-point Jinyang Tower, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or other immortal Gu houses, they were all like this. They could be called fortresses of war. Shao Clan had set up 10,000 li silk corridor everywhere, allowing their goods to move freely, making huge profits. But there was a problem. The operation of 10,000 li silk corridor would expend a large number of spider mortal Gu. 10,000 li silk corridor was Shao Clan's economic lifeline. Thus Shao Clan had to collect a large number of spider mortal Gu every year to maintain 10,000 li silk corridor. This time, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang led a group to capture hidden sand spiders. It was to bring them to the clan's headquarters and raise them. Every once in a while, they would let out their blood and cut off their flesh, gathering the clan's Gu masters to refine large numbers of spider mortal Gu. Even though Shao Clan's own business satisfied a portion of the demand, they still needed to purchase large numbers of spider mortal Gu from the market. Moreover, the greater the number of spider mortal Gu and the greater the variety, the easier it would be for 10,000 li silk corridor. Shao Clan's Gu immortals were naturally interested. Xiao Huqi immediately asked, "Sir, how many regretful spiders do you have? And how would you like to trade?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving a number. Xiao Huqi's eyes shone with joy for a moment. Fang Yuan continued, "I can provide you with this many spider mortal Gu every month." Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. As for how to trade, Fang Yuan pondered, "Isn't your 10,000 li silk corridor the best method? Give me a nearby node token on the 30th of every month. I will come to the node punctually to put in the goods and collect the payment." "Then, sir, how much are you selling your goods?" Xiao Shirang interrupted. "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Everyone, let's look at the quality of the goods first before discussing the price." Fang Yuan's sample made Shao Clan's Gu immortals very satisfied. These regretful spiders came from a Northern Plains superforce, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Shao Clan's Gu immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan immediately quoted a price. After some haggling, both sides set the price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Huqi paid for the goods on behalf of the clan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted and obtained a node token. After the transaction, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and left. Xiao Huqi's group returned to Shao Clan's headquarters and immediately reported this matter to Shao Clan's first Supreme Elder. After learning of this, First Supreme Elder nodded. "Little Who did well this time. We will double the contribution for this mission." Xiao Huqi said solemnly, "But Lord, this person appeared too suddenly. He is a rank 6 immortal zombie but has rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know his origin?" First Supreme Elder smiled nonchalantly. "Western Desert is huge. There are naturally many secluded Gu immortals. I do not know all of them. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence. It is not strange that they were forced to appear. Since this person is sincere in doing business, let's continue our cooperation. My clan will always have a need for mortal spider Gu. If the cooperation goes well, we can give him the Shao Clan transaction token." "Lord, are we not going to investigate him?" First Supreme Elder thought about it and said, "I know what you mean. Since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he definitely has other blessed lands. We can investigate him a little. We cannot treat him like an ordinary immortal zombie. The urgent matter now is to compete with Dong Clan and occupy the Northwest Market. We need to set up the 10,000 li silk corridor as soon as possible." I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder. Xiao Huqi saw that First Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed and immediately understood. He bowed respectfully and left silently. Few days later. Central Continent. Floating Flower River. Listening Wave Pavilion. As a large-scale force, Listening Wave Pavilion was a semi-secluded sect, but right now it was crowded like a marketplace. This was one of the locations of the Refinement Path Convention's 7th round. At this time, another round of competition had just ended. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming. Countless gazes gathered on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan wore a black robe and a mask. He was still in the same appearance as before. He walked down the stage silently. Many people's gazes followed him as he moved. The other group of people stared at the ranking on the wall with shock in their eyes. Right now, the first place was engraved with Feng Yuan's name. Demonic Path Gu Cultivator Feng Yuan obtained first place for the 7th time in a row. Amazing, too amazing, this is the performance of at least a master-level Gu master. With his strength, he has a high chance of passing the most famous nightmare of the Refinement Path Convention, the 8th round. When can I have such strength? In the crowd, Hong Yi looked at Feng Yuan's departing figure as he felt a sense of yearning. For some reason, others disliked Feng Yuan's demonic cultivation style. But as a righteous path disciple of Universal Life Academy, Hong Yi did not dislike Feng Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Although Hong Yi's luck was good and he had huge potential, he was too lacking in ability. He was eliminated in the 2nd round. Do you think Feng Yuan can fight his way into the finals like this? Young man, you are already looking forward to the finals? It's too early. He split a portion of his consciousness and inspected the information path Gu worm from earlier. This information path Gu. It was only rank 1, the cost of refining it was extremely low, it was not worth mentioning. The important thing was the information inside, it was worth 10 yuan stone. Feng Yuan inspected it and found that in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, there were over 8,000 Gu masters who won 7 rounds in a row. These people were able to pass 7 rounds, they were basically quasi-master level. Of course, among them, there were some who were extremely lucky and had weaker strength. But the strength here was only relatively speaking. They were not at Hong Yi's level. People like Hong Yi had already been eliminated in the first 3 rounds of the competition. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up for the competition. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu masters, but there were also people from Southern Border and the other 4 regions. After 7 rounds, there were only over 8,000 people left. There were less than 10,000, this showed how shocking the elimination rate was. And among them, there were over 400 people who got top 3 in 7 rounds in a row. These people were at least refinement master level geniuses. Even though 400 was a huge number, in the context of Central Continent, these people were only a small portion. They were at the top of the pyramid of refinement path attainment. In any path, master level people were rare. And refinement path was harder to become proficient in compared to other paths. There were even fewer masters. Among these 400 people, there were still over 80 Gu masters who got first in 7 rounds in a row. Undeniably, these 80 people were the focus of attention, they were the center of attention. Feng Yuan's name was among them. According to the evaluation of experts, his name was only above average. This was the result of Feng Yuan's high profile. It showed how intense the competition in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was. There were all sorts of people, it was not easy to stand out among these refinement path elites. Of course, this ranking was more of a guess, it did not represent the true standard of Gu refinement. The contents of the first 7 rounds were not enough to gauge Feng Yuan's limits. At the same time, Feng Yuan's origin was mysterious. Even if others wanted to guess, they could not. Because of these reasons, Feng Yuan's position was in the 30s. Feng Yuan carefully looked at this ranking. He soon found many familiar names. Firesmith Dragon Chief Feng Huai Tianmin Mia, Feng Kim Hong, Yumu Chun LV Pintian Du Pingtan Chu Wen. These people's names had a high status in Feng Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all heroes among people. They were lined up like stars in the sky. Even Feng Yuan felt a sense of dazzling brilliance. Among these people, there are many stars from the 5 regions' chaotic war. Some might not be outstanding now, but they will become immortals in the future. Some will even reach refinement path Grandmaster realm in their lifetime. Feng Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Feng Yuan was now a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. He was only a step away from Grandmaster realm. But don't underestimate this step, it was actually very far away. He needed a qualitative breakthrough. Actually, Feng Yuan's refinement path talent was very ordinary. If his talent was lacking, he would use hard work to make up for it. Feng Yuan used his previous life's accumulation to forcefully raise his refinement path attainment level, surpassing master level and reaching quasi-grandmaster level. He had cultivated for over 500 years, but he was only at quasi-grandmaster level. Wasn't he too useless? Look at Zhang Shanchuan. He was already a refinement path master at such a young age. The importance of talent in this was undeniable. But there was one more point. Zhang Shanchuan was a refinement path Gu master. He put most of his effort into it. As for Feng Yuan, be it in his previous life or this life, he cultivated refinement path on the side. In his previous life he spent over 300 years cultivating blood path for the last 200 years, while in this life he cultivated strength path. One was a main path while the other was a secondary path. The amount of effort invested was like heaven and earth. If Feng Yuan did not cultivate blood path and strength path, he might not have lived until now. He was not as lucky as Zhang Shanchuan to have a master protecting him, and it was hard to raise attainment level. The higher one went, the harder it was. Before the Dream Realm changed the situation of the 5 regions, to raise attainment level, one could only rely on their own hard work and talent. It could be said that it was not easy for Feng Yuan to reach quasi-grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. With my strength, it will be difficult to get into the top 10 of this refinement path convention. And to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to get at least 6th place. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had grown from a small scale. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to compete for the infallible inheritance. They used refinement path duels to determine the winner and the loser. They would fight for the greatest benefits for themselves and their sections. But later on, because the infallible inheritance had too many benefits, it was helpful to the recovery of Fate Gu. Celestial Court took over. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were the representatives of the Celestial Court's internal organizations. Celestial Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. With the boss taking over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate with him. With the Celestial Court behind the scenes, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started to become famous. Its influence spread to the whole world. Now, every Refinement Path Convention would attract Gu Refinement Path geniuses from the other 4 regions to participate. According to the results of the previous conventions, the top 3 in the finals are all Refinement Path Grandmasters. There are even some quasi-great Grandmasters. The quality of every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was different, but in the top 10, most of them were Refinement Path Grandmasters. Only the 7th place had some Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster Gu Masters. Sometimes there were not many geniuses, there were only 3 or 4 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10. Then Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmasters could enter the top 6. But sometimes there were too many geniuses, there were 7 or 8 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10. Then there were few Quasi-Grandmasters who could enter the top 10. In this convention of Feng Yuan's, the quality was neither high nor low. There were about 5 Refinement Path Grandmasters. My greatest skill is still Blood Path Gu refinement methods. But now, I do not have many Blood Path Gu worms. If I use those Blood Path refinement methods, it will give Crane Gate an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. If I want to enter the top 6, I need to use my methods. Feng Yuan thought as he made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. Anzu Earth Trench Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force. It had 3 Gu Immortals in the upper echelon. Its sphere of influence stretched for millions of li, covering dozens of large forces, hundreds of mid-sized forces, tens of thousands of small forces, as well as countless ant-like Gu Master families. As one of the locations of the 8th round, Demon Expelling Sect's headquarters had the qualifications to do so. Tens of thousands of Gu Masters swarmed in on this day. to watch the exciting Gu refinement showdown. Of course, the true competition venue had limited space. It could only hold over 1,000 people. These 1,000 people were naturally not ordinary Gu masters. But in the several large squares that could accommodate ordinary spectators, Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements. Once the 8th round starts, there would be a video in the air, displaying it at the same time. Chapter 846. Feng Zheng and another Crane Gate elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. Unspecified currency outside the venue. There were buzzing noises. Over 1,000 Gu masters were sitting on the surrounding platforms, discussing in low voices while waiting for the 8th round to begin. But because there were too many people, even the slightest sound of conversation became very noisy when it was gathered together. It's Crane Gate's elder and disciple. Once they saw Feng Zheng's group, the surrounding Gu masters could not help but look at them. Their discussions also became hushed. Compared to the large and small forces, the people of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were like princes walking among commoners. That young man is actually wearing Crane Gate's elder's robe. Am I seeing things? Lower your voice. He is a rank 5 Gu master. His aura is genuine. What are you making a fuss about? It's not like there aren't Gu worms that can maintain youthful looks. Look, it's myriad Dragon Doc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted to another group of people. This group of Gu masters had twice the number of Crane Gate's members. They were led by 4 elders, and there were also many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragon Doc. The Crane Gate elder's gaze froze when he saw this. Myriad Dragon Doc, one of the 10 great ancient sects, had been in the limelight recently. The reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend might only be a rank 6 Gu immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. After 2 years of closed cultivation, he comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After that, he came out of his closed cultivation and roamed Central Continent, challenging countless Gu immortals along the way. He won most of the time with few draws. There were few defeats. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his momentum. Because of the duels, he obtained a lot of resources, causing the number of lightning deities in his hands to increase instead of decreasing. There were already 3 of them now. Before he had lightning deities, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive battle record of fighting rank 7 Gu immortals to a draw. Now that he had 3 lightning deities, his battle strength rose even further, surpassing ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. In his battle record, many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. With rank 6 cultivation level, defeating a rank 7 Gu immortal was a very rare thing. What was especially precious was that Vicious Lightning Fiend defeated rank 7 Gu immortals again and again. He was in the limelight for a while. His sect Myriad Dragon Doc's reputation also rose greatly. It was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu immortal world started to faintly acknowledge Vicious Lightning Fiend as the number 1 person with rank 6 battle strength in Central Continent. Some of the Myriad Dragon Doc elders who were fond of fighting were even more excited. They directly shouted that Vicious Lightning Fiend would be the next Shirley, the next Feng Zheng. After Vicious Lightning Fiend heard the news, he immediately replied and berated, "Shirley is one thing, but Lord Feng Zheng is not someone I can compare to. Don't say such things in the future." In other words, Shirley could still challenge him. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Combat Immortal sect. He had outstanding battle strength. However, he was firmly suppressed by Feng Zheng, unable to turn the tables. Feng Zheng, this freak, was hard to come by even in thousands of years. The 10 sects of Zhongzhou state had been beaten by him so badly that they could not help but admire and fear him. He won a series of challenges. This boosted Vicious Lightning Fiend's arrogance, and he began to openly challenge Shirley. Combat Immortal sects people were naturally indignant. However, Shirley, who had an irritable and direct temperament, strangely maintained his silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's morale. They felt that Shirley had no confidence in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend, and was acting like a coward. Of course, Anyone who was slightly familiar with the inside information would know that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was only a probe by Myriad Dragon Dock towards Combat Immortal Sect. Combat Immortal Sect had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and also discovered star constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. They had already started to secretly attack it. Because they wanted to draw Gu Immortal's battle strength from all over the place, this huge movement had already been faintly sensed by the other 9 sections. But these secrets were usually only known by Gu Immortals. Thus, when these elders and disciples of Myriad Dragon Dock saw Fengzheng's group, they were extremely arrogant. "Oh, it's Crane Gates people. Hehe, what are you doing here? Are you here to see how your elders will fail? It's no use, our Myriad Dragon Dock's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final victor. There is no doubt about this." Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu Master started mocking and ridiculing the moment they spoke. The competition between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was especially intense. Both sides were not on good terms. Especially when Crane Gate had been weak for a long time, Myriad Dragon Dock's people, who had become stronger, looked down on Crane Gate even more. Crane Gate's disciples could not help but feel sullen, but they could not retort. They maintained their silence and brushed past Myriad Dragon Dock's people, eventually sitting at their arranged seats. "TSK, a bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone even mocked. "Ha ha ha," as expected of Crane Gate's style. Crane Gate's people's expressions became even more unsightly. The spectators saw this and had many doubts. Someone asked, "Crane Gate and Myriad Dragon Dock are both part of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Dock so arrogant?" Immediately, someone answered, "There are strong and weak sects among the 10 great ancient sections. Crane Gate is weaker than Myriad Dragon Dock. This is publicly acknowledged. Besides this, Myriad Dragon Dock's participating Gu Master is too strong. It is that refinement path Gu Master known as Firesmith Dragon Chief." What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu Master. Isn't he a lone cultivator? Hee. Didn't you see the information dug out by Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief violated the sect rules in his early years, and was chased out by Myriad Dragon Dock. He is participating in this Refinement Path Convention to obtain a ranking and return to Myriad Dragon Dock. So that's it. It is said that this Firesmith Dragon Chief is already a Refinement Path Grandmaster. Such a person is actually eagerly requesting to return to Myriad Dragon Dock. The rallying power of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is truly huge. Meanwhile, at Crane Gate's side, Fengzheng and the other elders were also quietly discussing. Fengzheng asked, "I wonder what are the chances of our sect's elder Yen Tang winning this competition?" Fengzheng's Gu refinement ability was not good. He barely passed the 4 questions after going through the training. He successfully registered, but in the end he was eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, this was a large competition. This was the most open competition. Outsiders were not allowed to watch. Fengzheng was also an elder of Crane Gate. His status could be said to be noble. This time, Elder Yen Tang was participating in the competition and he had eaten so much food and wine from the other party. He had to come and watch and cheer for Elder Yen Tang. When Fengzheng asked this, the Crane Gate elder sitting beside him frowned deeply and sighed. "Elder Fengzheng, you know our Elder Yen Tang mainly cultivates Fire Path. He only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. As for the other party, Firesmith Dragon Chief, he mainly cultivates Refinement Path while cultivating Fire Path on the side. This difference is huge." Fengzheng still did not understand. He asked again. Even so, with Elder Yen Tang's Gu refinement attainment, he should be able to get into the top 3. Sigh. The Crane Gate elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Elder Fengzheng, you don't understand. After the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, the competition after that is a cruel single elimination system. Look at this demon-expelling sect competition stage in front of you. Only one Gu Master can win and advance to the next round." What? It's actually like this. Fengzheng was shocked. After a few breaths of time he reacted. After all, he had experienced many setbacks. His mind had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why doesn't Elder Yen Tang go to another competition venue? This Refinement Path Convention does not prohibit participants from moving around. Elder Fengzheng, you are right to think this way. After all, you can advance. Retreating is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, the other competition locations were also occupied by Gu refinement experts. Moreover, Elder Yintang was arranged here. This is also the decision of Crane Gate's higher-ups. At the end, the Crane Gate elder purposely lowered his voice and whispered. Fangjing was shocked. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the Crane Gate's higher-ups have already abandoned Elder Yintang. Their goal is to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief's ability? In a daze, he thought of his master, Master Tenchiru, who had once analyzed this to him. Elder Yintang was isolated in Crane Gate, so he invited you to drink, wanting to form a political alliance with you. Because he was isolated, he was chosen to be abandoned. Elder Yintang must be filled with unwillingness. What if I am abandoned one day? Thinking of this, Fangjing suddenly recalled the painful scene of him being in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over his body. Whoosh! The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fangjing's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cold air. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked in concern. Nothing. Fangjing wiped his forehead with his hand, and at once his palm was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think too much. His heart was flustered and hesitant. At this time the elder's voice resounded in his ears. Participants, enter the arena one by one. The competition is about to begin. Fangjing quickly raised his head and looked, only to see over 100 Gu masters slowly entering the arena. Fangjing quickly found Elder Yintang in Crane Gate. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with indignation and helplessness. Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was dressed in a red robe, had an arrogant expression as he looked around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding competitors. A bunch of weaklings, I will definitely win this round. Quickly start. Firesmith Dragon Chief did not mind, laughing heartily as he urged demon expelling sex hosting elder. The surrounding refinement path Gu masters, however, did not dare to retort due to Firesmith Dragon Chief's formidable strength. Even Elder Yintang in Crane Gate clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he remained silent. Myriad Dragon Doc will win. Win! Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group shouted excitedly, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Their attitude was arrogant, but the surrounding spectators could only sit quietly and watch this happen. Damn it, this is too damn it. Fangjing had the temperament of a youngster after all. He gritted his teeth and felt indignant in his heart. I hate my lack of strength. I really hope someone will appear at this time and defeat this Firesmith Dragon Chief, and beat down the arrogance of these Myriad Dragon Doc people. As if responding to the hope in his heart, a figure quietly appeared. At first, he did not attract any attention, but when he stepped onto the arena, countless gazes were immediately cast towards him. Black robe, mask, rank 5 demonic cultivator. It was Fang Yuan. Why was he here? Chapter 847. Fang Yuan's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. According to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's rules, from the 8th round onwards, only one Gu master could advance to the next round. Thus, it gradually became a custom. The whole of Central Continent's competition locations were turned into territories, and every powerful Refinement Path Gu master was like a fierce beast occupying a territory. Unless forced to, no ferocious beast would cross the boundary to challenge another ferocious beast. This was absolutely not a wise move. The more they advanced, the more glory they would obtain, and the more rewards they would obtain. Fighting in advance was like a fisherman reaping the benefits. Thus, when many Gu masters saw Fang Yuan's appearance, they could not help but guess, does Fang Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The exorcism sect elder in charge of this competition felt strange, but showed no expression. Fang Yuan's appearance was in accordance with the convention's rules. As long as one entered any venue within the stipulated time, their results would be recognized. Thus, even if others wanted to obstruct him, they could not do so under everyone's watchful eyes. This person is called Fang Yuan? Don't tell me he is our sect's famous who immortal blessed land's owner? Crane Gate's disciples also started guessing. Speaking of which, that Lord Feng Yuan of our sect is really mysterious. I have not seen his true appearance even till now. Sigma, W is identical to WW. This is Feng Yuan? Not possible. Central Continent is so big, it is not like there are no Gu masters with the same name. The agreement between Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong has already spread far and wide. Our Crane Gate has many exemption quotas. It is enough for Feng Yuan to rest and build up his strength. He can only participate after the 10th round. Crane Gate's disciples discussed. Many people secretly looked at Fengzheng's expression. Fengzheng's lips were tightly pursed. His face was pale, and his hands were tightly clenched in his wide sleeves. They were blood brothers. As soon as Feng Yuan appeared, Fengzheng's instincts told him that this was his biological brother. Fengzheng was caught off guard. At this moment, the shadow of his childhood descended upon him, enveloping him once again. It was as if a pair of black hands were tightly gripping his neck. Fengzheng found it difficult to breathe. Ever since he woke up from that coma, the nightmare that he had been trying his best to avoid came back to him again. The 10,000 Dragon Dock people shouted arrogantly. The cheers couldn't help but slow down and gradually weaken. Feng Yuan had previously displayed formidable refinement path attainments, obtaining first place in 7 rounds consecutively, the same result as Firesmith Dragon Chief. The elders and disciples of 10,000 Dragon Dock had no choice but to admit that Feng Yuan was a terrifying opponent. I heard that this Feng Yuan has the same result as our Firesmith Dragon Chief. 7 consecutive first-place matches. Is he the one who bet with Feng Kim Hong? If it's really that person, that is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He is extremely rich. So what? Look at the rankings. Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked 7th. What is Feng Yuan's rank? There are only 30 of them. That's right, he came this time. He is simply asking to be humiliated. I believe that Firesmith Dragon Chief can definitely defeat him. Although 10,000 Dragon Docks people said so, the other spectators did not think so. Feng Yuan took the initiative to attack. He displayed a very strong aggressiveness. Feng Yuan was clearly not an idiot this time. He had crossed the border to attack. He clearly had confidence in trump cards. Feng Yuan did not play according to the rules, causing Firesmith Dragon Chief to be shocked, angry, and doubtful. So Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, Crane Gate Feng Yuan. You came here. Are you hoping to reap early failure? Firesmith Dragon Chief really wanted to ask. Why did you come here? Can't you just squat in your territory and advance in peace? You're really stupid. While he was reprimanding, he was also feeling somewhat gloomy inwardly. I have no grudge with you. Why did you come here to disturb me? You still have Feng Kim Huang's duel. Is it because I look easy to bully? Once he said that, the commotion outside the stage became even louder. What? This Feng Yuan is actually someone from Crane Gate? Isn't he a demonic Pathgu cultivator? It should be. Firesmith Dragon Chief personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? This is huge news. I did not expect him to be a disciple of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This is really unexpected. But why did he come here? Did Crane Gate clash with Myriad Dragon Dock in advance? I have never heard of any conflicts. Even the hosting elder's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Feng Yuan. At once, Feng Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother. Fengzheng gritted his teeth. His face was pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat unknowingly. His breathing was labored and weak, as if he had just exercised intensely and was about to collapse. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Feng Yuan. No one noticed his sorry state. In the aperture, Master Tenchiru consoled him, but there was little effect. The gazes of the other Crane Gate disciples brightened as they excitedly stared at Feng Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Feng Yuan had never officially appeared in Crane Gate headquarters, but his legend had spread far and wide in the whole of Crane Gate. He was mysterious and powerful. There were countless rumors about him. It was said that because his talent was too outstanding, he was taken in as a personal disciple by a Gu immortal the moment he ascended the mountain. This was, of course, just a rumor, pure speculation and completely unreliable. But Crane Gate's higher-ups could not refute the rumor. Once the truth was revealed, Would the reputation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects still be preserved? Moreover, the Crane Gate disciples were more willing to believe the evidence in front of them. The greatest evidence was Fangzheng. Fangzheng had a great aptitude, but now he had rank 5 cultivation and was a sect elder. From this, it could be inferred how outstanding the elder brother's aptitude was. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu immortal blessed land? At this moment, the Crane Gate disciples craned their necks. Their gazes were glued to Fang Yuan. The suspicions and curiosity in their hearts had accumulated to the point of overflowing their chests. I really want to see Lord Fang Yuan's true appearance. He should look similar to Elder Fangzheng. Sai, why is he wearing a mask? But this is the competition venue. Anyone who uses investigative goo will be chased out. The disciples conversed excitedly. The Crane Gate elder finally realized something was wrong with Fangzheng, asking with concern, "Elder Fangzheng, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" It's nothing. Fangzheng seemed to be startled, quickly replying, "Why does Elder Fangzheng seem to be afraid of Fang Yuan? Don't tell me the relationship between these two brothers is not good?" The Crane Gate elder's eyes flashed with a strange expression. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. Fang Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly looked around, pausing on Fangzheng, before slowly looking at Firesmith Dragon Chief. He lightly smiled, breaking the long silence. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he proudly announced to the surrounding people, "That's right, I am Crane Gate's Fang Yuan." "Haha, it's true. Elder Fang Yuan, you can do it." Elder Fang Yuan and Fangzheng are the two heroes of our sect. The ones with the most intense reaction were the people from Crane Gate. Some of the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. They felt proud and had a strong sense of honor for the sect. After being suppressed by the group of people from the 10,000 Dragon Dock at this time, they had obtained justice, and they felt a kind of exhilaration. "What are you so proud of?" "That's right. What is there to be proud of?" Myriad Dragon Dock's people quickly refuted. Fangzheng's eyes flashed with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said to his companions, "Don't compare me with my brother." In the ears of the bystanders, it had a different meaning. "Did you hear that? Elder Fangzheng has such talent, but he admits he is weaker than Lord Fang Yuan." "That's right, rumor has it that Fang Yuan is a Gu immortal seed. He is fully nurtured by the higher-ups." The Crane Gate disciples suppressed their voices as they talked, but their voices were not low at all. Fangzheng's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. He felt an intense dizziness. Myriad Dragon Dock's expression also became even more unsightly. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense. A Myriad Dragon Dock elder snorted and softly cursed. "I want to see what kind of dejected expression you will have when you lose." Outside the arena, the other Gu masters had already become props that were ignored by others. Fang Yuan continued to stare at Firesmith Dragon Chief, purposely raising his voice. "Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here naturally to defeat you. Defeating those incompetent people is too boring for me. You are a slightly better opponent. You can add some brilliance to my path of advancement. So bring out your true strength, don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is that crazy deity's blazing flame. Take it out and fight, that way I can feel a little more satisfaction after defeating you." Hearing Fang Yuan's words of challenge, be it outside or on the arena, all the Gu masters had the same feeling. Arrogant, too arrogant. Earlier, everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Fang Yuan, they realized that the saying "there is always someone better than you" was not wrong at all. "Look at this Fang Yuan. This is the true insolent master." Firesmith Dragon Chief was inwardly shocked. "He even knows my trump card. This is impossible, I have never shown it in public. How did he know?" After the shock, Firesmith Dragon Chief's anger rose. He shouted without showing weakness, "Good, since you are so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson." "I will let you understand what true pain is." At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "I am a grand rank 6 Gu immortal who has passed 2 heavenly tribulations. I am only 1 step away from rank 7. Why would I be afraid of a weakest immortal zombie like you? Kid, you are too arrogant. I will ruthlessly step on you and make you lose all face. Blindly challenging me will be your biggest regret in your life. Chapter 848. As if he could hear Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Feng Yuan continued to ridicule and even increased the intensity. Yes, this is the expression in your eyes, this is the emotion. Be angry, only then can you take out your full strength to fight me. Only then would I be a little interested in such an opponent. Remember, you must take it out, otherwise you will be the shame of Myriad Dragon Doc. Ha ha ha. Seeing Feng Yuan pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief and speaking in such an arrogant manner. At once, the Gu masters on and off the stage were speechless. Wasn't this too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's group gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Feng Yuan was even more arrogant than them. Firesmith Dragon Chief was trembling with anger, staring fixedly at Feng Yuan with eyes spewing fire. Different from what others imagined, Feng Yuan had a bold appearance, but he was actually very vigilant in his heart. Different from the outside world's information, this Firesmith Dragon Chief did not cultivate refinement path, but turned to cultivating fire path. He was a refinement path Gu master when he was in Myriad Dragon Doc. He had indeed been expelled from the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a fire path Gu immortal's inheritance. During this period of time he luckily became a fire path Gu immortal, and eagerly entered Myriad Dragon Doc's embrace. Myriad Dragon Doc naturally would not let go of a Gu immortal battle strength. They had already secretly taken him in. It was just that it was the Refinement Path Convention, and seeing that he had Grandmaster attainment in Gu refinement, they quickly called him to participate in the convention. They wanted to seize the first few places and obtain more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's refinement path attainment far exceeds mine. He was the second place in this convention in my previous life. His refinement path Grandmaster attainment cannot be underestimated, especially in the 10th battle. He suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters who were refining Gu at the same time. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Such an enemy. I have to attack him in advance. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, he would be almost unstoppable. However, although Firesmith Dragon Chief was already a Gu immortal, he did not make it public, and hid his identity from mortals. His Gu immortal cultivation could not be concealed from other Gu immortals, but everyone knew about it, and no one exposed him. Gu immortals maintained a sense of mystery. It was helpful to maintain their rule. There was another reason. If he lost to a mortal in the Refinement Path Convention, it would be too embarrassing. Why would Gu immortals lose to mortals? Mortals defeating Gu immortals was a common occurrence in the past Refinement Path Conventions. Because Gu refinement was not about fighting and killing. It's a technical job. The main reason was that immortal Gu were unique, they were too hard to refine. Without immortal Gu as a benchmark, when Gu immortals compete with mortals, they could only rely on refining mortal Gu. Everyone could refine mortal Gu. To a large extent, the difference between immortals and mortals could not be seen. Thus, normally speaking, Gu immortals who participated in the Refinement Path Convention would not expose their identities. Let's begin. Feng Yuan urged the exorcism sect elder. Hurry up and begin. Firesmith Dragon roared. He could not wait to trample this arrogant Feng Yuan under his feet. The exorcism sect's elder endured the pressure from the two, clenched his teeth, and insisted, according to the rules, it's not time yet. It was not good to start the competition. 3 breaths left. 3, 2, 1. Alright. Activate the isolation Gu formation, close the entrance, and reveal the test questions. The first 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention. He was a Fire Path Gu immortal and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Gu worms. This Sound Path Gu worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial Gu refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Feng Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest Gu refinement killer move. Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Fang Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use crazed deity's raging flames? Burn it for fun? This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his Gu refinement attainment. Even for Gu immortals, there were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the Gu. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome. Not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Fang Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the Gu recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The Gu Master could either reverse refine the Gu worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the Gu recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 Silence Gu. Thus, this required the Gu Master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined Gu refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange, only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But this Fang Yuan, why did he start refining Gu right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. He should calm down and think carefully. The competing Gu masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention and starting to think deeply. Fang Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other Gu masters had not started refining Gu. He was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the Gu masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a Blood Path Gu immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Chapter 849. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Fang Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day he would take some time out to practice day and night. During this practice process, Fang Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. It could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Fang Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, He also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions. With such a huge advantage, so what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course, this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Feng Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown, a skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Feng Yuan was relying on become his own failure because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Feng Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change. Time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense Gu refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Feng Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined Gu, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The Gu masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise. Feng Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this Gu refinement plan. Amazing, his plan not only ensured the speed of the Gu refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course, Feng Yuan's plan was the most outstanding Gu refinement plan that countless refinement path Gu masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Feng Yuan's Gu refinement method. Feng Yuan's Gu refinement method stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the silence Gu, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Feng Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were specially trained to refine silence Gu. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. He is confident in his success, like the probability of failure in the Gu refinement. It is as if the probability of failure never existed in his mind. This is the aura of a refinement path master. The famous 3 elders of refinement path in history were like this. That's right, watching him refine Gu is like watching a dazzling performance. His heart is so strong, it is as if victory is already in his pocket. His advantage is too obvious. Even if Feng Yuan fails once or twice, he can snatch the final victory from Firesmith Dragon Chief. Under the witness of countless gazes below and on the stage, Feng Yuan was not in any danger. He obtained victory with an enormous advantage. During the entire process, Feng Yuan firmly suppressed the other competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief was left in the dust. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief failed. He was eliminated just like that? Myriad Dragon Docks people could not believe the result in front of them, muttering absent-mindedly, Feng Yuan, Feng Yuan. Crane Gates people stood up and shouted, cheering wildly. Only Fengjing was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. The black-robed figure had already shrouded his whole body. I am afraid I have no hope of taking revenge in this life. At this moment, Fengjing's dejection reached its peak. He could no longer muster up any fighting spirit. Although there was deep hatred, Fengjing felt weak all over as he looked at Feng Yuan. He was powerless to reverse the situation. Firesmith Dragon Chief stared fixedly at Feng Yuan with his pair of bull eyes. He was unconvinced. He was unresigned. He had not even used his strongest killer move. This damned question made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. But he had to admit that Feng Yuan had quick thinking. He actually thought of such an outstanding Gu refinement plan in such a short period of time. Is this Feng Yuan really an immortal zombie? Could the information have been wrong? Immortal zombies were weak at thinking. The results of Feng Yuan's thinking made Firesmith Dragon Chief, an ordinary Gu immortal, feel ashamed of his inferiority. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief started to doubt Fang Yuan's identity as an immortal zombie. The match had already ended. Fang Yuan slowly walked down the stage. He did not provoke or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief again. This made the latter secretly sigh in relief. Since he had already won, there was no meaning in provoking and humiliating the other party. If Firesmith Dragon Chief provoked Fang Yuan to challenge Fang Yuan, then wouldn't Fang Yuan be shooting himself in the foot? Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief led Myriad Dragon Docs Group and left dejectedly. Fang Yuan received the winner's reward from Evil Expelling Sect. It was a large number of immortal materials of various types, but the quantity of each type was rather small. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards far surpassed the previous 7 rounds. There were large numbers of immortal materials, immortal goo recipes and so on. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan have treated the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a way to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fang Yuan put away these immortal materials and rejected Evil Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. Along the way, he gradually arrived at Evil Expelling Sect's mountain. At the mountain entrance, a group of people was already waiting at Crane Gate. Lord Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Elder Yin Tang and 2 other elders of Crane Gate respectfully welcomed him. Fang Jing was helpless as an elder. He also stood out, but he stood behind the 2 elders expressionlessly and did not take the initiative to greet them. Greetings, fellow sect members. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gentle voice could be heard. This made the people of Crane Gate very excited. Fang Yuan's arrogance earlier made them feel that Fang Yuan was difficult to get along with. But now that Fang Yuan's voice was gentle, they immediately felt that Fang Yuan's attitude towards fellow sect members was different from outsiders. Fang Yuan first looked at Elder Yin Tang. In the competition just now, this elder had also participated in the competition. Fang Yuan casually pointed, your goo refinement attainment is not shallow, but your plan has several flaws. These flaws should be dealt with like this. For example, the first one. Elder Yin Tang heard this and felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. He quickly thanked him. The disciples behind him had bright eyes. They were filled with admiration and praise. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Fang Jing at this time. His voice suddenly turned cold. He said with a tone of exasperation and disappointment, "My brother, what is with your expression? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance as always disappoints me. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention. You are simply throwing my face." The atmosphere became tense. The disciples secretly stuck out their tongues, thinking, Fang Yuan is so fierce to his brother. The 2 elders of Crane Gate came to a realization. It seemed that the relationship between these 2 brothers was quite cold. Fang Jing showed hatred on his face. He snorted and was about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, attacking in front of everyone. Fang Jing was a rank 5 goo master. He was already at the peak of mortals. But firstly, he was an enslavement path goo master. Most of his battle strength was on the Crane group. And secondly, he did not expect Fang Yuan to disregard the situation and attack him in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Yuan's attack had been planned for a long time. Not only did he use several mortal killer moves, he even used a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. While the people of Crane Gate were in a daze, Fang Yuan had already succeeded. He restrained Fang Jing on the spot from a distance. "Fang Jing, you disappoint me. You are still roaming outside like this. Why don't you cultivate in peace? With such strength you still dare to show off outside. Where is your sense of propriety? Your parents died early as your brother. I have to fulfill the responsibility of a father and teach you well. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards you will follow me. I will impart my refinement path insights to you. You must cultivate hard until I am satisfied." Fang Yuan shouted. "I don't need you to care about me. I am already an elder of Crane Gate. I have grown up." Fang Jing shouted, showing an unruly and rebellious expression. But in fact his heart was cold. He was no longer under his control. The words he shouted were not what he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It directly controlled Fang Jing's mind and created false thoughts, making Fang Jing's body accept them and act according to the thoughts. This was similar to enslavement path Gu masters controlling wild beasts. But the difference was that enslavement path Gu masters could only control one type of beast group. The wild beasts had simple thoughts. And controlling humans, the thoughts of humans were complex and changeable. It was very difficult. Feng Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He had to use several killer moves to deal with a rank 5 Gu master like Feng Zheng. He could only capture him in one move. No! Save me, someone save me! Master, master! Feng Zheng shouted anxiously in his heart. But the spirit incubating flea did not respond. Feng Yuan had already cut off Feng Zheng's connection with his aperture. Feng Zheng stared fixedly at Feng Yuan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never expected Feng Yuan to be so crazy, daring to attack here. This was simply insane. He did not place Crane Gate in his eyes at all. Chapter 850. Hadn't Feng Yuan already formed an alliance with the Crane Gate? Why would he dare to attack the people in the Crane Gate? Feng Zheng knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples. Back then Fengyang and Song Yu joined hands to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land but failed. Because of the benefits of Gutsgu, they reached an agreement and signed an alliance agreement. Naturally, there was a clause in the alliance that stipulated that members of both factions were not allowed to attack each other. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Zheng felt safe. Feng Yuan slowly withdrew his hand. Feng Zheng could neither move nor scream. He had no power to resist at all. An invisible force lifted him up and sent him to Feng Yuan's hand. The people at the Crane Gate were dumbfounded. What terrifying strength! Elder Feng Zheng has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was taken down without any resistance. Although Feng Zheng is an enslavement path Gu master, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Feng Yuan had displayed an unbelievable method, shocking these people in an instant. Feng Zheng roared internally, "Are you guys just going to stand there and watch the show? Come and save me. He's no longer my brother. He killed uncle and aunt. He killed the entire clan. He's a demon. He's a big demon." At the same time Feng Zheng shouted, "I'm not going to your place. Why should I listen to you? You want to discipline me again? I am the master of my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can fight on my own. I can surpass you." He was the living embodiment of a rebellious youth who refused to be controlled. When Feng Zheng heard his own shouts, he was utterly disheartened. Feng Yuan sighed and said to the people at the Crane Gate, "During this period of time we have to be careful. This good-for-nothing brother of mine has caused you trouble." "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all." The people at the Crane Gate quickly waved their hands. Feng Yuan nodded and said, "I will bring Feng Zheng to my side. He needed to be disciplined for a period of time. I've already informed the sect master about this matter. You can just go back and send a message." Feng Yuan was full of lies. Feng Yuan didn't even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of the last layer of hesitation. Regarding Feng Yuan's matter, in order to protect the sect's reputation, Crane Gate had been weaving lies. In the end, Feng Yuan used this lie to deceive the people at the Crane Gate. Feng Yuan carried Feng Zheng with one hand and walked away. The Gu masters on the side of the road saw this. They were all very surprised. However, since the Crane Gate did not say anything, why would they do anything? And the target was the refinement path expert that everyone was familiar with, Feng Yuan? Some demon-expelling sect Gu masters were worried and went to ask. Elder Yentang smiled and explained, "It's not a big deal. Lord Feng Yuan and Elder Feng Zheng are blood brothers. Right now, the elder brother is disciplining his younger brother." The demon-expelling sect Gu masters were convinced and left. The Crane Gate Gu masters watched as Feng Yuan left. Many disciples looked at Feng Zheng with envy. Someone said emotionally, "Although Lord Feng Yuan's tone is cold, he is actually very caring towards his only blood brother." That's right, with such a refinement path grandmaster nurturing him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say the last time Feng Zheng accepted a sect mission, he returned as a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by Big Brother, will he become a refinement path grandmaster when he returns? It can't be. That's too exaggerated. Even so, with such an expert's guidance, he will definitely benefit immensely. Sigh. Why don't I have such a big brother? A disciple's words struck a chord in everyone's heart. If they knew now. Feng Yuan captured Feng Zheng. It was just a preparation for possession. Who knew what kind of expression he would have? Slap. Feng Yuan threw Feng Zheng to the ground. Feng Zheng struggled, shouting in his heart. Feng Yuan, you demon, what do you want to do to me? You made an alliance agreement with Crane Gate. You cannot kill me, the elder of Crane Gate. Feng Yuan laughed. I did not kill you, why are you so agitated? My good brother, just stay here obediently. Feng Zheng showed fear on his face, shouting in his heart. Feng Yuan is not my master, Master Tenchiru. He can actually know my inner thoughts. Feng Yuan smiled proudly, looking at Feng Zheng. Your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he is alive, he is only a rank 5 Gu master at his peak. Feng Yuan said, grabbing at the air, taking all the mortal goo on Feng Zheng's body. The spirit incubating flea was trembling slightly. This was Master Tenchiru's strong resistance. But how could he resist? If it was on Qingmao Mountain, 100 Feng Yuan would not be Master Tenchiru's match. But now, Feng Yuan was no longer the same as before. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal. And Master Tenchiru had become a soul. Feng Yuan, even if you don't kill us, capturing us is a violation of the alliance agreement. Capturing us as captives is also a violation of the rules of the alliance. You will definitely suffer a severe backlash from the alliance. I advise you to let us go. You are a Grand Gu immortal. How can you make things difficult for mortals like us? Aren't you afraid that this will ruin our relationship with Crane Gate? Don't think Crane Gate cannot deal with you. The foundation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is not something you can imagine. Master Tenchiru shouted from inside the spirit incubating flea. He knew Feng Yuan could hear him. Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed. Ha ha, Master Tenchiru, I have to thank you. If you did not attack Qingmao Mountain, I would not have coincidentally reached this stage today. What can Crane Gate do after I capture you? Since you know so many secrets, you should know that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits. Tell me which is more important, the unique Guts Gu or the two of you? Master Tenchiru was speechless. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He mobilized countless Gu worms and formed a soul path killer move. Now tell me everything you know. Soul search. 2 hours later, Feng Yuan walked out of this underground prison. The cell door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Feng Yuan's red eyes shined with light as he muttered, Master Tenchiru, Guyue's generation, blood path true inheritance. Through the soul search, he learned about the grudges between Master Tenchiru and Guyue's generation. He also learned many secrets of Crane Gate. This Master Tenchiru, is he Fengyang's right-hand man? If I capture him, will he Fengyang come to ask for him? This is quite troublesome. He did not want to possess me, he wants to help Feng Zheng. This Master Tenchiru is a person with perseverance. Feng Yuan did not hold back his praise. Although he was a demon overlord, he could still look at and admire this kind of self-sacrificing and persevering to one's own principles. The same rice feeds different people. Different people had different perseverance in life. Towards such people with different values, Feng Yuan could accept and even admire them. If he did not have such an aspiration, he would not have his current accomplishments. If that is the case, Kenyang Laojun also sent the possession method he obtained from Dongfang Naganori back to Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru's memories were not of much help to Feng Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master. The secrets he knew about Crane Gate were very shallow. Feng Yuan could not make much use of them. As for Feng Zheng, Feng Yuan did not let him go. He searched his soul. Feng Yuan planned to keep this brother locked up forever. If he had no choice, Feng Yuan would have to use a plan to possess Feng Zheng and revive. But this way, he would lose his second aperture. All his strength path Dao marks would vanish. He would need to undergo tribulation again. The losses were huge. Second aperture immortal Gu was refined using many precious immortal materials. Lifespan Gu was included. It could be said that Feng Yuan could not refine second aperture immortal Gu in a short period of time. Lifespan Gu was hard to find. Even if he found it with Fang Yuan's current situation, he would probably use it to increase his lifespan. If possible, I should try not to possess Fang Zheng. But if my identity is exposed and I have not revived, I can only possess him. My current target is still the refinement path convention. After getting into the top 6, I will be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and obtain a chance to refine Gu for sure. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What was infallible? It meant that the Gu refinement would never fail. Once he got into the top 6, he would be transported to a secret blessed land. Fang Yuan planned to refine the immortal Gu change form there. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal Gu. Once he obtained it, Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face would rise by leaps and bounds. It would no longer be the painful version that could only conceal the aura of northern plains. As for the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had it long ago. He had to thank the land spirit of Langia for this. Long ago, when Fang Yuan had just obtained wisdom Gu, he had made a transaction with the land spirit of Langia, helping the land spirit of Langia perfect the immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan benefited from this. Not only did he get out of his financial predicament, he even obtained a large number of immortal Gu recipes. And the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu was one of them. As for the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had almost finished preparing them. Almost half of the immortal materials were obtained from the Northern Plains auction. As for the other half, Fang Yuan asked He Lulan to use her blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Using the other immortal materials that Fang Yuan had left, he sold or exchanged them. He carried out many transactions and accumulated a lot of them. Only a small portion was left, but after Fang Yuan's 8th round, he obtained immortal materials as a reward. In the following rounds, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack again and again. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he defeated these people one by one. At once, Fang Yuan was in the limelight. Forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals focused their attention on him. Everyone else conformed to the rules and occupied their own territories, advancing safely. Chapter 851. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention 12th Round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. There were only 2 people in the audience. One was dressed in a black robe, he had a muscular body and a mask, he was controlling the fire in front of him, it was Fang Yuan. The other was dressed in a white robe, his hair was white like snow. There was a vertical line on his forehead, it was Fang Huai. This is a contest between 2 sides. Fang Huai is amazing, he used 3 refinement path killer moves in a row. He actually reduced the gap greatly. Even so, Fang Yuan still has an advantage. He is too amazing. He is truly the number 1 person in this competition in terms of quick thinking. In this Gu refinement, he has been leading from the start. There are still variables. Be it Fang Yuan or Fang Huai, they both have one use of the ability. As long as they use it, they can reduce a portion of their immortal material. Be it the audience or the audience, they were all discussing. At this point in the competition, the other Gu masters had already been eliminated. Only Fang Yuan and Fang Huai were left. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm. He was concentrating on controlling the fire in front of him. Fang Huai. He even had the time to glance at Fang Huai on his right, observing his opponent. Fang Huai was also a Gu immortal. He was 3rd in this competition in his previous life. He was a Woodpath Gu immortal. Looking at the entire competition, this was the most disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan came to challenge him, attempting to eliminate him in advance. But who could have thought that Fang Huai would suddenly use 3 refinement path killer moves in one go? There was even an immortal level consecutive path killer move among them. He immediately closed the gap between him and Fang Yuan. This caused the outcome of this Gu refinement competition to be filled with suspense again. As expected of 3rd in my previous life. So troublesome. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. The fire in front of him. With 2 flaps, half of the blue peacock's head had melted. Suddenly it turned into ashes and fell onto the floor tiles. This. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I encountered the probability of failure. He immediately reacted and grabbed towards his right, where the last blue peacock was. But just as he killed the blue peacock and threw its head into the fire, Feng Huai's voice could be heard. I will use my authority to deprive Feng Yuan of the Gu refinement material blue peacock. The elder in charge of the scene. He immediately responded, approved. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue peacock beside Feng Yuan was extracted and left Feng Yuan's side. The audience was in an uproar. Each person only has 2 blue peacocks. Feng Yuan wanted to use the peacock's head to refine a gu, but he failed once. There was originally a second blue peacock left, but in the end this material was taken away. Beautiful, what a beautiful choice. Feng Huai's timing is too good. This time Feng Yuan is in trouble. That's right. Feng Yuan has clearly reached the last few steps. But without the crucial materials, he could only change the gu recipe and take a big detour to approach the destination. As for Feng Huai, he was not far from Feng Yuan to begin with. If he can catch up this time, he might be able to eliminate Feng Yuan. Is Feng Yuan going to be eliminated? After realizing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Recently, Feng Yuan had been taking the initiative to attack, eliminating gu refinement experts time and time again. His strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The outside world's estimation of his strength was rising. Most people thought that Feng Yuan had already reached refinement path grandmaster attainment level. In fact, a small portion of people felt that the strength Feng Yuan displayed had already surpassed refinement path grandmaster level, reaching quasi-great grandmaster attainment level. It was fine if it was refinement path grandmaster, but the evaluation of refinement path quasi-great grandmaster was a bit too high. Paths were divided into 4 levels: ordinary, master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. There were only 3 refinement path great grandmasters in history. They were called the 3 elders of refinement path. They were long hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. Quasi-great grandmaster was second only to the 3 elders of refinement path. Only 4 people in Northern Plains had reached this level. They were Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miao Li. These 4 were known as the current 4 elites of Northern Plains refinement path. In terms of refinement path attainment, it was impossible for Feng Yuan to be on the same level as Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miao Li. But it was not surprising that people made such guesses. The strength that Feng Yuan displayed was truly too strong. His familiarity with the questions allowed him to leave the second place far behind. How can one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? This time Feng Yuan attacked to eliminate Feng Huai, but he finally kicked a steel plate. Ha ha ha. Many people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I could not stand him for a long time. Feng Huai did well. This Feng Huai is too despicable. Lord Feng Yuan, you need to do your best. Many Crane Gate disciples cheered for Feng Yuan. After Feng Yuan captured Feng Jing and brought him back, Crane Gate did not react. It was as if they had tacitly approved of this matter. Feng Yuan, I will definitely win this round. Feng Huai laughed heartily. He was full of confidence. It was as if he had already obtained the fruits of victory. Is that so? Feng Yuan sneered. He grabbed the headless peacock corpse beside him. There were 2 living blue peacocks among the gu refinement materials. Feng Yuan killed one of them and took its head, but he failed. The second peacock was taken away. The headless peacock corpse in his hands was left behind by the first one. Feng Yuan opened his 5 fingers. A thick blood-colored fog gushed out of his palm. In a few breaths of time, the fog enveloped the headless peacock corpse. The outside world could not see the situation inside. This is the evil blood refinement technique again. This is not the first time Feng Yuan has used the blood refinement technique. Why is such a person an elder of Crane Gate? One of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate, has also started to fall. Many Gu masters saw this scene and started to shout. Someone even shouted, "Why is such a person not on the Demon Judgment Board?" Feng Yuan openly used the blood refinement technique again and again, causing Crane Gate to suffer a lot of pressure. What do you know? Feng Yuan ignored these voices. He calmly refined the goo worm in his hand and obtained the final victory. I finally won. This way, it will not be a problem for me to enter the top 6. Feng Yuan bathed in everyone's shocked, praising, admiring and jealous gazes. He was expressionless, but he let out a breath of turbid air in his heart. Thankfully, I have my previous life's memories. I know this trump card of Feng Huai's, otherwise, he would have won. He looked glorious on the surface, but he was under huge mental pressure. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it would be very difficult to eliminate these experts. Firesmith Dragon Chief situation was a special case. Feng Yuan's victory over these people was not like what the outside world thought of him as having a great advantage. Chapter 852. Central Continent Celestial Court. The sky was clear and bright. The palace group carved from white jade was shining with a sparkling light. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Heaven overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall with the help of a walking stick. At once, the 20 or so Gu Immortal wills in the hall turned around and looked at him. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord, we have troubled you for the last 100 years. After completing this part of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu, please go to sleep. Celestial Court needs a doyen like you. There were no unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Gu Immortal Wills broke the silence and spoke. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord opened his turbid eyes, and after slowly looking around, his gaze fixed on a will sitting on a high seat. At the next moment, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Lian Zhoushang, it is time for you to wake up. This Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is about to reach its end. We need to make some preparations to repair fate. Lian Zhoushang's will nodded and slowly stood up. Next he spoke. To repair fate, just me and Heaven overseeing Tower Lord are not enough. We need the strength of 2 rank 8s. I wonder who can help? My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in falling heavenly river. I cannot help. Although I have been asleep for a long time, my soul is still researching the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe. It has already reached the crucial point. Let me do it. Maybe after I wake up, I can encounter some eerie winds from the depths of the earth. The wills conversed for a while before 2 wills decided to wake up. Then let's do this. Lian Zhoushang's will nodded at Heaven overseeing Tower Lord and flew into the sky. Following his footsteps, there were also 2 other wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky and entered the heavenly gate. Shortly after, they vanished. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord turned around and left. Behind him, the discussion hall's door slowly closed. 3 days later, Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. They concealed their rank 8 Gu Immortal auras and looked down at the mountain below them. They were 4 Gu Immortals from Central Continent's Celestial Court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired Lian Zhoushang sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's get started. This time I don't have much time. I still have many things to do. Bai Chun Tian urged. All right. Then let me make the first move. Bai Zong Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands and instantly white mist floated in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Immediately after, Bai Chun Tian opened his eyes wide and 2 pillars of light shot out from his eyes towards Hairy Foot Mountain. This Hairy Foot Mountain looked very ordinary. The mountain was small and it was lacking in resources. Even the surrounding small and medium-sized forces were too lazy to occupy it. However, at this moment, being shown on by Chun Tian's signature Immortal Killer move, it showed a mystical effect. The air fluctuated violently, creating countless ripples. The entire Hairy Foot Mountain trembled slightly. Bai Chun Tian's Immortal Offensive Killer move was terrifying to begin with. At this moment it was completely ineffective. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was the third to act, followed by Lian Zhoushang. The 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals each made a move, but it was far from enough. The Gu Immortals had expected it. Thus, the second and third rounds continued. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Zhoushang gave a light shout. With a crucial attack, the quantity finally caused a qualitative change. It produced results. Hairy Foot Mountain vanished. A blessed land appeared in front of the 4 Gu immortals. This is the infallible blessed land that contains the infallible inheritance. Lien Zhousheng sighed. Bai Chantian took a few glances and smiled. There are more mortal failure Gu than before. It seems that the scale of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is getting bigger. Bai Tsong Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time we open this place we have to expend so much effort. Lien Zhousheng, can't you just take this blessed land completely? It is difficult. You know that the owner of this blessed land is a refinement path great expert who went against Renzu. Lien Zhousheng sighed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord nodded. The Celestial Court has already taken over this blessed land for thousands of years, but can only take 30 invincible Dao marks from it. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, there will be 36 invincible Dao marks. We took 30 in advance. The remaining 6 Dao marks can only be left for those who participate in the competition. Even if they want to take them, they cannot. Lien Zhousheng added, this blessed land is very special. It is perfectly round and has no entrance. It is not that we Gu immortals cannot break this blessed land, but if we forcefully destroy it, we will not be able to recreate the beauty of this blessed land. We can only do this for fear of harming the innocent. To take over this blessed land, not only do we need Refinement Path Gu immortals, we also need Rule Path great experts to cooperate with us. Unfortunately, be it Refinement Path or Rule Path, there are very few who can cultivate to rank 8. The 4 were silent for a while before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Thankfully, Fate Immortal Gu has been repaired. It can display 50% of its power. Compared to before, there is a qualitative change. We can find more Fate fugitives and speed up the repair of the Immortal Gu. Speaking of which, how many fugitives did we find this time? Have they been executed? Bai Chantian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord replied. We found a few. Southern border and northern plains are too far away. The 2 from Central Continent are already dealing with them. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu climbed a giant tree and walked out of ordinary abyss, but left behind his daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Renzu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had extraordinary achievements. He could not enter ordinary abyss again. Renzu saw that going around in circles was not a solution. He decided to set off again, to find a way to save his eldest son, verdant great son, and his 4th daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Once again, he set out on his journey and began the path of his life. On this day he met a hairy man on the road. The hairy man stopped him looking very happy. Oh Renzu, I have been looking for you for a long time. Renzu was puzzled. I don't know you. Why are you looking for me? The hairy man explained. It is like this, Renzu. I am the leader of the hairy men in the world. My Gu refinement attainment cannot be matched by hairy men. But recently I encountered difficulties in refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am not sure if it is a success or a failure. Renzu wanted to continue on his way. But he thought to himself, if this hairy man leader really refines success Gu, if I use this success Gu, won't I be able to save my eldest son or my 4th daughter? Thus, Renzu stopped and communicated with the hairy man. Then why are you looking for me? The hairy man carefully took out a Gu. This Gu was like an ordinary rock covered in thick fur. The hairy man said, I don't dare to touch it. If it is success Gu, then so be it. If it is failure Gu, I will lose myself the moment I touch it. But Renzu, you are different. You can walk on your own path of life. That proves that you have self-Gu. Once you have self-Gu, even if you encounter failure Gu, you will not lose yourself. Thus, I want you to appraise it for me. Renzu was overjoyed. So that's it. I can help you, but if it is success Gu, please give it to me. I need it urgently. The hairy man said, Sure. No problem. Renzu stretched out his hand and touched the Gu worm. He made a wish to this Gu worm. Please bring my 4th daughter, boundless forest Samsara, to my side. At the next moment the Gu worm shattered. Failure. The hairy man had a dejected expression. It seems that I refined failure Gu. Courage Gu flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu, you are a failure. I want to leave you. Saying so, Courage Gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man became excited at this moment. But no matter, I can still modify the Gu recipe. Oh Renzu, wait for a while, I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase Courage Gu and make it return. But Renzu wanted Success Gu even more to save his children. He thought about it. He decided to wait for the hairy man leader and watch him refine the Gu. The hairy man refined the second Gu. He handed it to Renzu to inspect. Renzu touched it and made a wish. The Gu worm shattered again. This is still failure Gu. The hairy man shouted, feeling very dejected. Faith Gu flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worth my time. Saying so, the Faith Gu left Renzu and flew away. Renzu stomped his feet and wanted to chase, but the hairy man pulled him back. Don't be anxious, I have thought it through. I will definitely refine Success Gu this time. Renzu saw that the Faith Gu had flown far away and he could not chase it. He sighed and said, Oh hairy man, quickly refine it. I will trust you one last time. The hairy man's third Gu worm was still failure Gu. Strength Gu flew out. Oh Renzu, you are a failure. You are not worthy of having me. Saying so, it left. Renzu had a bitter expression. He knew it was useless to chase. He could only watch as Strength Gu flew away. But at this time, the Self Gu in his heart flew out and bit the Strength Gu. Strength Gu screamed as a piece of it was bitten off. It ran even faster. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Renzu and the hairy man were dumbstruck. Self Gu flew back slowly and said to Renzu proudly, Any failure has value. Oh Renzu, I have experienced repeated failures, and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I bit Strength Gu. From now on you have your own strength. I can actually become even stronger. I can devour any Gu worm and obtain their full power. Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh and shouted, I know how to refine Success Gu. It is through failure. The more failures I have, the closer I am to success. I understand. He cheered as he flew away, leaving Renzu. According to the research of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the hairy man leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the hairy man leader's former residence. After this hairy man leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others and refine them into failure mortal Gu. After accumulating enough mortal Gu, one could condense success Dao marks. After the Celestial Court found out, they took down most of the inheritance and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal Gu. They then used the extracted success Dao marks to repair fate immortal Gu. Chapter 853. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Danghun Palace, Feng Yuan showed his true form. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his 8 arms, his eyes closed. And inside his immortal aperture, there was a battle of wills going on. Feng Yuan, you will die a horrible death. Mo Yao's will shouted furiously, but Feng Yuan's nebula pounced at it at the next moment. The two wills immediately mixed together. They entered a dangerous battle of wills. Soon Feng Yuan's nebula dissipated at a visible speed. Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses, but it was much less than Feng Yuan's. Feng Yuan did not care, he only watched the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves to support his nebula like the first time. When Feng Yuan's nebula was about to be completely defeated, Feng Yuan smiled. He sent out another nebula into the battle of wills. A while later, Feng Yuan's nebula suffered heavy losses again. Feng Yuan added a third one. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, but Feng Yuan's was like a tree with roots. After sending out several nebula, Mo Yao's fake will was on the verge of death. Feng Yuan pulled back nebula from the battle at the same time. He used several killer moves to imprison Mo Yao's fake will again. At the same time, he nourished her fake will, allowing her to slowly recover, making it easier for Feng Yuan to plunder her next time. Mo Yao's fake will was messed around by Feng Yuan. It did not even have the strength to curse, let alone maintain its basic form. The greatest value of this Mo Yao's fake will was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Feng Yuan had already squeezed it out. The rest were some memories related to Gu refinement. While participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Feng Yuan did not forget to search for these Gu refinement memories from Mo Yao's fake will. At the same time, he also intended to train his will in battle. At the start, he didn't use wisdom path methods. Feng Yuan's nebula was forced to retreat again and again. He was no match for Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao was indeed a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. As an Inkman woman, she was favored by Sword Immortal Bo Qing, and became his only companion. Even among all the fairies of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao would definitely be one of the best. This old demonic woman, even if she majored in refinement path, her attainments in wisdom path far surpassed Feng Yuan's. In order to train himself, Feng Yuan deliberately pretended to engage in a battle of wills with Mo Yao. In the beginning, the casualty ratio was an astonishing 100 to 1. Feng Yuan's side lost 100 players. Mo Yao's fake will lost 1 player. But later, as the number of battles increased, Feng Yuan's experience accumulated rapidly, and most importantly, with the guidance of Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, Feng Yuan's battle of wills improved rapidly. Originally it had been a blank slate, but now it was fighting brilliantly against Mo Yao's fake will. It had improved tremendously. The original ratio of 100 to 1 had now been reduced to 4 to 1. In other words, 4 times, Feng Yuan's nebula could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. As for Feng Yuan stealing his cultivation experience and using him as a free fighter, he could do whatever he wanted. Mo Yao's fake will was naturally furious, but it was under the control of others. It could do nothing even if it was angry. Nebula entered his mind. Feng Yuan carefully checked Mo Yao's memories that he snatched from Nebula. Next, he slowly opened his eyes. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This time, the memories were not the Gu refinement experiences of the past. They were Mo Yao's adventures with Sword Immortal Bo Qing. In Central Continent's Truyang Mountain Range, they killed a group of desolate beasts and searched for spoils of war. They found a hibiscus stalactite in a cave. Hibiscus stalactite was a rare rank 7 immortal material. The stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This stone heart liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo Qing wanted to cut the stalactite with his sword but was stopped by Mo Yao. Cutting the stalactite would only give 1 rank 7 immortal material. But if left alone many years later, there would be a lot of stone heart liquid left. Rank 8 immortal materials were much more valuable than rank 7 immortal materials. Bo Qing accepted Mo Yao's suggestion and made many exquisite Gu formations, perfectly concealing this cave. So many years have passed. If this cave had not been discovered, I would have accumulated a lot of rank 8 immortal material stone heart liquid. Even if I cannot use it, it is good to keep it. In the future, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and barter for Gu refinement immortal materials that I want. Rank 8 immortal materials are highly sought after by Gu immortals. Feng Yuan was secretly overjoyed. He also gained a deeper understanding of Mo Yao's fake will. This Mo Yao's fake will has many methods. She purposely hid such precious memories. Until now, when I've searched through most of his memories, I've finally discovered it. This method is not recorded even in Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. I need to get it back. Feng Yuan inwardly reminded himself. However, at this moment he could not continue to be violent towards Mo Yao. She needed to slowly recover her fake will, otherwise she would not be able to bear it. Feng Yuan did not go to Truyang Mountain Range directly to obtain the stone heart liquid. Instead, he stood up and opened the cell door, coming to his younger brother Fengzheng. Fengzheng was in a very strange state. His eyes were closed as he lay on the ground. His expression was sometimes sinister and sometimes relaxed. Sometimes he would scream and even dance around. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was naturally a method that Feng Yuan had used on him. Feng Yuan waved his hand, dispelling this method. Fengzheng was sweating profusely as he breathed roughly. He slowly sat up after a while. "What did you do to me?" He looked at Feng Yuan and shouted, his gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan chuckled, saying plainly, "My good brother, what I showed you is the truth. It is the influence of my memories, combined with Master Tenchuru's memories. You should know now that the reason for such a tragedy in Qingmao Mountain is not because of me, but because of your so-called master, Master Tenchuru. If he had not come here and forcefully obtained the blood Dao true inheritance, perhaps we would still be living happily in Qingmao Mountain." Fang Jing was stunned. He forgot to speak for a moment, or rather, he did not know how to answer. Fang Yuan was indeed telling the truth. Although his clansmen were killed by Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to do so for survival. If Master Tenchuru had not come to snatch the blood Dao true inheritance, the 3 strongholds of Qingmao Mountain would not have been destroyed. Of course, the cause of this matter, Master Tenchuru did not hide the truth from Fang Jing, but it was necessary to beautify the process. It was not that Fang Jing had not thought about this problem before, but every time his thoughts touched on this topic, he would subconsciously choose to avoid it. But now Fang Yuan had searched Master Tenchuru's soul. He directly played the image of his memory in Fang Jing's mind. This was simply bringing the bloody and cruel reality to Fang Jing's eyes. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he could not. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's cold laughter echoed in the air. "My good little brother, have you never thought that your master, Master Tenchuru, has an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of Qingmao Mountain? You still let him be your master. You are acknowledging a thief as your father." Fang Yuan's words without a doubt cut to the heart. They directly pierced into the deepest part of Fang Jing's heart. "You shut up." Fang Jing suddenly roared. He had never been so angry before. "You shut up, don't say anymore. You demon, it was clearly you who killed the entire clan, it was you who killed uncle and aunt, it was you, you murderer. Without master's help, I would have died long ago. You are not allowed to slander my master." "Oh." Fang Yuan's mouth curved into a mocking arc. He laughed lightly. "Master Tenchuru saved you because he wanted to use you. Search me out? Ha ha ha, not long ago, Crane Gate even used you to attack my Hu immortal blessed land. You almost died in that battle, right? My foolish little brother. They used you like this, are you willing to do so? Don't say any more. Shut up, shut up." Fang Jing covered his ears. He closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with anger and fear. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, his voice icy. "My cowardly little brother, you don't even dare to face the truth. Even if you have the strength of a rank 5 Gu master, you are still a child deep in your heart. But you and I are related by blood as your elder brother. I will give you one more chance. Come to my side, I will train you. I will make you truly strong and mature." No. Fang Jing opened his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Fang Yuan with hatred and anger. "You murderer. You want me to sell my life for you? You can give up on that idea. Even if Crane Gate used me, I do not hate them, because they also nurtured me. And you killed uncle and aunt, you killed all of our clansmen. I hate you. I will never forgive you in this life. If you give me one more chance, I will definitely kill you personally and take revenge." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at Fang Jing silently. He laughed instead of getting angry. "Ha ha. It seems that you learned a lot at Crane Gate. You want to kill me so badly. I am looking forward to it." Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked out of the prison cell. These last days, Fang Yuan had been spending most of his energy on the Refinement Path Convention. But he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to make deductions. Deducing the killer move vaguely familiar face had already expended all of Fang Yuan's potential. Fang Yuan began to deduce the killer move Miri itself. He had already successfully fused pulling water immortal Gu into it. This way the killer move Miri itself would have 3 strength path cores. Next, Fang Yuan modified the Airsac Gu's Gu recipe, increasing the number of steps in the assembly line Gu refinement and reducing the danger by 30%. When modifying Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, he met with a bottleneck. Fang Yuan's wisdom path cultivation had just started. His wisdom path attainment level was too low. It greatly hindered Fang Yuan's progress in deducing these Gu recipes. These last days, Feng Yuan had placed his attention on the immortal Gu recipe, blood deity. He gradually repaired blood deity and discovered some of its mysteries. Even if blood deity immortal Gu was refined, to activate it, one would need a blood relative. Killing a relative would allow one to obtain a blood deity under the power of blood deity immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and was willing to contribute, the blood deity that was created would be able to get close to the Gu immortal and command it. Conversely, if the hatred and anger of the relative were incurred, the blood deity could devour its owner. This was the reason why Feng Yuan recruited Feng Zheng. Chapter 854. This matter was somewhat troublesome. Swoosh. There were many unconventional methods to make a person swear loyalty. The Gu Master world did not lack such methods. For example, enslavement path specialized in dealing with such problems. But to refine Feng Zheng into a blood deity, these methods would not work. Blood deity was like a different life form. The moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Feng Zheng would lose their effect. Feng Zheng's heart and will would decide the blood deity. The strength of blood deity could be predicted. This was because the thunder god, who had learned from the blood god, was extremely powerful. Vicious lightning fiend only had rank 6 cultivation level, but with the three-headed lightning deity, his reputation was rising and many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. Blood deity was similar. He had Gu immortal level battle strength. 1 more meant 2 against 1. If there were 2 more, it would be 3 against 1. Any more and it would be a group fight. Feng Yuan was only an immortal zombie now. He could not raise his cultivation level, but he could use numbers to make up for it. That was a temporary way out. All dreams, plans, and ambitions were based on survival. Once destroyed, everything would be for naught. Blood deity could greatly raise Feng Yuan's battle strength, and Feng Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. If things went wrong one day and Feng Yuan was chased everywhere, he would have no choice but to cultivate blood path again. Time path, wisdom path, blood path. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person. He would make some preparations for everything. He would never complain about making ample preparations. Of course, the current situation was not too bad. Training Feng Zheng is not something that can be done quickly. I can do it slowly. Even if Crane Gate brainwashes him. With my methods, as long as I put in the effort, there will be a day when I achieve my goal. Right now, the Guts Gu and Regretful Spider trade have been established. I only need Western Desert's Shao clan to act as a stepping stone. With the trade token, I can openly enter Western Desert with my Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Python businesses. At that time, I will be able to make huge profits. Right now, my main goal is to refine change form Immortal Gu. I had already eliminated most of my main opponents, so getting into the top 6 was pretty much guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Kim Hong. Feng Yuan thought about the current situation and development plans. Because Feng Kim Hong lost to Feng Yuan, he instead learned of the true usage of Dreamwing's Immortal Gu. She used Immortal Gu to explore dream realms. Her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was indeed the best shortcut to a Gu master's attainment level. Feng Kim Hong had Immortal Gu. With the wholehearted care of his mother, Fairy Bai Qing, his refinement path attainment level rose at an astonishing speed. Feng Yuan had accumulated over 500 years to reach refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Feng Kim Hong caught up to him in a short time. In Feng Yuan's previous life during the 5 regions chaotic war, the flames of war raged through the sky, forming a great era. It was magnificent, and countless heroes rose up from the grasslands. It was astounding. Other than the 5 regions chaotic war, the main reason was dream realms. Dream realms were dangerous and difficult, but if one could explore them, one's foundation could be raised. This was a huge fortuitous encounter. It created countless grasslands. Most of the time, heroes and ambitious people just lacked an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Feng Yuan had also secretly gathered a lot of information about Feng Kim Hong participating in the Gu refinement competition. Vicious Lightning Fiend treated blazing demonic immortal Dan Chao as an opponent and wanted to increase his reputation. He had already collected information about the other party. On the contrary, since Dan Chao agreed to Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge, he had made ample preparations. He had a deep understanding of Vicious Lightning Fiend and was confident in winning. A moment later, Blazing Demonic Immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not even raise his head. Dan Chao could be said to be the strongest opponent Vicious Lightning Fiend had challenged since he came out of closed cultivation. Be it cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Tao marks on him, he surpassed Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend was at a disadvantage, but he did not panic. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, when he challenged those rank 7 Gu Immortals earlier, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, his cultivation level was only rank 6. This was a normal situation when challenging someone of higher ranks. Ha ha ha. This fire is really powerful. Vicious Lightning Fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes shining with lightning. His body shook. 3 shadows flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking Blazing Demonic Immortal. Lightning Deity. Lightning Deity who had Lightning Path Tao marks. 3 Gu Immortal level battle strength. Blazing Demonic Immortal quickly retreated, while Vicious Lightning Fiend counterattacked, regaining control of the battle. After fighting for an hour, the intense battle raged on like a raging fire. This was a huge bet in reputation, so neither side was willing to give up so easily. The intense immortal essence expenditure made both sides feel heartache. Dan Chao was impatient. He suddenly attacked. He had planned this for a long time. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not dodge in time. He had to face it head-on. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Vicious Lightning Fiend coughed out blood and retreated. Lose Great Flame Demon True Body. Dan Chao suddenly turned into a flame demon, chasing with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the flame demon was already close to Vicious Lightning Fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning Deity self-detonate. At the moment of danger, Vicious Lightning Fiend's vicious nature was triggered. He actually self-detonated a Lightning Deity. Rumble. Lightning Deity's self-detonation created a huge sound wave. The 3 mountains in the area were instantly destroyed. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Chao were both heavily injured. Their expressions were weak and their battle strength fell sharply. Interesting, give me your lives. Suddenly, a blood-red light flew out, forming into a battlefield killer move that covered both sides who were heavily injured. Chapter 855. Blood, blood, blood. Blood clouds were in the sky, blood sea was on the ground, blood light was everywhere. This was the signature battlefield killer move created by Song Zixing. Blood Tu Su. It was unique in Central Continent. Song Zixing was extremely vengeful. Back then, during an exploration, he was robbed by Tusu City's Gu Immortals. After creating this battlefield killer move, he went to take revenge. The entire city was turned into nothingness. The 2 Gu Immortals in the city were killed. After succeeding in his revenge, Song Zixing felt extremely happy. He carved words in blood above the ruins of Tusu City. Revenge is too late. Even after a year today, I have come to Blood Tusu. The killer left his name Song Zixing. From then on, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tusu. Thus, seeing this scene, Blazing Demonic Immortal immediately recognized Song Zixing. As expected, at the next moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Song Zixing wore a large blood robe, but it could not conceal his tall and straight body. His face was pale, his nose bridge was high, his brows were dark and sharp like an eagle. As he descended, the blood sea surged with countless waves. Blood clouds moved like dragons and pythons. The surrounding blood light shot into the sky. It was dazzling. Song Zixing was like the ruler of heaven and earth, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Demon Hunter Immortal Dan Chao looked at Song Zixing with a pale expression. He was shocked and furious, but also fearful. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned his head slightly, looking at Dan Chao with a smile on his face. His gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Chao, back then I lost to Feng Joga. You tried to attack me while I was down. using an immortal killer move on my back. You caused me a scar. I purposely left it on my back. I kept this grudge in my heart. You hid in Truyong Mountain Range. So be it if I could not find you. But you actually dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. So I came today. I want to settle the old score with you. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Dan Xiao breathed heavily. He decided to admit defeat. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal. He actually lowered his head without fighting. Song Zixing's demonic might was vast and mighty. He was as famous as Shirley, and his battle achievements were illustrious. As early as when he was at 10,000 Dragon Dock, he had already become famous in Zhongzhou State. Later on he defected, and the myriad Dragon Dock hunted him down. They sent out 8 Gu Immortals, but he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. This battle shocked the Zhongzhou State. Song Zixing swaggered off, getting away scot-free. The 10,000 Dragon Dock was dispirited for a time. Its prestige was greatly reduced, and it couldn't even compare to the Crane Gate. Among the 10 great ancient sects, they were at the bottom. Until now. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed-door cultivation did he show signs of regaining his might. Of course, Song Zixing had been defeated before. His most famous defeat was when he fought with Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only made 3 moves. Song Zixing was utterly defeated and fled in defeat. However, this defeat did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation, because his opponent was Feng Jioge. However, he was able to escape with his life, which made him even more so not to be underestimated. In fact, almost all demonic path Gu Immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was even more outstanding in this aspect. Ha ha ha. Apologize? Hearing fierce demonic immortals' words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Zixing's face. If you had been so sensible earlier, I would not have chased you into Truyong Mountain Range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple, just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head. His expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone. Song Zixing, are you really not going to let me go? Let you go? He. This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. I, Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu Immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then you plotted against me. I killed you directly and did not torture you. That was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I am here right now. His tone was mocking, like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself. The explosion earlier had injured him quite badly. He was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu Immortal of my myriad Dragon Dock. According to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Ha ha ha, your immortal killer move Lightning Deity is indeed mystical. Its self-detonation has great power. It can break my blood too soon. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it. Can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts. He was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, "No. With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now?" Vicious Lightning Fiend's acting skills were inferior to demonic path Gu Immortal Dan Xiao. In Song Zixing's eyes, he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding. His blood was surging. It was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move. Sudden inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, it could mimic wisdom path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning lock. Lava chain. Right at this time, vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly. The blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood waves stopped the lightning and lava. Oh. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move Blood Tusu. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the Blood Path Immortal Goo used to construct the battlefield killer move. He directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him. His expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly. The sense of danger was getting stronger. This was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Goo Immortals appeared. Their grand aura burst out. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Goo Immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark, his blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor. He looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus X Illusion Garden. Such a huge move, they even brought out an immortal Goo house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Goo immortal, he hid here and there. He was not overly arrogant. Recently, he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing. You are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a wisdom path Goo immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal Goo recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. You are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Goo Immortals from my ancient soul sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 rank 7 Goo Immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Goo Immortals were all rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds, he had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Goo Immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong. Everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in Truyong Mountain Range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this demonic path Goo Immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend. 8 rank 6 Goo Immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Goo Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Goo Immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects. They all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years. He had targeted small sects. He did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate. Killing him would be a great help in repairing fate. Immortal Gu. Once the Celestial Court gave the order, even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, they had to stop fighting and send Gu immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right. He was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate, he could only choose to escape. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement, immortal killer move like blood rainbow flash. It could only be encountered and not sought. It was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely. It could even save their lives when escaping. But this was a blood path killer move. Even if righteous path Gu immortals obtained it, they could not use it, unless they betrayed the righteous path. Entering the demonic path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the demonic path. Other than some conflict with the sect, it was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of blood path. With the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast blood rainbow flash was, it had its limits. In the end, he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone. Die. Kill Song Zixing. Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack, they were wary of him. These lone cultivator Gu immortals were not idiots. They knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. It was either he or they die. Gu immortals were also humans, they were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of vicious lightning fiends, lightning deities. Gu immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches. This was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form. And normally, they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Gu immortals prepared for battle. Their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited, he was hit. In an instant he exploded, blood splattered. No, this is not Song Zixing's true body. Seeing this, the immortals were dumbfounded. They soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him? Calm down. This is the immortal Gu house illusion garden. He cannot escape. Search carefully. The Gu immortals were all experienced people. They quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood Tu Su, someone realized, oh no, Song Zixing did not come out. His true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao are in danger. From start to finish, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, was like a bright red egg floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move on purpose. Firstly, their attention was attracted by Song Zixing. Secondly, they did not want to help vicious lightning fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere recently, his fame was unparalleled, he was quite arrogant, Central Continent's 10 sects were competing with each other. Even Myriad Dragon Doc wanted to suppress his limelight. Thirdly, destroying Blood Tu Su from the outside also required immortal essence. Thus, Blood Tu Su was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong. This was a disaster caused by underestimating the enemy. The immortals realized that they had been fooled by Song Zixing. They were furious and embarrassed. They attacked Blood Tusu together. Blood Tusu was not an immortal goo house, it was only a battlefield killer move. It shook intensely from the intense attacks. 3 breaths of time later, Song Zixing retracted it. Blood Tusu collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he turned into a blood rainbow and flew away. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao was already dead. His corpse was held by Song Zixing. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was on the verge of death. He was unconscious. Only one lightning deity was left. It was also very weak. It was surrounding and protecting Vicious Lightning Fiend. If he had been any slower, Vicious Lightning Fiend would have fallen into Song Zixing's hands. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured. His left arm was severed at the shoulder. The battlefield killer move Blood Tusu isolated heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Moreover, Song Zixing had a special method to prevent Vicious Lightning Fiend and Dan Xiao from asking for help. Song Zixing actually killed blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao while being surrounded by everyone, and even heavily injured Vicious Lightning Fiend until he fainted. This was a huge humiliation. The Goo Immortals were furious. Their anger was rising. This matter was going to spread. How were they going to survive in the future? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death. He cannot remain in this world. Get rid of evil for the people. Uphold justice. At once, the Goo Immortals attacked. All sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed maniacally without fear. A blood rainbow flashed. He dodged most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised blazing demonic immortal's corpse. Thank you for the gift. I will return it to you now. Explode. Bloodlight shot to the sky. There was a huge explosion. The immortals retreated. Song Zixing was at the center of the explosion. The blood path Dao marks on his body shined brightly. He was not injured at all. Illusion Garden shook intensely. A crack was actually created by his explosion. Blood rainbow flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished on the spot. He escaped from the immortal Goo House's cage, escaping from the Goo Immortal's vision. Chase, he was hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it. How can a great immortal Goo House get a crack from the explosion? The immortals shouted as they chased. The 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals of Heavenly Lotus Sect stored the immortal Goo House and joined them. Their expressions were ugly. It's that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing actually arranged for it to stay outside. It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated, working together with Song Zixing to create a crack. Violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Goo Immortal. The self-detonation of such an existence had extraordinary power indeed. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 Goo Immortals. They could not defend against the explosion. Song Zixing managed to struggle out of the desperate situation. The immortals naturally stopped attacking. They gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in Truyang Mountain Range. The pursuers were huge. There were 17 Goo Immortals. There was 1 myriad dragon Goo Immortal who stayed behind to look after Vicious Lightning Fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the Righteous Path Goo Immortals. They had fallen into Song Zixing's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Song Zixing was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly. This Truyang Mountain Range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat. After I escape, I will definitely settle this score with you. Song Zixing's expression was distorted. His heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart. The blood rainbow suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in Truyang Mountain Range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled. They caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was very clear. The more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night, the crescent moon hung in the night sky. A dim bloodlight flew out of Truyang Mountain Range while sticking close to the ground. Clang! Suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding. A golden bell phantom descended and covered the bloodlight. A Goo Immortal appeared. He was injured, he shouted. Song Zixing, where are you going? The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell. A palm and a small forearm appeared. Oh no, this is also fake. My true body is over there. The Gu Immortal's expression changed. He quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Feng Yuan. He was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke. He carefully walked towards the Golden Bell Phantom. Chapter 857. Immortal Killer Move Blood Demon Body Separation. Feng Yuan looked at the broken arm in the Golden Bell Phantom as he muttered. According to Legends of Song Zixing, after Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Doc, he killed his pursuers and hid his tracks, developing rapidly. He had foresight and knew his situation. Thus he created this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects worked together to ambush and kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. In this battle, Blood Demon Body Separation shocked Central Continent for the first time. Song Zixing was able to escape mostly because of this move. This immortal killer move could create a flesh clone for a short period of time. The flesh clone was extremely fast, comparable to Blood Rainbow Flash. Moreover, it was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Even an investigative immortal killer move would not be able to find any flaws. However, the price of using this move was extremely high. A portion of one's body was needed to create a flesh clone. A large amount of immortal essence was also expended to maintain the existence of the flesh clone. The more immortal essence was expended, the longer the clone could last. There were many ways for Gu Immortals to regrow their limbs. Blood Demon Body Separation was only a manifestation. The truth was, it expended the blood path Dao marks in the body. It was because of these blood path Dao marks that Blood Demon Body Separation had such a mystical effect. If not for the blood path Dao marks as the price, the flesh clone created by Blood Demon Body Separation would not be able to pass off as the real thing. When ordinary Gu Immortals were injured, for example, Feng Yuan would lose most of his body if he was attacked. The strength path Dao marks on his body would be retrieved by his immortal aperture. When his body recovers, the strength path Dao marks would return to his body. Once the Gu Immortal died, the Dao marks on his body would also be retrieved into his immortal aperture. For example, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Song Zixing successfully used Blood Demon Body Separation. Even if the severed limb could regrow, the new body would be empty. The original blood path Dao marks would be expended along with the flesh clone. Undoubtedly, the expenditure of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu Immortals. Because Dao marks were very rare, they could only be accumulated after experiencing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. In every heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, Gu Immortals often had to risk their lives, even damaging their immortal apertures and destroying the resources that they had painstakingly managed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was extremely high. This showed the value of each strength immortal Gu. But Feng Yuan was sure. Song Zixing should not have an immortal Gu like each strength. If he lost the blood path Dao marks, he would have to undergo calamities and tribulations and slowly accumulate them again. The Dao marks on a Gu Immortal could effectively increase the power of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was terrifying. It could increase a rank 8 by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, rank 7 Gu Immortals could rarely defeat rank 8 existences. According to the legend of Song Zixing managed to escape with his life. In the end, only his head and half of his chest were left. The rest of his body had been decisively abandoned by him. He had activated the Blood Demon Body Disintegration. In this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost a great deal of face. They didn't achieve their goal and were played by Song Zixing instead. They suffered heavy losses. Song Zixing also suffered heavy losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast, the violent blood dragon bat, and more than half of his blood path Dao marks were destroyed. In this battle, as a result, he did not appear in public for the next 200 years. There was even no news of him at all. People suspected that he was already dead. But when he reappeared, not only did he recover his battle strength, He even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Ambushing Song Zixing was a huge matter. Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. He looked at the severed arm with a burning gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was his flesh and blood. As long as Fang Yuan obtained it and used the Gu refinement method, he could refine Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only condition for Star Form Blessed Land's land spirit to recognize him as its owner. Land spirits were stubborn existences. As long as Fang Yuan gave Song Zixing's head to the land spirit, he could become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Land Spirit did not care if Song Zixing was alive or not. It was only a pure obsession formed by the heavenly power of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could become its owner with this. Even if one day Song Zixing appeared in front of the land spirit alive and kicking, the land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had already fulfilled the condition for recognizing him as its owner. But at this moment, Fang Yuan still had some trouble subduing this arm. It was not difficult to break the golden bell, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a blood fog that covered the sky. Fang Yuan had to use other methods to suppress the severed arm, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. In fact, Fang Yuan also had a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the edge of Truyang mountain range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was wrapped by an immortal killer move. The Gu immortal who used the immortal killer move was busy chasing after Song Zixing. He had already forgotten about this severed arm. As time passed, the golden bell would dissipate after a night, and the severed arm would explode into a blood fog. At that time the blood fog would cover hundreds of li, life would be lost, and the poison would spread far and wide. For the next few hundred years, Yuanyang City would continue to issue missions, recruiting talents to enter the blood fog and kill the blood beasts that were born in the blood fog, to prevent the blood beasts from forming a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Central Continent, he had lived in Yuanyang City for a period of time. In order to survive, he had accepted missions to exterminate blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan had done a good thing by subduing Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed for a while, carefully using several mortal killer moves to probe. The golden bell phantom did not move, as expected of an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan then circled around the golden bell phantom, observing it from all angles, trying to find a suitable method. The golden bell phantom was not completely still, it was rotating slowly. The severed arm inside was floating in the air. The arm and palm were flickering with bright red light from time to time. Fang Yuan circled around it for more than 10 times. He already had a plan. He was about to make a move when his ears twitched. He heard many voices. Explosion, you heard it too? Yet, I saw a strange light. Treasure, maybe. The voices were intermittent, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan immediately understood. The nearby Gu masters were attracted. This was the edge of Truyang mountain range. Desolate beasts rarely came here. And it was near Yuanyang City. Many Gu masters were active here. Earlier, that Gu immortal had used an immortal killer move. The golden light soared into the sky. The commotion was not small. Thus many Gu masters came to investigate. A bunch of ants. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He willed strength path phantoms rushed out of his immortal aperture one after another. Soon these strength path phantoms numbered in the hundreds, densely packed as they surrounded Fang Yuan. Every time Fang Yuan moved, he would store large numbers of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Because he used myriad self. A certain amount of time was needed to form a strength path phantom army. Kill. Fang Yuan gave the order. Close to 1,000 strength path phantoms immediately moved, quickly disappearing into the night sky. What is that? Ah, formation. Quickly form the formation. Run, screams and shouts could be heard. A life and death battle started instantly. After a few breaths of time, the Gu masters were completely defeated. The strength path phantoms chased mercilessly, countless Gu masters died. The smell of blood quickly spread to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his hands behind his back. Looking at the golden bell phantom in front of him, his expression was calm under the mask. Even though he had thought of a method, He had not made a move yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were strong and fierce, they could not be investigated. They also did not have methods to increase their speed. Some Gu masters might not give up and use earth escape or concealment to sneak in again. However, these people would all die without a burial ground. Because Feng Yuan was here, he had already activated dozens of investigative killer moves. Without stopping, he covered this area layer by layer. There was no movement. They could escape his investigation. The advantage of having unlimited primeval essence was that he could use mortal Gu at will. Mortal killer moves would never stop. And because of Feng Yuan's accumulation in his previous life, the mortal killer moves he knew were even more outstanding, even surpassing this era. Feng Yuan waited for a while, and sure enough 3 or 4 Gu masters sneaked in. Feng Yuan controlled the strength path phantoms and killed these Gu masters one by one according to his instructions. Impossible, how did you find me? Spare my life. Ah! The Gu masters had nowhere to hide, they were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet again. The smell of blood was getting thicker. There was not even the sound of birds chirping in the sparse forest nearby. It was completely silent. Feng Yuan started to act. Myriad Self First Style Giant Hand. A giant strength path hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the Golden Bell Phantom. The Golden Bell Phantom targeted the inside. It suppressed the inside, but its external defense was not strong. After adding Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, Feng Yuan's current strength path giant hand could be said to be much stronger. He only needed to squeeze it tightly, and the Golden Bell would explode. But the key was how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Feng Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, he was also a blood path grandmaster. He knew as many blood path methods as Song Zixing, and this time he had planned for a long time. He had made ample preparations. Immediately, he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 blood path killer moves in a row. They were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. After modifying them, Feng Yuan checked again a 3rd time, a 4th time, and a 5th time. This was a huge matter. Feng Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The Golden Bell Phantom shattered. The arm was about to explode when it was suppressed. Layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used Blood Demon body separation, he was already at the end of his rope. He had used less than 10 beads of immortal essence for it. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.